Before we begin, what this book is. This is not a book written to be admired. It is a book written to be used. Aristotle was not interested in what people say about the good life. He was interested in what people do, and what they should do, and why. He was the son of a physician, a Macedonian, a man who had seen the Persian Empire fall and the Greek world tear itself apart. He had been Plato's greatest student, and then he became the teacher of Alexander the Great. But this book is not for emperors. It is for everyone who has to make a choice, every day, between what is easy and what is good. The Nicomachean Ethics is not a sermon. It is an investigation, a scientific study of human flourishing. Aristotle asks one question: what is eudaimonia? Often translated happiness, but it means something deeper. The well-lived life, a life that is worthy of a human being, the life that uses every capacity you were born with to its fullest, is not a feeling. It is an activity, the activity of the soul in accordance with virtue. And virtue is not given by God. It is not a rule to obey. It is a habit, a practice, a disposition built by doing. You become brave by doing brave things. You become just by doing just things. You become wise by striving to understand. And the summit of this life is not wealth, not honor, not pleasure. It is contemplation, the mind at rest in itself, seeing clearly, for a moment, the order of things. This book was written in the Lyceum, in Athens, in the morning hours, with Aristotle walking and his students following. They called him the peripatetic, the one who walks, and we are still walking behind him. This is the Nicomachean Ethics by Aristotle, dedicated to his son Nicomachus, written around 340 years before Christ. Let us begin. Book 1, The End, Chapter 1. Every art and every inquiry, and similarly every action and every pursuit, and, for this reason, the good has rightly been declared to be that at which all things aim. But a certain difference is found among ends. Some are activities, others are products apart from the activities that produce them. Where there are ends apart from the actions, it is the nature of the products to be better than the activities. Now, as there are many actions, arts and sciences, their ends also are many. The end of the medical art is health, that of shipbuilding, a vessel, that of strategy, victory, that of economics, wealth. But where such arts fall under a single capacity, as bridle making and the other arts concerned with the equipment of horses fall under the art of riding, and this and every military action under strategy, in the same way other arts fall under yet others. In all of these, the ends of the master arts are to be preferred to all the subordinate ends, for it is for the sake of the former that the latter are pursued. Whether the activities themselves are the ends of the actions, or something else apart from the activities, as in the case of the sciences just mentioned. Chapter 2. If then, in what we do, there is some end we wish for itself, and all other things are wished for because of it, and we do not choose everything for the sake of something else. For at that rate, the process would go on to infinity, so that our desire would be empty and vain. Clearly, this end must be the good, and the chief good. Will not the knowledge of it then have a great influence on life? Shall we not, like archers who have a mark to aim at, be more likely to hit upon what we should do? If so, we must try to determine, in outline at least, what it is, and which of the sciences or capacities it is the object. It would seem to belong to the most authoritative art, and that which is most truly the master art. And politics appears to be of this nature, for it is politics that ordains which of the sciences should be studied in a state, and which each class of citizens should learn, and up to what point they should learn them. We see even the most highly esteemed of capacities fall under this. For example, strategy, economics, rhetoric. Now, since politics uses the rest of the sciences, and since again it legislates as to what we are to do and what we are to abstain from, the end of this science must include those of the others, so that this end must be the good for man. For even if the end is the same for a single man and for a state, that of the state seems at all events something greater and more complete, whether to attain or to preserve. Though it is worthwhile to attain the end merely for one man, it is finer and more godlike to attain it for a nation or for city-states. These, then, are the objects of our inquiry, insofar as it is a kind of political science. Chapter 3. Our discussion will be adequate if it has as much clarity as the subject matter admits. For precision is not to be sought for alike in all discussions, any more than in all the products of the crafts. Now, fine and just actions, which political science investigates, exhibit much variety and fluctuation, so that they may be thought to exist only by convention, and not by nature. And goods also exhibit a similar fluctuation, because they bring harm to many people. For before now, men have been undone by reason of their wealth, and others by reason of their courage. We must be content then in speaking of such subjects, and with such premises, to indicate the truth roughly and in outline, and in speaking about things which are only for the most part true, and with premises of the same kind, to reach conclusions that are no better. In the same spirit, therefore, should each type of statement be received, for it is the mark of an educated man to look for precision in each class of things, just so far as the nature of the subject admits. It is evidently equally foolish to accept probable reasoning from a mathematician, and to demand from a rhetorician scientific proofs. Now each man judges well the things he knows, and of these he is a good judge, and so the man who has been educated in a subject is a good judge of that subject, and the man who has received an all-round education is a good judge in general. Hence a young man is not a proper hearer of lectures on political science, for he is inexperienced in the actions that occur in life. But its discussions start from these and are about these. And further, since he tends to follow his passions, his study will be in vain and unprofitable, because the end aimed at is not knowledge, but action. And it makes no difference whether he is young in years or youthful in character. The defect does not depend on time, but on his living and pursuing each successive object as passion directs, For to such persons as to the incontinent, knowledge brings no profit. But to those who desire and act in accordance with a rational principle, knowledge about such matters will be of great benefit. So much then by way of preface about the student, and the spirit in which our claims should be made, and the purpose of the inquiry. Chapter 4. Let us resume our inquiry and state, in view of the fact that all knowledge and every pursuit aims at some good, what it is that political science aims at, and what is the highest of all goods achievable by action. Verbally, there is very general agreement, for both the general run of men and people of superior refinement say that it is happiness, and identify living well and doing well with being happy. But with regard to what happiness is, they differ, and the many do not give the same account as the wise. For the former think it is some plain and obvious thing, like pleasure, wealth, or honor. They differ, however, from one another, identifies it with different things, with health when he is ill, with wealth when he is poor. But conscious of their ignorance, they admire those who proclaim some great ideal that is above their comprehension. Now, some thought that apart from these many goods, there is another good which is self-subsistent, and causes the goodness of all these. To examine all the opinions that have been held would no doubt be somewhat fruitless. It is enough to examine those that are most prevalent or seem to be arguable. Let us not forget, however, that there is a difference between arguments from first principles and arguments to first principles. For Plato used to question this, and to ask whether the way is from first principles or to first principles, as in the race course from the judges to the far end or back again. For we must begin with what is known, that things are known in two ways. For some are known to us, and some known without qualification. Presumably, then, we must begin with things known to us. Hence, anyone who is to listen intelligently to lectures about what is noble and just, and generally about the subjects of political science, must have been brought up in good habits. For the fact is the starting point, and if this is sufficiently plain to him, he will not need the reason as well. And the man who has been well brought up has or can easily get starting points. And as for him who neither has nor can get them, let him hear the words of Hesiod. Best is he who knows all things himself. Good, he that hearkens when men counsel right. But he who neither knows himself nor lays to heart another's wisdom, he is a useless man. Chapter 5. But let us continue from the point where we digressed. To judge from the lives that men lead, most men, and men of the most vulgar type, seem to identify happiness with pleasure. And accordingly they love the life of enjoyment. For there are, we may say, three prominent types of life: the political, and thirdly, the contemplative life. Now the mass of mankind are evidently quite slavish in their tastes, preferring a life suitable to beasts. But they get some ground for their view from the fact that many of those in high places share the tastes of Sardanapalus. A consideration of the prominent types of life shows that people of superior refinement and of active disposition identify happiness with honor. For this is, roughly speaking, the end of the political life. But it seems too superficial to be what we are looking for it is thought to depend on those who bestow honor rather than on him who receives it. But the good we divine to be something of one's own, and not easily taken from one. Further, men seem to pursue honor in order that they may be assured of their own goodness. At least they wish to be honored by men of practical wisdom, and by those who know them, and on the ground of their virtue. Clearly, then, according to them, at any rate, virtue is better. And perhaps one might even suppose this to be, rather than honor, the end of the political life. But even this appears somewhat incomplete. For possession of virtue seems actually compatible with being asleep, or with lifelong inactivity, and further, with the greatest sufferings and misfortunes. But a man who was living so, no one would call happy, unless he were maintaining a thesis at all costs. But enough of this, for the subject has been sufficiently treated even in popular discussions. Third comes the contemplative life, which we shall consider later. The life of money-making is one undertaken under compulsion, and wealth is evidently not the good we are seeking, for it is merely useful, and for the sake of something else. And so, one might rather take the aforenamed objects to be ends, for they are loved for themselves. But it is evident that not even these are ends, yet many arguments have been wasted on them. So much for this. Chapter 6. We had better consider the universal good, and run through the difficulties involved in the question. Although such an inquiry is made an uphill one, by the fact that the forms have been introduced by friends of our own. Yet it would perhaps be thought better indeed to be necessary, for the sake of maintaining the truth, even to destroy what touches us closely, especially as we are philosophers. For while both are dear, piety requires us to honor truth above our friends. The advocates of this doctrine did not posit ideas of classes in which they predicated priority and posteriority. For this reason, they did not maintain an idea of numbers. But the term good is predicated both in the category of substance, and in that of quality, and in that of relation. And that which exists in itself, that is, substance, is prior by nature to what is relative. For the latter is like an offshoot, an accident of being, so that there could not be a common idea covering all these goods. Further, since of things predicated in one sense there is a single science, there would have been a single science of all the good things. But as it is, there are many sciences even of the things that fall under a single category. For example, of opportunity. In war, it is strategy. In disease, it is medicine. And of the mean in food, it is medicine. In exercise, it is gymnastic. One might ask the question, what in the world they mean by the thing in itself? Inasmuch as man in himself and man are one in the same account. For insofar as they are man, they will not differ. And if this is so, neither will good in itself and good insofar as they are good. Nor again will good in itself be any more good by being eternal, since a white thing that lasts a long time is no whiter than that which lasts only a day. The Pythagoreans seem to give a more plausible account in placing the one in the column of goods. Seems to have followed them. But let these matters be discussed elsewhere. An objection may be raised to what we have said, that the arguments do not apply to all goods, and that the goods which are pursued and loved for themselves are called good by reference to a single form, while those which tend to produce or to preserve these goods in some way, or to prevent their contraries, are called good by reason of these first, and in a different sense. Clearly, then, Goods may be spoken of in two ways, and let us separate the goods that are ends from those that are means. Now, our discussion has shown sufficiently that the Platonists are wrong about the universal good. For not only is the good not a single thing, but even if there were such a universal good, it could not be brought into existence by man. But we are seeking something attainable. Perhaps, however, someone might think it worthwhile to know this good, with a view to the goods that are attainable and achievable. For having this as a sort of pattern, we shall know better the goods that are goods for us. And if we know them, we shall attain them. This argument has some plausibility, but seems to clash with the procedure of the sciences. For all of them, though they aim at some good and seek to supply the deficiency, leave the knowledge of the good out of the question. Yet it is not probable that all the craftsmen should be ignorant of so great an aid, and not even look for it. Nor is it easy to see how a weaver or a carpenter will be benefited in regard to his own craft by knowing the good in itself, or how the man who has viewed the idea itself will be a better doctor or general. For the doctor does not seem to consider even health in the abstract, but the health of man, or rather perhaps of this or that man, for he heals individuals. But let us leave these matters. Chapter 7. Let us return again to the good we are seeking, and ask what it can be. In different actions and arts. It is different in medicine, in strategy, and in the rest. What then is the good of each? Surely that for whose sake everything else is done. In medicine, this is health. In strategy, victory. In architecture, a house. In any other sphere, something else. And in every action and pursuit, the end. For it is for the sake of this that all men do everything else. Therefore, if there is an end for all that we do, this will be the good achievable by action. And if there are more than one, these will be the goods achievable by action. So the argument has by a different course reached the same point, but we must try to state this even more clearly, since there are evidently more ends than one, and we choose some of these, for instance wealth, flutes, and instruments generally, as means to something else. Clearly not all ends are final ends, but the chief good is evidently something final. Therefore, if there is only one final end, this will be what we are seeking. And if there are more than one, the most final among them will be it. Now we call that which is in itself worthy of pursuit, more final than that which is worthy of pursuit for the sake of something else. And that which is never desirable for the sake of something else, more final than things that are desirable both in themselves and for the sake of that other thing. And therefore we call final without qualification that which is always desirable in itself, and never for the sake of something else. Now such a thing, happiness above all else, is thought to be. For this we choose always for its own sake, and never for the sake of something else. But honor, pleasure, reason, and every virtue we choose indeed for themselves, for if nothing resulted from them, we should still choose them. But we choose them also for the sake of happiness, judging that through them we shall be happy. Happiness, on the other hand, no one chooses for the sake of these, nor in general for anything other than itself. From the point of view of self-sufficiency, the same result seems to follow. for the final good is thought to be self-sufficient. Now, by self-sufficient, we do not mean that which is sufficient for a man by himself, for one who lives a solitary life, but also for parents, children, wife, and in general for friends and fellow citizens, since man is born for citizenship. But some limit must be set to this, for if the circle extends to ancestors and descendants and friends' friends, it will go on to infinity. We shall examine this point another time, but we define self-sufficient as that which, when isolated, makes life desirable and lacking in nothing. And such we think happiness to be. And further, we think it the most desirable of all things, without being counted as one good among many others. For if it were so counted, it would clearly be made more desirable by the addition of even the least of goods. Becomes an excess of goods, and of goods the greater is always more desirable. Happiness, then, is something final and self-sufficient, and is the end of action. Presumably, however, to say that happiness is the chief good seems a platitude, and a clearer account of what it is still desired. This might perhaps be given if we could first ascertain the function of man. For just as for a flute player, a sculptor, or any artist, and in general for all things that have a function or activity, the good and the well is thought to reside in the function. So would it seem to be for man, if he has a function. Have the carpenter, the tanner, certain functions and activities? Has man none? Is he born without a function? As eye, hand, foot, and each of the parts evidently has a function. May one not lay it down that man similarly has a function apart from all these? What then can this be? Life seems common even to plants, but we are seeking what is peculiar to man. Let us exclude, therefore, the life of nutrition and growth. Next, there would be a life of perception. But it also seems to be common to the horse, the ox, and every animal. There remains then an active life of the element that has a rational principle. Of this, one part has such a principle in the sense of being obedient to one, the other in the sense of possessing one and exercising thought. And as the life of the rational element also has two meanings, we must state that we mean the life of activity, for this seems to be the more proper sense of the term. Now, if the function of man is an activity of soul which follows or implies a rational principle, and if we say that the function of a so-and-so and of a good so-and-so are the same in kind, for example, of a lyre player and a good lyre player, and so without qualification, in all cases superiority in excellence being added to the function. For the function of the lyre player is to play the lyre, and that of the good lyre player is to do so well. If this is the case, and we state the function of man, to be a certain kind of life, and this to be an activity or actions of soul implying a rational principle, and the function of a good man to be the good and noble performance of these. And if any action is well performed, when it is performed in accordance with the appropriate excellence, if this is the case, human good turns out to be activity of soul in accordance with virtue. And if there are more than one virtue, in accordance with the best and most complete, but we must add, in a complete life. For one swallow does not make a summer, nor does one day. And so too, one day, or a short time, does not make a man blessed and happy. Chapter 8. Let this serve as an outline of the good. For we must presumably first sketch it roughly, and then later fill in the details. But it would seem that anyone is capable of carrying on and articulating what has once been well outlined, and that time is a good discoverer or partner in such a work. The advances of the arts are due, for anyone can add what is lacking, and we must also remember what has been said before, and not look for precision in all things alike, but in each class of things such precision as accords with the subject matter, and so far as is appropriate to the inquiry. For a carpenter and a geometer investigate the right angle in different ways. The former does so in so far as the right angle is useful for his work. The latter inquires what it is, or what sort of thing it is, for he is a spectator of truth. We must act in the same way, then, in all other matters, so that our main task may not be subordinated to minor questions. Nor must we demand the cause in all matters alike. It is enough in some cases that the fact is well established, as indeed is the case with first principles, and the fact is a first principle or starting point. Of starting points, some are arrived at by induction, some by perception, and others by other means. We must try to get at each in the natural way, and be very careful to define them rightly, for they have a great influence on what follows. For the beginning is thought to be more than half of the whole, and many of the questions we ask are made clear by it. We must consider happiness not only in the light of our conclusion and our premises, but also in the light of what is commonly said about it. For with a true view, all the facts harmonize, but with a false one, the facts soon clash. Now goods have been divided into three classes. Some have been called external, others of the soul, others of the body. And of these, those of the soul are those which we call most properly and truly good. And psychical actions and activities we attribute to the soul. Therefore, our account must be sound, at least according to this view, which is old and agreed on by philosophers. It is also correct in that we identify the end with certain actions and activities, for these are among the goods of the soul and not among external goods. Also, with our account is in harmony the view that the happy man lives well and does well. For we have practically said that happiness is a kind of living well and doing well. Further, all the characteristics that are looked for in happiness seem to belong to what we have said happiness is. For some identify happiness with virtue, some with practical wisdom, some with a kind of philosophic wisdom. Others add or include pleasure, and others include external prosperity. Now, some of these views have been held by many, and men of old, others by a few eminent persons, and it is not probable that either of these should be entirely mistaken, but rather that they should be right in at least some one respect, or even in most respects. Our account is in harmony with those who say happiness is virtue. For to virtue belongs activity in accordance with virtue. But it makes perhaps no small difference whether we place the chief good in possession or in use, in state of mind or in activity. For the state of mind may exist without producing any good result, as in a man who is asleep, or in some other way quite inactive. but the activity cannot. For one who has the activity will of necessity be acting, and acting well. And as in the Olympic Games, it is not the most beautiful and the strongest that are crowned, but those who compete. For it is those who compete who win. So those who act win, and rightly win, the noble and good things in life. Their life is also in itself pleasant, for pleasure is a state of soul, and to each man that which he is said to be a lover of is pleasant. For example, not only is a horse pleasant to the lover of horses, and a spectacle to the lover of sights, but in the same way just acts are pleasant to the lover of justice, and in general acts in accordance with virtue to the lover of virtue. Now the mass of men are at variance with one another in their pleasures, because these are not pleasant by nature. But to the lovers of what is noble, the things that are by nature pleasant are pleasant. And such are actions in accordance with virtue. So these are pleasant for them, and in themselves. Their life, therefore, has no need of pleasure as a sort of adventitious charm, but has its pleasure in itself. For besides what we have said, the man who does not rejoice in noble actions is not even good. Since no one would call just a man who did not enjoy acting justly, nor liberal a man who did not enjoy liberal actions, and similarly in all other cases. If this is so, actions in accordance with virtue are pleasant in themselves, and certainly they are good and noble, and each of these in the highest degree, if the good man judges well about these, and he judges as we have said. Happiness then is the best, noblest, and most pleasant thing in the world. And these attributes are not separated as in the Delian inscription. Most noble is that which is justest, and best is health. But pleasantest is it to win what we love. For all these properties belong to the best activities, and these, or one of them, the best, we identify with happiness, yet evidently, as we said, it needs the external goods as well. For it is impossible or not easy to do noble acts without the proper equipment. In many actions we use friends, wealth, and political power as instruments, and there are some things the lack of which takes the luster from happiness. Good birth, good children, beauty. For the man who is very ugly in appearance, or ill-born, or solitary and childless, is not the sort of person to be happy, and perhaps still less if he has thoroughly bad children or friends, or having had good ones has lost them by death. As we said then, happiness seems to need this sort of prosperity in addition, and for this reason some identify happiness with good fortune, though others identify it with virtue. Chapter 9. For this reason also the question is asked, whether happiness is to be acquired by learning, by habituation, or by some other discipline, or comes by some divine providence, or even by chance. Now if there is any gift of the gods to men, it is reasonable that happiness should be God-given, and most surely God-given of all human things, inasmuch as it is the best. But this question would perhaps be more appropriate to another inquiry. And even if it is not sent by the gods, but comes as a result of virtue and some process of learning or training, it appears to be among the most divine things. For that which is the prize and end of virtue seems to be the best thing in the world, and something godlike and blessed. It will also on this view be very widely shared, for all who are not maimed as regards virtue may win it by a certain kind of study and care. But if it is better to be happy thus than by chance, it is reasonable that the facts should be so, since everything that depends on the natural order is arranged in the best possible way. And so too are the things that depend on art or any rational cause, especially if they depend on the best of all causes. To leave the greatest and noblest thing to chance would be a very defective arrangement. The answer to the question is also plain from the definition of happiness. For it has been said to be a virtuous activity of soul of a certain kind. Of the remaining goods, some must necessarily pre-exist as conditions of happiness, and others are naturally cooperative and useful as instruments. And this is in agreement with what we said at the outset, that the end of political science is the best end, and political science spends most of its pains on making the citizens to be of a certain character, namely good and capable of noble acts. It is natural, then, that we call neither ox nor horse nor any other animal happy, for none of them is capable of sharing in such activity. For this reason also a child is not happy, for by reason of his age he is not yet capable of such acts. And those children who are called happy are being pronounced blessed on account of their hopes. For there is required, as we said, not only complete virtue, but also a complete life. For many changes occur in life, and all manner of chances, and the most prosperous may fall into great misfortunes in old age, as is told of Priam in the Trojan cycle. And one who has experienced such chances and has ended wretchedly. Chapter 10. Must no one at all then be called happy while he lives? Must we, as Solon says, look to the end? And even if we are to lay down this doctrine, is it also the case that a man is happy when he is dead? Or is not this quite absurd, especially for us who say that happiness is an activity? But if we do not call the dead man happy, and if Solon does not mean this, but that one can safely judge a human being to be blessed only when one sees that he is beyond the reach of evils and misfortunes. Even this admits of some dispute, for both evil and good are thought to exist for a dead man, as much as for one who is alive but not aware of them. For example, honors and dishonors, and the good or bad fortunes of children and of descendants in general. And this also presents a problem. For though a man has lived happily until old age, and has died as one would wish, many reverses may befall his descendants, some of them good, and deserving of the opposite fate. And it is also possible that these should be of all degrees of relationship to him. What then? It would be odd if the dead man were to share in these changes and become happy and miserable by turns. But it would also be odd if the fortunes of descendants did not for some time have some effect on the happiness of their ancestors. But we must return to our earlier difficulty, for perhaps by the consideration of it, the present question might be cleared up. If we must look to the end, and only then call a man blessed, not as being blessed, but as having been so before, surely it is strange that when he is happy, the attributes should not be truthfully ascribed to him, because we do not wish to call living men happy on account of the changes that may befall them, and because we have assumed happiness to be something permanent and by no means easily changed. While the same person may undergo many revolutions of fortune, for clearly If we were to follow his fortunes, we should often call the same man happy and again wretched, representing the happy man as a kind of chameleon, and one who rests on no secure foundation. But is it right to follow the fortunes? It is not on these that good and evil depend, but human life is in need of these, as we said, and activities in accordance with virtue are what decide happiness, and the contrary activities its contrary. Now the problem we have been discussing testifies to our definition, for in no human function is there so much stability as in the activities in accordance with virtue. They seem to be more durable even than our sciences, and the most valuable of them are the most durable, because the blessed spend their lives most readily and most continuously in these. For this seems to be the reason why we do not forget them. The attribute in question, then, will belong to the happy man, and he will be happy throughout his life. For always, or by preference to everything else, he will be engaged in virtuous action and contemplation, and he will bear the fortunes of life most nobly, and altogether decorously, if he is truly good, and foursquare beyond reproach. Now many events happen by chance, and events differing in importance, small pieces of good fortune or of its opposite, plainly do not weigh down the scales of life. But a multitude of great events, if they turn out well, will make life happier. For not only are they themselves such as to add beauty to life, but the way a man deals with them may be noble and good. If, however, they turn out ill, they crush and maim blessedness, for they both bring pain and hinder many activities. Yet even in these, nobility shines through. When a man bears with resignation many great misfortunes, not through insensibility to pain, but through nobility and greatness of soul. If activities are, as we said, what gives life its character, no blessed man can become miserable. For he will never do the acts that are hateful and mean. For the man who is truly good and wise, we think, bears all the chances of life becomingly, and always makes the best of circumstances. As a good general makes the most effective fighting force out of the army at his command, and a good shoemaker makes the best shoe out of the hides that are given him, and so with all other craftsmen. And if this is the case, the happy man can never become miserable, though he will not be blessed if he meet with fortunes like those of Priam. Nor yet is he many-colored and changeable, for neither will he be moved from his happy state easily or by any ordinary misadventures, but by many great ones. If such befall him, after them he will not recover and become happy again in a short time, but if at all, only in a long and complete one, in which he has attained many splendid successes. When then should we not say that he is happy who is active in accordance with complete virtue and is sufficiently equipped with external goods, not for some chance period, but throughout a complete life? Or must we add, and who shall live thus and die as befits his life? For the future is obscure to us, and happiness we assume to be an end, and altogether, in every way, final and complete. If this is so, we shall call blessed those among living men in whom these conditions are fulfilled, and are to be fulfilled. Blessed. But as men, let so much suffice for these distinctions. Chapter 11. That the fortunes of descendants and of all a man's friends should not affect his happiness at all, seems a very unfriendly doctrine, and one opposed to the opinions men hold. But since the things that happen are many and of many kinds, and those that closely concern us differ in degree, obviously it would be a long task to go through them in detail. Some general outline will perhaps suffice. If then, as some of a man's own misadventures have a certain weight and influence on life, while others are as it were lighter, so too are those that concern all his friends from one generation to another, and the difference between misfortunes that befall the living and those that affect the dead is perhaps greater than the difference between lawless and terrible acts enacted in tragedies and those not so enacted. We must take account of this difference in our conclusions. Or rather, perhaps the doubt is whether the dead share in any good or evil. For it seems from these considerations that even if anything does penetrate to them, it is something slight and small, either in itself or to them. Or if not, it is of such a degree and of such a kind as not to make happy those who are not happy, nor to deprive of blessedness those who are. The good or bad fortunes of friends seem then to affect the dead in some way, but of such a kind and degree as neither to make the happy unhappy, nor to have any similar effect. Chapter 12. Having determined these questions, let us consider whether happiness is among the things that are praised, or rather among the things that are honored. For it is clear that it is not a mere potentiality. Everything that is praised seems to be praised in virtue of its quality and its relation to something. For we praise the just man, the brave man, the good man, and virtue generally, because of the actions and functions involved. And we praise the strong man, the swift runner, and so on, because he is possessed of a certain natural quality and stands in a certain relation to something good and excellent. This is clear also from the praises bestowed on the gods, for it seems absurd to refer them to our standards. But this arises from the fact that praise involves a reference, as we said, to a standard. And if praise is for things like these, clearly what applies to the best things is not praise, but something greater and better, as indeed is manifest. For it is the gods whom we speak of as blessed and happy. We speak of the most godlike as blessed, and similarly too with goods. No one praises happiness as he praises justice, but rather calls it blessed, as being something more divine and better. Eudoxus also seems to have been right in his method of advocating the supremacy of pleasure, for he thought the fact that pleasure, though a good, is not praised, indicated its superiority to the things praised, and that God and the good are above praise, since it is by reference to them that the other things are judged. For praise is proper to virtue, since it makes men capable of noble acts, but encomium are for deeds, whether of body or soul. But to refine on these points belongs perhaps to those who have made a study of encomium. For us, it is clear from what has been said that happiness is among the things that are honored and perfect. And this seems to be so also from its being a starting point. For it is for the sake of this that we all do everything else. And cause of goods is we assume something honored and divine. Chapter 13. Since happiness is an activity of soul in accordance with perfect virtue, we must consider the nature of virtue, for perhaps we shall thus see more clearly the nature of happiness. The true student of politics, too, is thought to have studied virtue above all things, for he wishes to make his fellow citizens good and obedient to the laws. As an example of this, we have the lawgivers of the Cretans and Spartans, and any others who have existed like them. And if this inquiry belongs to political science, clearly it will be in accordance with our original plan to pursue it. But clearly the virtue we must study is human virtue, for the good we were seeking was human good, and the happiness human happiness. By human virtue we mean not that of the body, but that of the soul, and happiness also we call an activity of soul. But if this is so, clearly the student of politics must know in some way the facts about the soul, as the man who is to heal the eyes, or the body as a whole must know about the eyes or the body, and all the more in so far as politics is more honored and better than medicine. But even among the doctors, the well-educated ones devote much labor to acquiring knowledge of the body. The student of politics, then, must study the soul, but he must study it with a view to his object, and so far as is sufficient for the questions we are discussing. For further precision is perhaps something more laborious than our purposes require. Some things about the soul are adequately stated even in the popular accounts, and we must use these. For instance, that one part of the soul is irrational, and one possesses a rational principle, whether these are divided as the parts of the body and everything divisible are, or whether they are two by definition, but by nature inseparable, like the convex and the concave in a circumference, makes no difference for our present purpose. Widely distributed and vegetative in nature, I mean the cause of nutrition and growth, for it is possible to assume such a power of soul in everything that takes nourishment, and even in embryos, and this same one also in fully developed beings. For this is more reasonable than to assume some different power. Now the virtue of this seems to be common to all species, and not specifically human. For this part and this power are thought to function most during sleep. But in sleep, good and bad men are least distinguishable, whence comes the saying that the happy are no better off than the wretched for half their lives. And this is natural enough, for sleep is an inactivity of soul in respect of what it is called good and bad, except to a slight extent when certain movements find their way in. And in this way the dreams of good men are better than those of ordinary people. But enough of this subject. We may dismiss the nutritive faculty, since it has by nature no share in human virtue. There seems to be another nature of the soul, which though irrational, yet in a way participates in a rational principle. For we praise the reason of the self-controlled man and of the uncontrolled, that is, the part of their soul that has reason, for it urges them aright and towards the best objects. But there is found in them also another natural element beside reason, which fights against and resists reason. For exactly as paralyzed limbs, when we choose to move them to the right, turn the contrary way to the left, so it is with the soul. The impulses of uncontrolled men move in contrary directions. But whereas in the body, we see that which turns astray. In the soul, we do not. But we must nevertheless, I think, hold that in the soul too there is something beside reason, opposing and running counter to it. In what sense it is distinct does not matter, but it appears to share in reason also. As we said, at all events in the continent man, it obeys reason. And presumably in the temperate and the brave man, it is still more obedient. For in him it speaks on all matters with the same voice as reason. Therefore the irrational element also appears to be twofold. For the vegetative element in no way shares in reason, but the appetitive and in general the desiring element does in a sense share in it, insofar as it listens to and obeys reason. This is the sense in which we are said to be taking account of our father or friends, not that in which we give a mathematical account, and that this irrational element is in some way persuaded by reason is shown also by the giving of advice and all reproof and exhortation. If then we must state that this element has reason, that which has reason will be twofold, one part having reason in the strict sense and in itself, and the other having reason, as one might say, in the sense of listening to one's father. Virtue, too, is distinguished in accordance with this division. For we say that some virtues are intellectual, and others moral. Philosophic wisdom, understanding, and practical wisdom, being intellectual, liberality and temperance, being moral. For in speaking about a man's character, we do not say that he is wise or understanding, but that he is gentle or temperate. Yet we praise the wise man also with respect to his state of mind. And of the states of mind we call the praiseworthy ones virtues. Book 2, Moral Virtue, Chapter 1. Virtue then being of two kinds, intellectual and moral. Intellectual virtue in the main owes both its birth and its growth to teaching, for which reason it requires experience and time. Moral virtue comes about as a result of habit, whence also its name, ethike, is one that is formed by a slight variation from the word ethos, meaning habit. From this it is also plain that none of the moral virtues arises in us by nature, for nothing that exists by nature can form a habit contrary to its nature. For instance, the stone which by nature moves downwards cannot be habituated to move upwards, not even if one tries to train it by throwing it up 10,000 times. Nor can fire be habituated to move downwards, nor can anything else that by nature behaves in one way be trained to behave in another. Neither by nature then, nor contrary to nature, do the virtues arise in us. Rather, we are adapted by nature to receive them and are made perfect by habit. Again, of all the things that come to us by nature, we first acquire the potentiality and later exhibit the activity. This is plain in the case of the senses, for it was not by often seeing or often hearing that we got these senses, but on the contrary, we had them before we used them, and did not come to have them by using them. But the virtues we get by first exercising them, as also happens in the case of the arts. For the things we have to learn before we can do them, we learn by doing them. For example, men become builders by building, and lyre players by playing the lyre. So too, we become just by doing just acts, temperate by doing temperate acts, brave by doing brave acts. This is confirmed by what happens in states. For legislators make the citizens good by forming habits in them. And this is the wish of every legislator. And those who do not affect it miss their mark. And it is in this that a good constitution differs from a bad one. It is from the same causes and by the same means that every virtue is both produced and destroyed, as also every art. For it is from playing the lyre that both good and bad lyre players are produced. And the corresponding statement is true of builders and of all the rest. Men will be good or bad builders as a result of building well or building badly. For if this were not so, there would have been no need of a teacher, but all men would have been born good or bad at their several crafts. This then is the case with the virtues also. By doing the acts that we do in our transactions with other men, we become just or unjust. By doing the acts that we do in the presence of danger and being habituated to feel fear or confidence, we become brave or cowardly. The same is true of appetites and feelings of anger. Some men become temperate and good-tempered, others self-indulgent and irascible, by behaving in one way or the other in the appropriate circumstances. States of character arise out of like activities. This is why the activities we exhibit must be of a certain kind. It is because the states of character correspond to the differences between these. It makes no small difference, then, whether we form habits of one kind or of another from our very youth. It makes a very great difference, or rather, all the difference. Chapter 2. Since then the present inquiry does not aim at theoretical knowledge like the others, for we are inquiring not in order to know what virtue is, but in order to become good, since otherwise our inquiry would be of no use. We must examine the nature of actions, namely, how we ought to do them. For these determine also the nature of the states of character that are produced. As we have said, now that we must act according to the right rule is a common principle, and must be assumed. We shall speak of it later, both of the right rule itself and of its relation to the other virtues. But this must be agreed upon beforehand, that the whole account of matters of conduct must be given in outline and not precisely. As we said at the very beginning, that the accounts we demand must be in accordance with the subject matter. Matters concerned with conduct and questions of what is good for us have no fixity, any more than matters of health. The general account being of this nature, the account of particular cases is even more lacking in exactness, for they do not fall under any art or precept. But the agents themselves must in each case consider what is appropriate to the occasion, as happens also in the art of medicine or of navigation. But though our present account is of this nature, we must give what help we can. First, then, let us consider this, that it is the nature of such things to be destroyed by defect and by excess, as we see in the case of strength and of health, for both excessive and defective exercise destroys the strength. And similarly, drink or food which is above or below a certain amount destroys the health, while that which is proportionate both produces and increases and preserves it. So too is it with temperance and courage and the other virtues. For the man who flies from and fears everything and does not stand his ground against anything becomes a coward. And the man who fears nothing at all but goes to meet everything becomes rash. And similarly, The man who indulges in every pleasure and abstains from none becomes self-indulgent, while the man who shuns every pleasure as boors do becomes in a way insensible. Temperance and courage then are destroyed by excess and defect, and preserved by the mean. But not only are the sources and causes of their origin and growth the same as those of their destruction, but also the sphere of their actualization will be the same. For this is also true of the things that are more evident to sense. For example, strength. It is produced by taking much food and undergoing much exertion, and it is the strong man who is most able to do these things. So too is it with the virtues. By abstaining from pleasures, we become temperate, and it is when we have become so that we are most able to abstain from them. And similarly, too, with courage. For by being habituated to despise things that are terrible, and to stand our ground against them, we become brave. And it is when we have become so that we shall be most able to stand our ground against them. Chapter 3. We must take as a sign of states of character the pleasure or pain that supervenes on acts. For the man who abstains from bodily pleasures and delights in this very fact is temperate, while the man who is annoyed at it is self-indulgent. And he who stands his ground against things that are terrible and delights in this, or at least is not pained, is brave, while the man who is pained is a coward. For moral virtue is concerned with pleasures and pains. It is on account of pleasure that we do bad things, and on account of pain that we abstain from noble ones. Hence we ought to have been brought up in a particular way from our very youth, as Plato says, so as to delight in and be pained by the things that we ought. For this is the right education. Again, if the virtues are concerned with actions and passions, and every passion and every action is accompanied by pleasure or pain, for this reason also, virtue will be concerned with pleasures and pains. This is indicated also by the fact that punishment is inflicted by these means, for it is a kind of cure, and it is the nature of cures to be affected by contraries. Again, as we said but lately, every state of soul has a nature relative to and concerned with the kind of things by which it tends to be made worse or better. And it is by reason of pleasures and pains that men become bad, by pursuing and avoiding the wrong ones, or at the wrong time, or in any other of the ways distinguished by reason. This is why some define the virtues as certain states of impassivity and rest. Not rightly, however, because they speak without qualification, and do not say as one ought, or as one ought not, or when one ought or ought not, and all the other qualifications that may be added. We assume, therefore, that this kind of virtue tends to do what is best with regard to pleasures and pains, and that vice does the contrary. The following also will show us the same truth, there being 3 objects of choice and 3 of avoidance: the noble, the advantageous, the pleasant, and their contraries, the base, the injurious, the painful. About all of these, the good man tends to go right, and the bad man to go wrong, and especially about pleasure, for this is common to the animals, and also it accompanies all objects of choice, for even the noble and the advantageous appear pleasant. Again, it has grown up with us all. From our infancy, This is why it is difficult to rub off this passion, ingrained as it is in our life. And we measure even our actions, some of us more and others less, by pleasure and pain. For this reason, then, our whole inquiry must be about these. For to feel delight and pain, rightly or wrongly, has no small effect on our actions. Again, it is harder to fight with pleasure than with anger. To use Heraclitus's phrase, but both art and virtue are always concerned with what is harder. For even the good is better when it is harder. Therefore, for this reason also, the whole concern both of virtue and of political science is with pleasures and pains. For the man who uses these well will be good, he who uses them badly, bad. Then we have shown that virtue is concerned with pleasures and pains, that the acts from which it originates are those by which it is increased, and that if they are performed differently, it is destroyed, are those in which it actualizes itself. Chapter 4. But one might raise the question, what do we mean when we say that we must become just by doing just acts, and temperate by doing temperate acts? For if men do just and temperate acts, they are already just and temperate, exactly as if they do what is in accordance with grammar and music, they are grammarians and musicians. But is not this true even of the arts? It is possible to do something grammatical either by chance or under the guidance of another. A man will be a grammarian then only when he has both done something grammatical and done it grammatically, and this means in accordance with the grammatical knowledge in himself. Again, there is a further point to the case of the arts and that of the virtues. The products of the arts have their goodness in themselves, so that it is enough if they are produced with a certain quality. But acts that are in accordance with virtue are not justly or temperately done, simply because they have a certain quality, but only if the agent also is in a certain state when he does them. First, he must have knowledge. Secondly, he must choose the acts, and choose them for their own sakes. And thirdly, his action must proceed from a firm and unchangeable character. These are not reckoned in as conditions of the possession of the arts, except the bare knowledge, but as a condition of the possession of the virtues, knowledge has little or no weight, while the other conditions count not for a little, but for everything. For these are acquired by frequently doing just and temperate acts. Actions then are called just and temperate when they are such as the just or the temperate man would do, but it is the just and temperate man who does these, and not he who does these, that is just and temperate. It is well said then that it is by doing just acts that the just man is produced, and by doing temperate acts, the temperate man. No one would have even a prospect of becoming good. But most people do not do these, but take refuge in theory, and think they are being philosophers, and will become good in this way, behaving somewhat like patients who listen attentively to their doctors, but do none of the things the doctors order, as the latter will not be made well in body by such a course of treatment. The former will not be made well in soul by such a course of philosophy. Chapter 5. Next, we must consider what virtue is, since things that are found in the soul are of three kinds: passions, faculties, states of character. Virtue must be one of these. By passions, I mean appetite, anger, fear, confidence, envy, joy, love, hatred, longing, emulation, pity, and in general the feelings that are accompanied by pleasure or pain. By faculties, the things in virtue of which we are said to be capable of feeling these, for instance, of becoming angry or pained or pitying, by states of character. The things in virtue of which we stand well or badly with reference to the passions. For instance, with reference to anger, we stand badly if we feel it violently or too weakly, and well if we feel it moderately, and similarly with reference to the other passions. Now neither the virtues nor the vices are passions, because we are not called good or bad on the ground of our passions, but are so called on the ground of our virtues and our vices. And because we are neither praised nor blamed for our passions, for the man who feels fear or anger is not praised, nor is the man who simply feels anger blamed, but the man who feels it in a certain way. But for our virtues and our vices, we are praised or blamed. Again, we feel anger and fear without choice, but the virtues are modes of choice or involve choice. Further, in respect of the passions, we are said to be moved, but in respect of the virtues and the vices, we are said not to be moved, but to be disposed in a particular way. For these reasons also, they are neither faculties. For we are neither called good nor bad, nor praised nor blamed, for the simple capacity of feeling the passions. Again, we have the faculties by nature, but we are not made good or bad by nature. We have spoken of this before. If then the virtues are neither passions nor faculties, all that remains is that they should be states of character. Thus we have stated what virtue is in respect of its genus. Chapter 6. But we must not merely state that virtue is a state of character, but say what sort of state it is. We may remark then that every virtue or excellence both brings into good condition the thing of which it is the excellence, and makes the work of that thing be done well. For instance, the excellence of the eye makes both the eye and its work good, for it is by the excellence of the eye that we see well. Similarly, the excellence of the horse makes a horse both good in itself and good at running, and at carrying its rider, and at awaiting the attack of the enemy. Therefore, if this is true in every case, the virtue of man also will be the state of character which makes a man good, and which makes him do his own work well. How this is to happen we have stated already, but it will be made plain also by the following consideration of the specific nature of virtue. In everything that is continuous and divisible, it is possible to take more, less, or an equal amount, and that, either in terms of the thing itself or relatively to us, and the equal is an intermediate between excess and defect. By the intermediate and the object, I mean that which is equidistant from each of the extremes, which is one and the same for all men. By the intermediate relatively to us, that which is neither too much nor too little, and this is not one, nor the same for all. For instance, if 10 is many and 2 is few, 6 is the intermediate taken in terms of the object, for it exceeds and is exceeded by an equal amount. This is intermediate according to arithmetical proportion. But the intermediate relatively to us is not to be taken so. If 10 pounds of food is too much for a particular man to eat, and 2 pounds too little, it does not follow that the trainer will order 6 pounds. For this also is perhaps too much for the person who is to take it, or too little. too little for Milo, too much for the beginner in athletic exercises, of running and wrestling. Thus, a master of any art avoids excess and defect, but seeks the intermediate and chooses this. The intermediate not in the object, but relatively to us. If it is thus, then that every art does its work well. By looking to the intermediate and judging its works by this standard. So that we often say of good works of art that it is not possible either to take away or to add anything, implying that excess and defect destroy the goodness of works of art, while the mean preserves it. And good artists, as we say, look to this in their work. And if further, virtue is more exact and better than any art, as nature also is, then virtue must have the quality of aiming at the intermediate. I mean moral virtue. For it is this that is concerned with passions and actions, and in these there is excess, defect, and the intermediate. For instance, both fear and confidence, and appetites, and anger, and pity, and in general, pleasure and pain may be felt, both too much and too little, and in both cases not well. But to feel them at the right times, with reference to the right objects, towards the right people, with the right motive, and in the right way, is what is intermediate and best, and this is characteristic of virtue. Similarly, with regard to actions, also there is excess, defect, and the intermediate. Now virtue is concerned with passions and actions, in which excess is a form of failure, and so is defect, while the intermediate is praised and is a form of success, and being praised and being successful are both characteristics of virtue. Therefore, virtue is a kind of mean, since as we have seen, it aims at what is intermediate. Again, it is possible to fail in many ways, for evil belongs to the indefinite, as the Pythagoreans pictured, and good to the definite, whereas to succeed is possible only in one way, for which reason also one is easy and the other difficult. To miss the mark is easy, difficult. For these reasons also, then excess and defect are characteristic of vice, and the mean of virtue. For men are good in but one way, but bad in many. Virtue then is a state of character concerned with choice, lying in a mean relative to us, this being determined by reason, and by that reason by which the man of practical wisdom would determine it. It is a mean between two vices, one of excess and one of defect. And it is a mean because the vices respectively fall short of or exceed what is right in both passions and actions, while virtue both finds and chooses that which is intermediate. Hence, in respect of its substance and the definition which states its essence, virtue is a mean. With regard to what is best and right, it is an extreme. But not every action or every passion admits of a mean, for some have names that already imply badness. For instance, spite, shamelessness, envy, and in the case of actions, adultery, theft, murder, and such like things imply by their names that they are themselves bad, and not the excesses or deficiencies of them. It is not possible then ever to be right with regard to them. One must always be wrong. Nor does goodness or badness with regard to such things depend on committing adultery with the right woman, at the right time, and in the right way, but simply to do any of them is to go wrong. It would be equally absurd then to expect that in unjust, cowardly, and self-indulgent conduct there should be a mean, an excess, and a deficiency. For at that rate there would be a mean of excess and of deficiency, an excess of excess, and a deficiency of deficiency. But as there is no excess and deficiency of temperance and courage, because what is intermediate is in a sense an extreme, so too of the actions we have mentioned, there is no mean nor any excess and deficiency. But however they are done, they are wrong, for in general there is neither a mean of excess and deficiency, nor excess and deficiency of a mean. Chapter 7. We must, however, not only make this general statement, but also apply it to the particular facts. For among statements about conduct, those which are general apply more widely, but those which are particular are more genuine, since conduct has to do with individual cases, and our statements must harmonize with the facts in these cases. We may take these cases from our table. With regard to feelings of fear and confidence, courage is the mean. Of the people who exceed, he who exceeds in fearlessness has no name. Many of the states have no name, but the man who exceeds in confidence is rash, and the man who exceeds in fear and falls short in confidence is a coward. With regard to pleasures and pains, not all of them, and less so as to the pains. Temperance is the mean, and self-indulgence the excess. People who fall short with regard to pleasures hardly occur, and so they too have not received a name. Insensible. With regard to giving and taking of money, liberality is the mean, while excess and defect are prodigality and illiberality. In these actions, people exceed and fall short in contrary ways. The prodigal exceeds in spending and falls short in taking, while the illiberal man exceeds in taking and falls short in spending. At present, we give a mere outline and summary, and are satisfied with this. Later, we shall define these states more exactly. With regard to money, there are also other dispositions. Magnificence is a mean, for the magnificent man differs from the liberal man. The former deals with large sums, the latter with small ones. The excess is tastelessness and vulgarity, and the defect shabbiness. These differ from the states opposed to liberality. How they differ will be stated later. With regard to honor and dishonor, the mean is proper pride. The excess is known as a sort of empty vanity, and the deficiency undue humility. Liberality was related to magnificence, differing from it by dealing with small sums. So there is a state related to proper pride, being concerned with small honors, while the latter is concerned with great ones. For it is possible to desire honor as one ought, and more than one ought, and less. And the man who exceeds in his desires is called ambitious. The man who falls short, unambitious, while the intermediate person has no name. The dispositions also are nameless, except that of the ambitious man is called ambition. Hence the people who are at the extremes lay claim to the middle place. And we ourselves sometimes call the intermediate person ambitious, and sometimes unambitious, and sometimes praise the ambitious man, and sometimes the unambitious. The reason of our doing this will be stated in what follows. But now let us speak of the remaining states, according to the method which has been indicated. With regard to anger also, there is an excess and a mean. Although they can scarcely be said to have names, yet since we call the intermediate person good-tempered, let us call the mean good temper. Of the persons at the extremes, let the one who exceeds be called irascible, and his vice irascibility, and the man who falls short an inirascible sort of person, and the deficiency inirascibility. There are also 3 other means, which have a certain likeness to one another, but differ from one another. For they are all concerned with intercourse in words and actions, but differ in that one is concerned with truth in this sphere, the other 2 with pleasantness, one with pleasantness and amusement, the other with pleasantness in the general business of life. We must speak of these 2, so that we may the better see that in all things the mean is praiseworthy, and the extremes neither praiseworthy nor right, but worthy of blame. Now most of these states are also nameless, to make names for them ourselves, so that we may be clear and easy to follow. With regard to truth, then, the intermediate is a truthful sort of person, and the mean may be called truthfulness, while the pretense which exaggerates is boastfulness, and the person characterized by it a boaster, and that which understates is mock modesty, and the person characterized by it mock modest. With regard to pleasantness in the giving of amusement, the intermediate person is ready-witted, and the disposition ready-wit. The excess is buffoonery, and the person characterized by it a buffoon. And the man who falls short is a sort of boor, and his state boorishness. With regard to the remaining kind of pleasantness, that exhibited in life in general, the man who is pleasant in the right way is friendly, and the mean friendliness, while the man who exceeds is an obsequious person if he has no purpose, and a flatterer if he is aiming at his own advantage. And the man who falls short and is unpleasant in all circumstances is a quarrelsome and surly sort of person. There are also means in the passions and concerned with the passions, since shame is not a virtue. And yet the modest man is praised, for even in these matters one man is said to be intermediate, and another to exceed, as the bashful man who is ashamed of everything, while he who falls short, or is not ashamed of anything at all, is shameless, and the intermediate person is modest. Righteous indignation is a mean between envy and spite, and these states are concerned with the pain and pleasure that are felt at the fortunes of our neighbors. The man who is characterized by righteous indignation is pained at undeserved good fortune. The envious man going beyond him is pained at all good fortune, and the piteous man falls so far short of being pained that he even rejoices. But these states will have a proper occasion elsewhere. Since it has not one simple meaning, we shall, after discussing the other virtues, distinguish its 2 kinds, and say in what way each of them is a mean. And similarly, we shall treat of the rational virtues. Chapter 8. There are then 3 kinds of disposition, 2 of them vices, involving excess and deficiency, and 1 a virtue, viz. The mean. And all are in a sense opposed to all, for the extremes are opposed both to the middle and to one another, and the middle is opposed to the extremes, just as the equal is greater relatively to the less, and less relatively to the greater. So the middle states are excessive relatively to the deficiencies, and deficient relatively to the excesses, both in passions and in actions. For the brave man appears rash relatively to the coward, and cowardly relatively to the rash man. And similarly, the temperate man appears self-indulgent relatively to the insensible, and insensible relatively to the self-indulgent, appears prodigal relatively to the illiberal, and illiberal relatively to the prodigal. Hence, each extreme thrusts the intermediate man toward the other. The coward calls the brave man rash, and the rash man calls him a coward, and correspondingly in the other cases. But while they are thus opposed to one another, the greatest opposition is that of the extremes to each other, rather than to the intermediate, for these are further from each other than each is from the intermediate. As the great is further from the small, and the small from the great, than either from the equal. Again, to the intermediate some extremes show a certain likeness, as rashness to courage, and prodigality to liberality. But the extremes show the greatest unlikeness to each other, for contraries are defined as things that are furthest from each other, so that things that are further apart are more contrary. To the mean in some cases, the deficiency is more opposed. For example, it is not rashness which is more opposed to courage, for rashness is nearer to courage and more like it, but cowardice, while to temperance it is insensibility, not self-indulgence. This happens from two reasons, one being drawn from the thing itself. For because one extreme is nearer and liker to the intermediate, we set not this down but its contrary as the opposite. For example, because rashness is thought liker to courage and nearer to it, and cowardice more unlike, we oppose cowardice rather than rashness to courage. For what is further from the intermediate is thought more contrary. So much then for the first reason drawn from the thing itself. The second is drawn from ourselves, for the things to which we ourselves more naturally tend seem more contrary to the intermediate. For example, we ourselves tend more naturally to pleasures, and hence are more easily carried away towards self-indulgence than towards propriety. We describe as contrary to the mean the states into which we are more inclined to lapse. And therefore, self-indulgence, which is an excess, is more contrary to temperance. Chapter 9. That moral virtue is a mean then, and in what sense it is so, and that it is a mean between two vices, one of excess and one of deficiency, and that it is such because its character is to aim at what is intermediate in passions and in actions, has been sufficiently stated. Hence also, it is no easy task to be good. For in everything, it is no easy task to find the middle. For instance, not everyone can find the center of a circle, but only the man who has the knowledge. So too, anyone can get angry. That is easy, or give or spend money. But to do this to the right person, to the right extent, at the right time, with the right motive, and in the right way, that is not for everyone, nor is it easy. Wherefore goodness is both rare and laudable and noble. Hence he who aims at the intermediate must first depart from what is more contrary to it. As Calypso advises, Hold the shit out beyond that surf and spray, for of the extremes, one is more erroneous, one less so. Therefore, since to hit the mean is hard in the extreme, we must as a second best course take the least of the evils, and we shall best succeed in this by the means we describe. We must consider the things towards which we ourselves also are easily carried away. For some of us tend to one thing, some to another, and this will be recognizable from the pleasure and the pain we feel. We must drag ourselves away to the contrary extreme, for we shall get into the intermediate state by drawing well away from error, as men do in straightening warped timber. In everything, we must beware above all of pleasure and its sweets, for we are not impartial judges of these. What the elders of the people felt towards Helen, we ought to feel towards pleasure, and in all circumstances repeat their saying. For if we dismiss pleasure thus, we are less likely to go astray. It is by doing this, then, to sum the matter up, that we shall best be able to hit the mean. But this is no doubt difficult, and especially in individual cases, for it is not easy to determine both how and with whom, and on what provocation, and for how long a time one should be angry. For we ourselves sometimes praise those who fall short, and call them good-tempered. But sometimes we praise those who get angry, and call them manly. The man, however, who deviates little from goodness is not blamed, whether he do so in the direction of the more or of the less, but only the man who deviates more widely, for he does not fail to be noticed. But up to what point and to what extent a man must deviate before he becomes blameworthy, it is not easy to determine by reason, any more than anything else that is perceived by the senses. Such things depend on particular facts, and the decision rests with perception. So much, then, is plain, that the intermediate state is in all things to be praised, but that we must incline sometimes towards the excess, sometimes towards the deficiency, for so shall we most easily hit the mean and what is right. That is the end of Part 1, Nicomachean Ethics by Aristotle, 340 years before Christ. Part 1 of 4, complete. And what has happened here? We have set out upon the greatest inquiry in Western philosophy. What is the good life for a human being? Aristotle has laid the foundation. Happiness is not a feeling but an activity, the activity of the soul in accordance with virtue. Virtue is of two kinds, intellectual and moral. Moral virtue is built by habit, destroyed by excess and defect, and preserved by the mean, the point between two extremes that is determined by reason, relative to us, and in all things the hardest thing to hit. We have seen the table of the virtues: courage, temperance, liberality, magnificence, magnanimity, good temper, truthfulness, ready wit, friendliness, and the rest, each a mean between two vices. The architecture of the good life stands before us. In Part 2, we shall walk through the moral virtues one by one in detail: courage, temperance, generosity, magnificence, magnanimity, and the quieter virtues of social life. The specific texture of the well-lived life. I am Jamil, and this is the classic mind. Nicomachean Ethics by Aristotle. Part 1 is complete. Moral Virtue. Chapter 1. Since virtue is concerned with passions and actions, and on voluntary passions and actions, praise and blame are bestowed. On involuntary ones, forgiveness, and sometimes also pity. To distinguish the voluntary and the involuntary is presumably necessary for those who are studying the nature of virtue, and useful also for legislators with a view to the assigning both of honors and of punishments. Those things then are thought involuntary which take place under compulsion or owing to ignorance, and that is compulsory of which the moving principle is outside, being a principle in which nothing is contributed by the person who is acting or feeling the passion. For example, if he were to be carried somewhere by a wind, or by men who had him in their power. But with regard to the things that are done from fear of greater evils, or for some noble object. For instance, if a tyrant were to order one to do something base, having one's parents and children in his power, and if one did the action, they were to be saved, but otherwise would be put to death. It is debatable whether such actions are voluntary or involuntary. Something of the sort happens also with regard to the throwing of goods overboard in a storm. For in the abstract, no one throws away goods voluntarily, but on condition of its securing the safety of himself and his crew, any sensible man does so. Such actions, then, are mixed, but are more like voluntary actions, for they are worthy of choice at the time when they are done, and the end of an action is relative to the occasion. Both the terms voluntary and involuntary must therefore be used with reference to the moment of action. Now the man acts voluntarily, for the principle that moves the instrumental parts of his body in such actions is in him, and the things of which the moving principle is in a man himself are in his power to do or not to do, are voluntary, but in the abstract, perhaps involuntary, for no one would choose any such act in itself. For such actions, men are sometimes even praised, when they endure something base or painful in return for great and noble objects attained. In the opposite case, they are blamed, since to endure the greatest indignities for no noble end, or for a trifling end, is the mark of an inferior person. On some actions, praise indeed is not bestowed, but pardon is, when one does what he ought not, under pressure which overstrains human nature and which no one could withstand. But some acts perhaps we cannot be forced to do, but ought rather to face death after the most fearful sufferings. For the things that forced Euripides Alcmaeon to slay his mother seem absurd. It is difficult sometimes to determine what should be chosen at what cost, and what should be endured in return for what gain, and yet more difficult to abide by our decisions. For as a rule, what is expected is painful, and what we are forced to do is base, whence praise and blame are bestowed on those who have been compelled or have not. What sort of things, then, should we say are compulsory, without qualification? Is it not whenever the cause is in the external circumstances and the agent contributes nothing, but the things that in themselves are involuntary, but now and in return for these gains are worthy of choice, and whose moving principle is in the agent, are in themselves involuntary, but now and in return for these gains voluntary. They are more like voluntary acts, however, for actions are in the class of particulars, and the particular acts here are voluntary. What sort of things should be chosen, and in return for what? It is not easy to state, for there are many differences in the particular cases. But if someone were to say that pleasant and noble things have a compelling power, forcing us from without, all acts would be for him compulsory, that everyone does everything he does. And those who act under compulsion and unwillingly act with pain. But those who act for the sake of what is pleasant and noble act with pleasure. It is absurd to make external circumstances responsible, and not oneself as being easily caught by such things, and to make oneself responsible for noble acts, but the pleasant things responsible for base ones. The compulsory then seems to be that of which the moving principle is outside. The person compelled contributing nothing. Everything that is done by reason of ignorance is not voluntary. It is only what produces pain and repentance that is involuntary. For the man who has done something owing to ignorance and feels not the least vexation at his action, has not acted voluntarily, since he did not know what he was doing, nor yet involuntarily, since he has not pained. Of people then who act by reason of ignorance, he who repents is thought an involuntary agent, and the man who does not repent may be called a non-voluntary agent. For since he differs from the other, it is better that he should have a name of his own. Acting by reason of ignorance seems also to be different from acting in ignorance. For the man who is drunk or in a rage is thought to act as a result not of ignorance, but of one of the causes mentioned, yet not knowingly, but in ignorance. Now every wicked man is ignorant of what he ought to do, and what he ought to abstain from. And it is by reason of error of this kind that men become unjust and in general bad. But the term involuntary tends to be used not if a man is ignorant of what is beneficial, for ignorance and choice is not what makes an action involuntary, but makes it wicked. Nor is it ignorance of the universal, for that men are blamed, but ignorance of the particulars, I mean the circumstances of the action and the objects with which it is concerned. For it is on these that both pity and pardon depend. Since the person who is ignorant of any of these acts involuntarily, perhaps it is just as well therefore to determine what they are and how many, who is doing it, what he is doing, what thing or person he is doing it with, and sometimes also with what instrument, and for the sake of what, as that of saving a life, and how he is doing it, as gently or violently. Now no one but a madman would be ignorant of all of these, nor yet of the agent, for how could a man not know himself? But of what he is doing, a man may be ignorant. For instance, men say it slipped out of their mouths as they spoke, or they did not know it was a secret, as Aeschylus said of the mysteries, or that they only wanted to show its working and killed the man, as the catapult maker did. Another might think a sun was an enemy, as Merope did, or that a pointed spear had its button on, or a stone was pumice stone, or one might give a man a draught to save him, or one might want to touch a man as in sparring, and really strike him. The ignorance may relate then to any of these things. I mean the circumstances of the act. And the man who is ignorant of any of these is thought to have acted involuntarily. especially if he was ignorant of the most important points. And the most important points are thought to be the circumstances of the action and its end. Further, the doing of an act that is called involuntary on the ground of ignorance of this sort must be painful to him and involve repentance, since what is involuntary is compulsory or painful, and what has been done through ignorance and is painful is involuntary. But what has been done through ignorance and is not painful is not voluntary. For since it differs from the other, let it have a name of its own. Since then, that which is done under compulsion or by reason of ignorance is involuntary. The voluntary would seem to be that of which the moving principle is in the agent himself, he being aware of the particular circumstances of the action. Presumably, acts done by reason of anger or appetites are not rightly called involuntary. For in the first place on that showing, none of the other animals will act voluntarily, nor will children. Secondly, is it meant that we do not do voluntarily any of the acts that are due to appetites or anger? Or that we do the noble acts voluntarily and the base acts involuntarily? Is not this absurd when one and the same thing is the cause? But it would surely be odd to describe as involuntary the things one ought to desire. And we ought both to be angry at certain things and to have an appetite for certain things. For instance, for health and for learning. Also, what is involuntary is thought to be painful. But what is in accordance with appetites is thought to be pleasant. Again, what is the difference in respect of involuntariness between errors committed upon calculation and those committed in anger? Both are to be avoided, but the irrational passions are thought not less human than reason, and therefore also the actions which proceed from anger or appetites are actions of the man. Hence, it would be odd to put them down as involuntary. Chapter 2. Both the voluntary and the involuntary having been defined, we must next discuss choice, for it seems to be most closely bound up with virtue, and to discriminate characters better than actions do. Choice, then, seems to be voluntary, but not the same thing as the voluntary, for the latter extends more widely. For both children and the lower animals share in voluntary action, but not in choice. And acts done on the spur of the moment we describe as voluntary, but not as chosen. Those who say it is appetites or anger or wish or a kind of opinion do not seem to be right. For choice is not common to irrational creatures as well, but appetites and anger are. Again, acts with appetites, but not with choice, while the continent man, on the contrary, acts with choice, but not with appetites. Again, appetites is contrary to choice, but not appetites to appetites. Again, appetites relates to the pleasant and the painful. Choice neither to the painful nor to the pleasant. Still less is it anger, for acts due to anger are thought to be less than any others objects of choice. But neither is it wish, though it seems near to it, for choice cannot relate to impossibles, and if anyone said he chose them, he would be thought silly. But there may be a wish even for impossibles, for instance, for immortality. And wish may relate to things that could in no way be brought about by one's own efforts. For instance, that a particular actor or athlete should win. But no one chooses such things, but only the things that he thinks could be brought about by his own efforts. Again, wish relates rather to the end, choice to the means. We wish to be healthy, and choose the acts which will make us healthy. And we wish to be happy, and say we do. But we cannot well say we choose to be so. For in general, choice seems to relate to the things that are in our own power. For this reason, then, it cannot be opinion. For opinion is thought to relate to all kinds of things, no less to eternal things and impossible things than to things in our own power. And it is distinguished by its falsity and truth, not by its badness and goodness. But choice is distinguished rather by these. Now, with opinion in general, perhaps no one even says it is identical. But it is not identical even with any particular kind of opinion. For by choosing what is good or bad, we are men of a certain character. But by having opinions we are not. And we choose to get or avoid something. But we opine what a thing is, or whom it is good for, or how it is good for him. We do not opine to get or avoid, for being related to the right object, rather than for being rightly related to it. But opinion is praised for being truly related to its object, and we choose what we best know to be good, but we opine what we do not quite know. And the same people are thought to make the best choices and to have the worst opinions, some of good opinions and wicked choices. One might also add that choice is intimately connected with the rational element, as its name declares. For choice is the thing chosen before other things. Chapter 3. We deliberate then about things that are in our power and can be done, and these are what remain. For nature and necessity and chance are thought to be causes, and also reason and everything that depends on man. Now every class of men deliberates about the things that can be brought about by their own efforts. And in the case of exact and self-contained sciences, there is no deliberation. For instance, about the letters of the alphabet, for we have no doubt how they should be written. But the things that are brought about by our own efforts, but not always in the same way, are the things about which we deliberate. For instance, questions of medicine or of money-making, and about navigation more than gymnastic, in so far as it has been less exactly worked out, and about the rest in like manner, and more about the arts than the sciences, for we have more doubt about the former. Deliberation, then, is concerned with things that happen for the most part, but of which the issue is obscure, and with things in which it is indeterminate. We call in others to aid us in deliberating on important questions, distrusting ourselves as not being equal to deciding. We deliberate not about ends, but about means. For a doctor does not deliberate whether he shall heal, nor an orator whether he shall persuade, nor a statesman whether he shall produce law and order, nor does anyone else deliberate about his end. They assume the end and consider how and by what means it is to be attained. And if it seems to be produced by several means, they consider by which it is most easily and best produced. While if it is achieved by one only, they consider how it will be achieved by this, and by what means this will be achieved, till they come to the first cause, which in the order of discovery is last. For the person who deliberates seems to investigate and to analyze in the way described, as though he were analyzing a geometrical construction. Not all inquiry, however, is deliberation. For instance, mathematical inquiries. But all deliberation is inquiry, and what is last in the order of analysis seems to be first in the order of becoming. And if we come on an impossibility, we give up the search. For instance, if we need money, and this cannot be got. But if a thing appears possible, we try to do it. By possible, I mean things that might be brought about by our own efforts. And these include things done by the help of friends, for they owe their origin to ourselves. The object of inquiry is sometimes the instruments, sometimes the use of them, and similarly in the other cases, sometimes the means of bringing something about, sometimes either the way of doing it or the means of doing so. The object of deliberation, then, seems to be man, and what can be brought about by man. This being the case, about the eternal things no one deliberates. For instance, about the universe, or about the incommensurability of the diagonal and the side of a square. But no more about things that involve movement, but always happen in the same way, whether of necessity, or by nature, or through fate. For instance, the solstices and the risings of the stars, nor about things that happen now in one way, now in another. For instance, droughts and rains, nor about chance events. For instance, the finding of a treasure. About things that are in our power and can be done, and these are what remain. For the causes that are recognized are the ones mentioned: nature, necessity, chance, and also reason, and what depends on man. Now each class of men deliberates about the practical things they can do, but we deliberate not about ends, but about means. For a doctor does not deliberate whether he shall heal, nor an orator whether he shall persuade, nor a statesman whether he shall produce law and order, nor does anyone else deliberate about his end. But having set the end, they consider how and by what means it is to be attained. And if it seems to be produced by several means, they consider by which it is best and easiest produced. If by one only, how it will be produced by this, and this by what means, till they come to the first cause, which in the order of discovery is last. The object of deliberation, then, is the same as that of choice, but the object of choice is already determined. For that which has been decided upon as a result of deliberation is the object of choice. For everyone ceases to inquire how he is to act when he has brought the moving principle back to himself and to the ruling part of himself. For this is what chooses. This is shown also by the ancient constitutions which Homer depicted. For the kings used to announce to the people the things they had chosen. Since then, the object of choice is something in our power that is desired after deliberation. Choice will be deliberate desire of things in our own power. For when we have decided as a result of deliberation, we desire in accordance with our deliberation. We may take choice then as defined in outline. Chapter 4. We have stated that wish is for the end, but some think that wish is for the good, others for the apparent good. Now those who say the good is the object of wish must admit in consequence that that which the man who does not choose aright wishes for is not an object of wish. For if it is to be an object of wish, it must be good. If on the other hand, as some think, the wish is for the apparent good, there is no natural object of wish, but only what seems good to each man. Now different things appear good to different people, and if it so happens, even contrary things. If these consequences are unpleasing, are we to say that absolutely and in truth the wish is for the good? But for each person, the wish is for what seems good. That to the good man the object of wish is the true good. To the bad man, it is any chance thing. Just as to men in health, those things are healthy which are really so, while to the sick, other things are healthy. Or, to men with bitter taste, other things are sweet. And similarly with the other senses. For the good man judges each class of things rightly, and in each the truth appears to him. For each state of character has its own ideas of the noble and the pleasant. And perhaps the good man differs from others most by seeing the truth in each class of things, being, as it were, the norm and measure of them. In most things, the error seems to be due to pleasure, for it appears a good when it is not. We therefore choose the pleasant as a good, and avoid pain as an evil. Chapter 5. The end then being what we wish for, the means what we deliberate about and choose. Actions concerning the means must be according to choice and voluntary. Now the exercise of the virtues is concerned with means. Therefore, virtue also is in our own power. And so too is vice. For where it is in our power to act, it is also in our power not to act. And where we can say no, we can also say yes. If then to do what is noble is in our own power, to do what is base will also be in our own power. But if it is not in our own power to do noble or base acts, as was said, neither will it be in our own power to be good or bad. And so we are ourselves in a way jointly responsible for our states of character. It is by being persons of a certain kind that we assume the end to be of a certain kind. Now, if a man is responsible for his own just actions, and ignorance of what is right is itself voluntary, the man who is unjust will be voluntarily unjust. But perhaps a man is the kind of man not to take care. Still they are themselves, by their slack lives, responsible for becoming men of that kind. Men are themselves responsible for having been careless, for it is in their power not to be so. But once they have thrown the stone and let it go, they can no longer recover it. Yet the throwing was in their power. So too with the unjust and the self-indulgent man. It was open to them at the beginning not to become men of this kind. And so they are unjust and self-indulgent voluntarily. But now that they have become so, it is not possible for them not to be so. Of what is in our power we are also responsible, and of what we are responsible it is in our power. So it follows that actions in accordance with the virtues and the vices are both in our power, and that the virtues themselves are in our power, and similarly the vices. For where it is in our power to act, it is also in our power not to act. And where we can say no, we can also say yes. So that if to do what is noble is in our power, to do what is base will also be in our power. And these being so, as we said, it follows that virtue and vice likewise are in our power. Chapter 6. We must now speak of courage and temperance. First, courage, that it is a mean with regard to feelings of fear and confidence has already been made evident, and plainly the things we fear are terrible things, and these are without qualification evils, for which reason also fear is defined as expectation of evil. Now we fear all evils, for instance, disgrace, poverty, disease, friendlessness, death. But the brave man is not thought to be concerned with all of these. For some things it is right and noble to fear, and base not to fear. For instance, disgrace. He who fears this is good and modest, and he who does not is shameless. He is not, however, called brave by some, and even by others he is called so by transference of the term. For he has a certain likeness to the brave man, since the brave man also is fearless. Poverty and disease we perhaps ought not to fear, nor in general the things that do not proceed from vice and are not due to a man himself. But not even the man who is fearless of these is brave, yet we call him so too in virtue of a certain likeness. For some who are cowards in the dangers of war are liberal men and face confidently the loss of money. Nor is a man a coward if he fears insult to his wife or children, or envy, or anything of the sort. Nor brave if he is confident when he is about to be flogged. With what sort of terrible things, then, is the brave man concerned? Surely with the greatest, for no one is more likely than the brave man to stand his ground against what is awe-inspiring. Now death is the most terrible of all things, for it is the end, and nothing is thought to be any longer either good or bad for the dead. But the brave man would not seem to be concerned, even with death in all circumstances, for instance, at sea or in disease. In what circumstances, then? Surely in the noblest. Now such deaths are those in war, for these take place in the greatest and noblest danger, and these are correspondingly honored in city-states and at the courts of monarchs. Properly, then, he will be called brave who is fearless in face of a noble death. And of all the emergencies that involve death, and the emergencies of war are in the highest degree of this kind. Yet at sea also, and in disease, the brave man is fearless, but not in the same way as the seaman. For he has given up hope for his life, and is objecting to a death of that kind, while the seaman has hope through his experience. At the same time, we show courage in situations where there is the opportunity of showing prowess, or where death is noble. But in these forms of death, neither of these conditions is found. Chapter 7. What is terrible is not the same for all men. But we say there are things terrible even beyond human strength. These then are terrible to every one, at least to every sensible man. But the terrible things that are not beyond human strength differ in magnitude and degree, and so too the things that inspire confidence. Now the brave man is as dauntless as man may be. Therefore, while he will fear even the things that are not beyond human strength, he will face them as he ought and as the rule directs, for honor's sake. For this is the end of virtue, but it is possible to fear these more or less, and again to fear things that are not terrible as if they were. Of the faults that are committed, one consists in fearing what one should not, another in fearing as one should not, another in fearing when one should not, and so on, and similarly with regard to the things that inspire confidence. The man then who faces and who fears the right things and from the right motive, in the right way and at the right time, and who feels confidence under the corresponding conditions, is brave. For the brave man feels and acts according to the merits of the case and in whatever way the rule directs. Now the end of every activity is conformity to the corresponding state of character. This is true of the brave man and of courage as of the others. But courage is noble. Therefore its end is also noble. For each thing is defined by its end. Therefore it is for a noble end that the brave man endures and acts as courage directs. Of those who go to excess, he who exceeds in fearlessness has no name. We have said previously that many of the states of character have no names. But he would be a sort of madman or insensible person if he feared nothing, neither earthquakes nor the waves, as they say the Celts do not. While the man who exceeds in confidence about what really is terrible is rash. The rash man is thought to be boastful and only a pretender to courage, at all events as the brave man is, with regard to what is terrible. So the rash man wishes to appear, and so he imitates him in situations where he can. Hence also, most of them are a mixture of rashness and cowardice. For in these situations they display confidence, but do not hold their ground against what is really terrible. The man who exceeds in fear is a coward, for he fears both what he ought not and as he ought not, and all the similar characteristics attached to him. He is lacking also in confidence, but he is more conspicuous for his excess of fear in painful situations. The coward, then, is a despairing sort of person, for he fears everything. The brave man, on the other hand, has the opposite disposition, for confidence is the mark of a hopeful disposition. The coward, the rash man, and the brave man are then concerned with the same objects, but are differently disposed towards them. For the first two exceed and fall short, while the third holds the middle, which is the right position, are precipitate, and wish for dangers beforehand, but draw back when they are in them. But brave men are keen in the moment of action, and quiet beforehand. As we have said, then, courage is a mean with respect to things that inspire confidence or fear, in the circumstances that have been stated, and it chooses or endures things because it is noble to do so, or because it is base not to do so. But to die to escape from poverty or love or anything painful is not the mark of a brave man, but rather of a coward. For it is softness to fly from what is troublesome, and such a man endures death, not because it is noble, but to fly from evil. Chapter 8. Courage, then, is something of this sort, but the term is also applied to 5 other kinds. First comes the courage of the citizen soldier, for this is most like true courage. Citizen soldiers seem to face dangers on account of the penalties imposed by the laws and the reproaches they would otherwise incur. And, again, because of the honors they win by such action. And therefore, those people seem to be bravest among whom cowards are held in dishonor, and brave men in honor. This is the kind of courage that Homer depicts. For example, in Hector and Diomed, Hector says, "Polydamas will be the first to lay a reproach upon me," and Diomed, For Hector one day will say amid the Trojans, the son of Tydeus fled before my face. This kind of courage is most like that which we have described, because it is due to virtue, for it is due to shame and to desire of a noble object, honor, and avoidance of disgrace, which is base. One might rank in the same class even those who are compelled by their rulers, but they are inferior inasmuch as they do what they do not from shame, but from fear, and to avoid not what is base, but what is painful. For their masters compel them, as Hector says, but if I shall see any man shirking and keeping out of the fight, little chance has he to escape the dogs. And those who give them their posts and beat them if they retreat do the same. And so do those who draw them up with trenches or something of the sort behind them. All of these apply compulsion, but one ought to be brave, not under compulsion, but because it is noble. There is also the courage of experience, such as is seen in professional soldiers. For it is said that Socrates thought courage was knowledge. Different people manifest this in different circumstances, but professional soldiers show it in the dangers of war. For there seem to be many empty alarms in war, of which those are most aware who have experience, so that they seem brave because the others do not know that the things are not as they seem. Besides, their experience makes them most capable in attack and defense, since they can use their arms and have the kind that are most serviceable both in attack and defense, like armed men against unarmed, or like trained athletes against amateurs. For in such contests, too, it is not the bravest men that fight best, but those who are strongest, and have their bodies in the best condition. Professional soldiers become cowards, however, when the danger puts too great a strain on them, and they are inferior in numbers and equipment, for they are the first to fly, while citizen forces die at their posts, as in fact happened at the Temple of Hermes. For to the latter flight is disgraceful, and death preferable to safety on those terms, while the former from the very beginning faced the danger on the assumption that they were stronger, and when they know the facts, they fly, fearing death more than disgrace. But the brave man is not that sort of person. Passion also is sometimes taken for courage. Those who act from passion like wild beasts rushing at those who have wounded them are thought to be brave, because brave men also are passionate. For passion above all things is eager to rush on danger, and hence Homer's put strength into his passion, and aroused their spirit and passion, and hard he breathed in his might, and his blood boiled. For all such expressions seem to indicate the stirring and onset of passion. Now, brave men act for honor's sake, but passion aids them, while wild beasts act under the influence of pain, for they attack because they have been wounded or because they are frightened. Since if they are in a wood, they do not come near one. Thus they are not brave, because driven by pain and passion, they rush on danger without foreseeing any of the perils. Since at that rate, even asses would be brave when they are hungry, for blows will not drive them from their food. And lust also makes adulterers do many daring things. The courage that is due to passion seems to be the most natural, and to be courage if choice and the right motive be added. Men then, as well as beasts, suffer pain when they are angry, and are pleased when they exact their revenge. Those who fight for these reasons, however, are pugnacious but not brave, for they do not act for honor's sake, nor as the rule directs, but from strength of feeling. They have, however, something very like courage, nor yet is the hopeful courageous. They are confident in danger only because they have conquered often and against many foes, but they closely resemble the courageous, because both are confident. But brave men are confident for the reasons stated earlier, while these are so because they think they are the best and can suffer nothing. Drunken men also behave in this way. They become hopeful, but when their adventures do not succeed, they run away, while it was the mark of a brave man to face things that are and seem terrible to a human being, because it is noble to do so, and it is base not to do so. Hence also it is thought the mark of a braver man to be fearless and undisturbed in sudden alarms than to be so in those that are foreseen. For it must have proceeded more from a state of character, because less from preparation. For acts that are foreseen may be chosen by calculation and rule, but sudden actions only in accordance with one's state of character. Brave men also, though they fear the things that are terrible, will stand their ground for the sake of the noble, because this is the end of virtue. Chapter 9. Courage is concerned then with feelings of confidence and of fear, but not with both alike, more with the things that inspire fear. For he who is understood in the face of these and bears himself as he ought towards them is more truly brave than the man who does so towards the things that inspire confidence. It is from facing what is painful that men are called brave, as has been said. Hence courage involves pain, and is justly praised. For it is harder to face what is painful than to abstain from what is pleasant. Yet the end which courage sets before it would seem to be pleasant, but to be concealed by the attending circumstances, as happens also in gymnastic contests. For the end at which boxers aim is pleasant, I mean the crown and the honors, but the blows they take are distressing to flesh and blood, and painful, and so is their whole exertion. And because the blows and the exertions are many, the end, which is but small, appears to have nothing pleasant in it. And so if the case of courage is similar, death and wounds will be painful to the brave man and against his will. But he will face them because it is noble to do so, or because it is base not to do so. And the more he is possessed of virtue in its entirety, and the happier he is, the more pain will the thought of death bring him. For life is best worth living for such a man, and he is knowingly losing the greatest goods, and this is painful, but he is none the less brave for that, and perhaps all the more so, because he chooses noble deeds in war at that cost. It is not the case then with all the virtues that the exercise of them is pleasant, except in so far as it reaches its end. But it is quite possible that the best soldiers may be not men of this sort, but those who are less brave but have no other good. For these are ready to face danger, and they sell their life for a trifling gain. So much then for courage. It is not difficult to grasp its nature and outline, at least from what has been said. Chapter 10. After courage, let us speak of temperance, for these seem to be the virtues of the irrational parts. We have said that temperance is a mean with regard to pleasures, for it is less and not in the same way concerned with pains. Self-indulgence also is manifested in the same sphere. Now let us determine with what sort of pleasures they are concerned. We may assume the distinction between bodily pleasures and those of the soul, such as love of honor and love of learning. For the lover of each of these delights in that of which he is a lover, the body being in no way affected, but rather the mind. But men who are concerned with such pleasures are called neither temperate nor self-indulgent. Nor similarly are those who are concerned with the other pleasures that are not bodily. For those who are fond of gossip and telling tales, we call gossips, but not self-indulgent. Nor those who are pained at the loss of money or of friends. Temperance, then, must be concerned with bodily pleasures, but not with all even of these. For those who delight in objects of vision, such as colors and shapes and painting, are called neither temperate nor self-indulgent. Yet it would seem possible to delight even in these, either as one ought, or to excess, or to a deficient degree. And so too with objects of hearing. No one calls those who delight excessively in music or acting self-indulgent, nor those who do so as they ought temperate, nor do we apply these names to those who delight in smell, unless it be incidentally. We do not call those self-indulgent who delight in the odor of apples or roses or incense, but rather those who delight in the odor of unguents or of dainty dishes. The self-indulgent delight in these because these remind them of the objects of their appetites, and one may see even other people, when they are hungry, delighting in the smells of food. But to delight in this kind of thing is the mark of the self-indulgent man, for these are objects of appetites to him. Nor is there in animals other than man any pleasure connected with these senses, except incidentally. For dogs do not delight in the scent of hares, but in the eating of them. But the scent told them the hares were near. Nor does the lion delight in the lowing of the ox, but in eating it. But he perceived by the lowing that it was near, and therefore appears to delight in the lowing. And similarly, he does not delight because he sees a stag or a wild goat, but because he is going to make a meal of it. Temperance and self-indulgence, then, are concerned with such pleasures as the other animals share in, and which consequently appear slavish and brutish. These are touch and taste, but they appear to make little or no use of taste. For the business of taste is the discriminating of flavors, which is done by wine tasters and people who season dishes. But they hardly take pleasure in making these discriminations, at least not the self-indulgent, but in the actual enjoyment, which in the case of food comes entirely through touch, and in that of drink and of so-called sexual intercourse as well. Hence a certain gourmand prayed that his throat might become longer than a crane's, implying that it was the contact that he took pleasure in. Thus the sense with which self-indulgence is connected is the most widely shared of the senses, and would appear to be justly a matter of reproach, because it belongs to us not as men, but as animals, to delight in such things then, and to love them above all others is brutish. For even the most liberal of the pleasures of touch are set aside. For instance, the pleasures of the gymnasium and of massage. For the contact characteristic of the self-indulgent man does not affect the whole body, but only certain parts. Of the appetites, some seem to be common to all men, others to be peculiar and acquired. For instance, the appetites for food is natural, for everyone who is in need desires solid or liquid nourishment, and sometimes both, and sexual intercourse, as Homer says, when men are young and vigorous. But not everyone desires this or that kind of nourishment, nor the same things. And so our appetites are for something individual. Whatever is natural to us has little variation, and so the natural appetites of different men are not very different. Hence these are the proper objects of human art. But the variation in the individual things that are pleasant is great, so that the things that are pleasant to those who have an abnormal disposition are various, and the things they love are of that kind. Now the natural appetites are wrong only in one way. I mean by excess. For to eat or drink whatever offers itself till one is surfeited is to exceed the natural amount, since natural appetites is the replenishment of one's deficiency. Hence these men are called belly gods. This implies that they fill their belly beyond what is right. It is people of a slavish character that come to this. But with regard to the pleasures peculiar to individuals, many people err, and in many ways. For while the people who are fond of so-and-so are so called because they delight either in the wrong things, or more than most people do, or in the wrong way, the self-indulgent exceed in all three ways. They both delight in some things that they ought not to delight in, since they are hateful. And if one ought to delight in some of the things they delight in, they do so more than one ought, and than most men do. Plainly then, excess with regard to pleasures is self-indulgence and is blameworthy. Chapter 11. With regard to pains, one is not called temperate for facing them, as one is called brave, nor self-indulgent for not facing them. But the self-indulgent man is so called because he is pained more than he ought at not getting pleasant things, even his pain being caused by pleasure. And the temperate man is so called because he is not pained at the absence of what is pleasant, and at his abstinence from it. The self-indulgent man then craves for all pleasant things, or those that are most pleasant, and is led by his appetites to choose these at the cost of everything else. Hence he is pained both when he fails to get them and when he is merely craving for them, for appetites involves pain. But it seems absurd to be pained for the sake of pleasure. People who fall short with regard to pleasures and delight in them less than they ought hardly occur, for such insensibility is not human. Even the other animals distinguish different kinds of food, and enjoy some and not others. And if there is anyone who finds nothing pleasant and nothing more attractive than anything else, he must be something quite different from a man. This sort of person has not received a name because he hardly occurs. The temperate man occupies a middle position with regard to these objects, for neither does he enjoy the things that the self-indulgent man enjoys most, but rather dislikes them. Nor does he enjoy things he ought not, nor anything of this sort to excess, nor does he feel pain or craving when they are absent, or does so only to a moderate degree, and not more than he ought, nor when he ought not, and so on. But the things that being pleasant make for health or for good condition, he will aim at in a moderate and right way, and other pleasant things, if they are not hindrances to these ends, or contrary to what is noble, or beyond his resources. For he who neglects these conditions loves such pleasures more than they are worth. But the temperate man is not that sort of person. He loves them as the right rule directs. Chapter 12. Self-indulgence is more like a voluntary state than cowardice. For the former is caused by pleasure, the latter by pain, of which the one is to be chosen and the other to be avoided. And pain deprives a man of his wits and destroys his nature. But pleasure does nothing of the sort. It is therefore more voluntary. Hence also it is more a matter of reproach, for it is easier to become accustomed to its objects, since there are many things in life of this kind, and the process of habituation in them is free from danger, while with terrible things the reverse is the case. But cowardice would seem to be voluntary in a different degree from its particular acts, for it is itself painless, but the particular acts disturb men owing to the pain they involve, so that they even throw away their arms and disgrace themselves in other ways. Hence they are even fought. To be forced. In the self-indulgent man, on the other hand, the particular acts are voluntary, for he does them with appetites and desire. But the state as a whole is less so, for no one has an appetite to be self-indulgent. The name self-indulgence we apply also to the faults of children, for they have a certain likeness, which is called after which it is not relevant at present to inquire, but the later is called after the earlier, and the resemblance seems to hold. For that which desires what is base and which develops quickly ought to be disciplined, and these characteristics belong above all to appetites and to the child. For children, in fact, live at the beck and call of appetites, and it is in them that the desire for what is pleasant is strongest. If then it is not to be obedient and subject to the ruling principle, it will go to great lengths. For in an irrational creature, the desire for pleasure is insatiable and indiscriminate, and the exercise of appetites increases the innate force. And if appetites are strong and violent, they even expel the power of calculation. Hence they should be moderate and few, and should in no way oppose reason. And this is what we call the obedient and disciplined state. For as the child should live according to the direction of his tutor, so the desiring element should live according to reason. Hence the desiring element in a temperate man should harmonize with reason. For the noble is the mark at which both aim, and the temperate man has appetites for the things he ought, as he ought, and when he ought. And this is what reason directs. Let this then be taken as our account of temperance. The moral virtues continued. Chapter 1. Let us speak next of liberality. It seems to be the mean with regard to wealth, for the liberal man is praised not in respect of military matters, nor in those in which the temperate man is praised, nor in judicial decisions, but with regard to the giving and taking of wealth, and especially in respect of giving. Now by wealth, we mean all the things whose value is measured by money. Prodigality and illiberality are excess and defect with regard to wealth. And illiberality we always impute to those who care more for wealth than they ought. but we sometimes apply the word prodigality in a complex sense, for we call those men prodigals who are incontinent and spend money on self-indulgence. Hence the prodigals are thought to be the most inferior characters, for they have many vices at once. But this is not the proper use of the term, for a prodigal means a man who has a single bad quality, that of wasting his substance. For a man is a prodigal if he is being ruined by his own act. And the wasting of one's substance is thought to be a sort of ruining of oneself, life being held to depend on possession of substance. This, then, is the sense in which we take the word prodigality. Now, things that have a use may be used either well or badly, and riches is a useful thing, and everything is used best by the man who has the virtue concerned with it. Riches then will be used best by the man who has the virtue concerned with wealth, and this is the liberal man. Now spending and giving seem to be the using of wealth, taking and keeping rather the possession of it. Hence, it is more the mark of the liberal man to give to the right people than to take from the right sources, and not to take from the wrong. For it is more characteristic of virtue to do good than to have good done to one, and more characteristic to do what is noble than not to do what is base. And it is not hard to see that giving implies doing good and doing what is noble, and taking implies having good done to one or not acting basely. And gratitude is felt towards him who gives, not towards him who does not take. And praise also is bestowed more on him who gives. It is not easy for the liberal man to be rich, for he is not apt to take or to keep, but to give away. And he does not value wealth for its own sake, but as a means to giving. Hence also the complaint against fortune that those who deserve riches most get it least, and not without reason, for as with other things, it is impossible to care about riches and at the same time have them in abundance. Nor is the liberal man apt to take from wrong sources, for such taking is not characteristic of the man who sets no store by wealth. Nor will he be a beggar, for it is characteristic of a man who is beneficent to be taken care of. But he will take from the right sources, for instance, from his own possessions, not as something noble, but as a necessity, so that he may have something to give. Nor will he neglect his own property, since he wishes by means of this to help others. And he will refrain from giving to anybody and everybody, so that he may have something to give to the right people at the right time. And where it is noble to do so, it is highly characteristic of a liberal man also to go to excess in giving, so that he leaves too little for himself. For it is the nature of a liberal man not to look to himself. The term liberality is used relatively to a man's substance, for liberality resides not in the multitude of the gifts, but in the state of character of the giver. And this state is relative to the giver's substance. There is therefore nothing to prevent the man who gives less from being the more liberal man, if he has less to give. Those are thought to be more liberal who have not made their wealth, but inherited it. For in the first place, they have no experience of want. Everyone is fonder of his own productions, as are parents and poets. It is not easy for a liberal man to be rich, for he is not apt to take or to keep, but to spend. And he does not value wealth for its own sake, but as a means. Hence the complaint against fortune. For it is natural that those who deserve most should get least. But this is not unreasonable, for it is impossible to have riches in abundance without taking thought, any more than in the case of other things. Yet he will not give to the wrong people or at the wrong time, and so on. For then he would no longer be acting in accordance with liberality. And if he spent on these objects, he would have nothing to spend on the right objects. For as has been said, the liberal man spends according as is worthy on what is worthy, and at the time that is worthy. And all the other qualifications that mark right spending, and this with pleasure or without pain, is pleasant or painless, certainly not painful. He who gives to the wrong people, or not for the sake of the noble, but from some other cause, will be called not liberal, but something else. Nor is he liberal who gives with pain, for he would prefer wealth to noble acts, and this is not characteristic of a liberal man. But the liberal man is not one to take from wrong sources either, for such taking is not characteristic of the man who sets no store by wealth. Nor will he be a beggar, for it is characteristic of a benefactor to be taken care of. But he will take from the right sources, I mean from his own possessions, not as something noble, but as a necessity, so that he may have something to give. Nor will he neglect his own property, since he wishes by means of this to help others. And he will refrain from giving to anybody and everybody, so that he may have something to give to the right people at the right time and where it is noble to do so. It is highly characteristic of a liberal man also to go to excess in giving, so that he leaves too little for himself. For it is the nature of a liberal man not to look to himself. Chapter 2. Illiberality is incurable. For old age and every sort of incapacity seem to make men illiberal. It is more natural to men than prodigality, for most men are fonder of money than of giving. Also, it extends far and is multiform, for there seem to be many kinds of illiberality. It consists in two things: defect in giving and excess in taking, and is not found complete in all men, but is sometimes divided. Some men go to excess in taking, some fall short in giving. Those who are called by such names as miserly, stingy, close-fisted, all fall short in giving. But do not covet the possessions of others, nor wish to take them. In some this is due to a kind of honesty and avoidance of what is disgraceful. For some seem, or at least say, that they save so that they may not be forced to do something disgraceful. To this class belong the cheese-parer and every kind of skinflint. They are so called from their excess of unwillingness to give anything. But others keep their hands off the property of others from fear, on the ground that it is not easy for one who takes the goods of others to escape having his own taken. So they are content neither to take nor to give. Others again exceed in respect of taking by taking anything from any source, such as those who carry on sordid trades, keepers of brothels and all such people, and those who lend small sums at high rates, for all these take from improper sources and more than they ought. The common characteristic of all these seems to be sordid love of gain, for all of them put up with a bad name for the sake of gain, and a small gain at that. For those who make great gains, but from wrong sources, and not the right gains, we do not call illiberal. For instance, tyrants who sack cities and spoil temples. We call them rather wicked, impious, unjust. But the gamester and the footpad and the bandit belong to the class of the illiberal, for they have a sordid love of gain. For it is for gain that both of them ply their craft and put up with disgrace. The one facing the greatest dangers for the sake of the booty, while the other makes gain from his friends, to whom he ought to be giving. Both then, since they are willing to make gain from wrong sources, are sordid lovers of gain. And all such forms of taking are illiberal. It is natural that illiberality should be described as the contrary of liberality. For not only is it a greater evil than prodigality, but men err more often in this direction than in the way of prodigality as we have described it. So much then for liberality and the opposed vices. Chapter 3. We must next speak of magnificence. This also seems to be a virtue concerned with wealth, but unlike liberality, it does not extend to all the actions that are concerned with wealth, but only to those that involve large expenditure. In these it surpasses liberality and scale. For the magnificent man is liberal, but the liberal man is not necessarily magnificent. The deficiency of this state of character is called shabbiness, the excess tastelessness and vulgarity, and such like excesses, which are excesses not in the amount spent on the right objects, but in the way of spending on the wrong objects and in the wrong manner. We shall discuss them later. The magnificent man is like an artist, for he can see what is fitting and spend large sums tastefully, for as we said at the beginning, a state of character is determined by its activities and by its objects. Now, the expenses of the magnificent man are large and fitting. Such therefore will be his results also, and thus a large expenditure will be appropriate to the occasion. For the result must be worthy of the expense, and the expense worthy of the result, or even exceed it. And the magnificent man will spend for the sake of the noble, for this is common to the virtues. And further, he will do so gladly and lavishly, for nice calculation is a sign of shabbiness. He will consider how the result can be made most beautiful and most becoming, rather than how much it will cost and for how much it can be produced. It is necessary then that the magnificent man be also liberal, for the liberal man also will spend what he ought and as he ought. And it is in these that the greatness of the magnificent man is displayed, since liberality is concerned with these. And the magnificent man will produce a more magnificent result with the same expense. For the excellence of a possession is not the same as the excellence of a result. A possession is most highly prized that is worth most. For instance, gold, but a result that is great and beautiful. For the contemplation of such a thing excites admiration, and what is magnificent is always admirable. The excellence of a result involves its scale. The magnificent man spends on public objects, for these are the greatest, and first among these, the objects of religion. For these the magnificent man will equip with most costly offerings, and with what is due to the god. And as for the private displays that are made once for all, for example, a wedding, or anything of the kind, or if the whole city is moved to some great action, or receiving foreign guests and speeding them on their way. For the magnificent man does not spend on himself, but on public objects, and presents bear a likeness to offerings. It is characteristic of the magnificent man also to furnish his house in a manner suitable to his wealth, for this also is a sort of ornament, and he will spend by preference on those works that are lasting, for these are most beautiful, and on every occasion he will spend what is suitable. For the same things are not suitable for gods and men, nor in a temple and a tomb. And since each expenditure may be great of its kind, and what is most magnificent is a great expenditure on a great object. But what is here great is great in these circumstances, and greatness in the work is not the same as greatness in the expense. For the most beautiful ball or the most beautiful bottle is magnificent as a present for a child, but the price of it is small and illiberal. Hence it is characteristic of the magnificent man, whatever he produces, to produce it magnificently. For such a thing cannot easily be surpassed, and to produce it in a manner worthy of the expense. The magnificent man, then, is such as we have described. The man who goes to excess and is vulgar, exceeds by spending beyond what is right. For on small objects of expenditure he spends much, and displays a tasteless show. For example, he gives a club dinner on the scale of a wedding banquet, and when he provides the chorus for a comedy, he brings them on in purple, as they do at Megara. And all such things he will do, not for the sake of the noble, but to show off his wealth, and because he thinks he is admired for these things. And where he ought to spend much, he spends little, and where little, he spends much. The shabby man, on the other hand, will fall short in everything, and even where he spends most, he will spoil the beauty of the result for a trifle. And whatever he is doing, he will hesitate and consider how he may spend least, and lament even that, and think he is doing everything on a bigger scale than he ought. These states of character, then, are vices, yet they do not bring disgrace, because they are not seriously injurious to one's neighbors, nor are they altogether indecent. Chapter 4. Greatness of soul, as the name itself suggests, is concerned with great things. We must first ascertain what sort of great things they are. It makes no difference whether we consider the state of character or the man characterized by it. Now the man is thought to be great-souled who thinks himself worthy of great things, and is really worthy of them. For he who does so beyond his deserts is a fool, but no virtuous man is foolish or silly. The great-souled man, then, is as we have described. For he who is worthy of little and thinks himself worthy of little is not great-souled, but temperate. For greatness of soul implies greatness, as beauty implies a good-sized body. And small people may be neat and well-proportioned, but not beautiful. On the other hand, he who thinks himself worthy of great things, being unworthy of them, is vain. Though not everyone who thinks more highly of himself than he deserves is vain. He who thinks himself worthy of less than he is really worthy of is small-souled, whether his deserts be great or moderate, or even small if he thinks himself worthy of still less. and the man whose deserts are great might seem most small-souled. For what would he have done if his deserts had not been so great? The great-souled man is then an extreme by reason of his greatness, but he is a mean by reason of his being as he ought. For he thinks himself worthy in accordance with his deserts, while the others exceed or fall short. If then he thinks himself worthy of much, and is worthy of it, and especially of the greatest things, he would be concerned with one thing in particular. Desert is said with reference to external goods, and the greatest of these, we should say, is that which we render to the gods, and which people of high station most aim at, and which is the prize for the noblest deeds, and this is honor. For honor is clearly the greatest of external goods. It is honor and dishonor, then, with which the great-souled man is especially concerned, and at honors that are great and conferred by good men he will be moderately pleased, thinking that he is coming by his own, or even less than his own. For there can be no honor that is worthy of perfect virtue. Yet he will accept them, since they have nothing greater to bestow on him. But honor from casual people and on trifling grounds he will utterly despise. For it is not this that he deserves. And dishonor too, since in his case it cannot be just. The great-souled man, then, is especially concerned with honor. Yet he will also bear himself with moderation towards wealth and power and all good or evil fortune, whatever may befall him, and he will be neither overpleased by good fortune nor overpained by evil. For not even towards honor does he bear himself as if it were a very great thing. Power and wealth are desirable for the sake of honor. At least those who have them wish to be honored for them. But for him, even honor is a little thing, so he will be indifferent to other things as well. Hence, great-souled men are thought to be disdainful. The goods of fortune also are thought to contribute towards greatness of soul. For men who are well-born are thought worthy of honor, and so are those who enjoy power or wealth, for they are in a superior position. And everything that has a superiority in something good is held in greater honor. Hence, even such things make men greater souled, for they are honored by some for them. But in truth, the good man alone is to be honored. He, however, who has both is thought the more worthy of honor. But those who, without virtue, have such goods are neither justified in thinking themselves worthy of great things, nor correctly called great-souled. For these things imply perfect virtue. But those who have such goods become disdainful and insolent. For without virtue it is not easy to bear gracefully the goods of fortune, and, being unable to bear them, and thinking themselves superior to others, they despise others, and themselves do what pleases them. They imitate the great-souled man without being like him. And this they do where they can, so they do not act in accordance with virtue, but they despise others. The great-souled man justly despises, for his judgment is true, but the mass of men despise at random. He does not run into danger for trifling reasons, and is not a lover of danger, because there are few things he values highly, but he will face danger in a great cause, and when he does so, he will be unsparing of his life, since to him life is not worth living on any terms. It is a mark of the great-souled man also to ask no favors, or only reluctantly, but to be eager to confer them, and to be haughty towards people of position and fortune, but courteous towards those of moderate station. For it is a difficult thing, and a mark of dignity, to be superior to the former, but easy enough where the latter are concerned. A haughty bearing towards the powerful is no sign of ill-breeding, but the lowly, if they are insolent, are so wrongly, just as is the case with the weak. He must also be open in his hate and in his love, for to conceal one's feelings is a mark of timidity, and the great-souled man cares more for truth than for opinion, and so he is open in word and deed. He is outspoken because he is contemptuous, and he is given to telling the truth, except when he speaks in irony to the vulgar. He must be unable to make his life center round another, unless it be a friend, for this is slavish. And for this reason all flatterers are servile, and people lacking in self-respect are flatterers. Nor is he prone to admiration, for nothing is great to him. He is not one to bear a grudge, for it is not the part of a great-souled man to remember things against people, especially the wrongs they have done him. Nor is he a gossip, for he will speak neither about himself nor about another, since he cares not to be praised, nor for others to be blamed. Nor again is he given to praise, and for the same reason he is not an evil speaker, even of his enemies, except from haughtiness. About things that are necessary or small matters he is least of all men given to lamentation, or the asking of favors. For it is the part of one who takes such things seriously to behave so towards them. He is one who will possess beautiful and profitless things, rather than profitable and useful ones. For this is more proper to a character that suffices to itself. Further, a slow step is thought proper to the great-souled man, a deep voice, and a level utterance. For the man who takes few things seriously is not likely to be hurried, nor the man who thinks nothing great to be excited. But a shrill voice and a rapid gait are the results of hurry and excitement. Such, then, is the great-souled man. He who falls short is the small-souled man, and he who exceeds is the vain man. Now even these are not thought to be bad, for they do no harm, but they are in error. For the small-souled man, though worthy of good things, deprives himself of what he deserves, and seems to have something bad in him from the fact that he does not think himself worthy of the good things, and seems also not to know himself, for else he would have desired the things he was worthy of, since these were good. Yet such people are thought to be not fools, but rather too retiring. But this opinion of themselves seems actually to make them worse. For each class of men aims at what corresponds to its deserts, and these people stand back even from noble actions and undertakings, thinking themselves unworthy, and from external goods as well. The vain, on the other hand, are fools and ignorant of themselves, and that manifestly. For not being worthy of them, they attempt honorable undertakings, and then are found out, and they adorn themselves with clothing and outward show and such things, and wish events in which they are concerned to be made public, and speak of them as if they would be honored for them. Small-souledness is more opposed to greatness of soul than vanity is. for it is both commoner and worse. Greatness of soul, then, is concerned with honor on the grand scale, as has been said. Chapter 5. There seems to be also a virtue concerned with honor, as we said in our first remarks, which should appear to be related to greatness of soul as liberality is to magnificence. For neither of these has anything to do with the grand scale, but both dispose us, as is right, with regard to middling and small matters. And as in getting and giving of wealth, there is a mean and an excess and a defect, so too honor may be desired more than is right or less, and from the right sources and in the right way. For we blame both the ambitious man as aiming at honor more than is right and from wrong sources, and the unambitious man as not willing to be honored, even for noble reasons. But sometimes we praise the ambitious man as manly and a lover of what is noble, and the unambitious man as moderate and self-controlled. As we said in our first remarks, it is plain that since men are spoken of as fond of such and such in more than one way, we do not always apply the term fond of honor to the same thing. But when we praise, we apply it to those who desire honor more than the many, and when we blame, to those who desire it more than is right. The mean being without a name, the extremes seem to dispute for it as though it were unoccupied. But where there is excess and defect, there is also a mean, and men desire honor both more than they ought and less. Therefore it is possible also to desire it as one ought. This state of character, then, is praised. It is the nameless mean with regard to honor. Compared with ambition, it seems to be unambitiousness, and compared with unambitiousness, it seems to be ambition, and compared with both, it seems to be in a sense both. And this seems to be true of the other virtues as well. But in the present case, the extremes seem to be opposite to one another, because the mean has not received a name. Chapter 6. Good temper is a mean with respect to anger, the middle state being nameless, and the extremes, almost without a name, as well. We place good temper in the middle position, though it inclines towards the deficiency which is also without a name. The excess might be called a sort of irascibility, for the passion is anger, while its causes are many and various. He then who is angry at the right things and with the right people, and further, as he ought, when he ought, and as long as he ought, is praised. This then will be the good-tempered man, if good temper is praised. For the good-tempered man tends to be unperturbed, and not to be led by passion, but to be angry in the manner, at the things, and for the length of time that the rule dictates. But he is thought to err rather in the direction of deficiency. For the good-tempered man is not revengeful, but rather tends to give way. The deficiency, whether it is a sort of irascibility or whatever it is blamed. For those who are not angry at the things they should be angry at are thought to be fools, who are not angry in the right way, at the right time, or with the right persons. For such a man is thought not to feel things, nor to be pained by them. And since he does not get angry, he is thought unlikely to defend himself, and to endure being insulted, and to put up with slights to one's friends is slavish. The excess can be manifested in all the ways. For anger can be felt towards the wrong persons, for the wrong reasons, more than is right, too quickly, and for too long a time. Yet all these are not found in the same person, for they could not all exist together. For evil destroys even itself, and if it is complete, becomes unbearable. Now hot-tempered people get angry quickly and with the wrong persons, for the wrong reasons, and more than is right. But they stop quickly, which is the best thing about them. This happens to them because they do not restrain their anger, but retaliate openly owing to their quickness of temper. And then their anger ceases. Choleric people are quick-tempered and ready to be angry with everything and on every occasion, whence their name. Sulky people are hard to appease and retain their anger long, for they repress their passion. But it ceases when they retaliate, for revenge relieves them of their anger, producing pleasure in place of pain. If this does not happen, they retain their burden, for as it is not obvious, no one even reasons with them. And to digest one's anger in oneself takes time. Such people are most troublesome to themselves and to their dearest friends. We call bad-tempered those who are angry at the wrong things, more than is right, and longer than is right, and cannot be reconciled until they have been revenged or punished. To good temper we oppose the excess rather than the defect, for not only is it commoner, since men are more naturally inclined to revenge, but bad-tempered people are worse to live with. What we have said previously is plain also from what we are now saying, for it is not easy to define how and with whom and on what grounds and for how long one should be angry, and up to what point a man who goes wrong is blameworthy. For he who deviates a little is not blamed, whether on the side of excess or defect. Sometimes we praise those who fall short and call them good-tempered. Sometimes those who get angry and call them manly. But it is not easy to determine in words how far and how a man must deviate to be blameworthy. For the decision depends on the particular facts and on perception. But so much at least is clear, that the middle state is praiseworthy, in virtue of which we are angry with the right people, at the right things, in the right way, and so on, while the excesses and deficiencies are blameworthy, slightly so if to a slight degree, more so if in a higher degree, and very much so if to a great degree. It is plain then that we must cling to the middle state. So much then for the states concerned with anger. Chapter 7. In matters of social intercourse, in the common life of men, and in their words and deeds. Some are thought to be obsequious, those who to give pleasure praise everything and never oppose, but think it their duty to cause no pain to the people they meet, while those who on the contrary oppose everything and care not a whit about causing pain are called churlish and contentious. That the states we have named are blameworthy is plain enough, and that the middle state is praiseworthy, in virtue of which a man will put up with and will resent the right things and in the right way. But no name has been given to it, though it most resembles friendship. For if we add the quality of affection to the man who is in the middle state, we shall have what we call a good friend. But the state we are discussing differs from friendship in being without the element of emotion and affection for those with whom one associates. For it is not by reason of loving or hating that such a man takes everything in the right way, but by being the kind of man he is, for he will behave alike to those he knows and those he does not know, to intimates and to those who are not so, though in each case as is befitting. For it is not proper to have the same care for intimates and for strangers, nor again to pain them alike. We have spoken in general terms, then, of his being such as to cause no pain or to give pleasure, but bearing in mind what is noble and what is expedient. For he seems to be concerned with the pleasures and pains of social life, and wherever it is not noble or is harmful for him to give pleasure, he will refuse, and will even prefer to give pain. Also, if an action brings great discredit on the agent, or any harm, while a little opposition produces a corresponding good, he will not assent, but will oppose in the proper way. He will associate differently with people in high station and with ordinary people, with people he knows better, and less well. And similarly, too, with regard to all other differences, rendering to each class what is befitting. And while for its own sake he chooses to contribute pleasure, and avoids the giving of pain, he will be guided by the consequences if they are greater, I mean by the noble and the expedient. And for the sake of a great future pleasure, he will inflict a slight pain. The man who was in the mean, then, is of this sort, but he has no name. Of those who contribute pleasure, the man who aims at being pleasant with no ulterior object is obsequious. But the man who does so in order to get some advantage in money or money's worth is a flatterer. He who disapproves of everything is, as we said, churlish and contentious, and the extremes seem to be opposed to one another, because the mean is without a name. Chapter 8. With regard to truthfulness, the intermediate is a sort of truthful person, and the mean may be called truthfulness, while the pretense that exaggerates is boastfulness, and the person characterized by it a boaster, and that which understates is mock modesty, and the person characterized by it mock modest. He then who is in the mean is a plain dealer, truthful in life and in word, owning to what he has, and neither more nor less. Now each of these courses may be adopted either with or without an object, but everyone says and does and lives in accordance with his character, if he is not acting for some ulterior object. The false man is one who is fond of falsehood itself, and such a man is base. And the truth-loving man, who is truthful even when nothing depends on it, will be still more truthful when something depends on it, for he will avoid falsehood as base, since this is what he is. And here we are speaking of the truthful man in this sense. He is a man of a certain character, who is a lover of truth, and who is truthful even where nothing depends on it. He who pretends to more than he has with no ulterior object is like a base man, for otherwise he would not delight in falsehood. But he appears to be vainer than he is wicked. If, however, he does it for an object, if the object is honor or reputation, he is not very blameworthy. But if it is money or things that involve money, he is more unseemly. It is not the capacity, but the choice that makes the boaster. For the boaster is won by the state of his character, and by being a certain kind of man. as one kind of liar is he who delights in falsehood itself, and another who desires reputation or gain. Now those who boast for the sake of reputation pretend to qualities that win praise or congratulation. Those who boast for the sake of gain pretend to qualities that are of service to others, and that can only be tested at a distance. Claiming to be a prophet or a wise man or a physician. Hence most people pretend to such things and boast about them, for they involve the things mentioned. Mock modest people who understate things seem more refined in character, for they are thought to speak not for the sake of gain, but to avoid parade. And here too, they especially disclaim qualities that win reputation, as Socrates used to do. Those who falsely pretend to small things that are obvious are called humbugs, and are more contemptible. And sometimes this seems to be boastfulness. For instance, the dress of the Spartans. For both excess and great deficiency are boastful. But those who use understatement with moderation and understate about matters that are not too obvious and palpable appear to have a certain charm. It is the boaster that appears to be opposed to the truthful man, for he is the worse character. Chapter 9. Since life includes rest also, and in this is included pastime with amusement. There seems to be also a kind of good taste in social intercourse, and the saying of the right things, and similarly the listening to them. It will make a difference also in what company the talking or the listening takes place. And here too it is plain that there is both excess and deficiency in relation to the mean. Those who carry humor to excess are thought to be vulgar buffoons, striving after humor at all costs, and aiming rather at raising a laugh than at saying what is becoming and at avoiding pain to the object of their fun. While those who can neither make a joke themselves nor put up with those who do are thought to be boorish and unpolished. But those who joke with good taste are called ready-witted, which implies readiness in turning this way and that. For such sallies are thought to be movements of character. And just as bodies are judged by their movements, so too are characters. But as the ridiculous side of things is always ready to hand. And most people delight more than they ought in amusement and in jest. Even buffoons are called ready-witted because they are thought amusing. But from what we have said, it is plain that they differ from them, and not a little. To the middle state belongs also tact. It is characteristic of a tactful man to say and listen to such things as are suitable for a good and well-bred man. For there are some things that are proper for such a man to say and to listen to in the way of jest. And the jest of the well-bred man differs from that of the servile, as does that of the educated from that of the uneducated. One may see this from the old and the new comedies. For in the former, the laughter was raised by obscenity, in the latter, by innuendo. And this marks a great difference in respect of propriety. Must we then define the man who jokes well by his saying what is suitable to a well-bred man, or by his avoiding pain and even giving pleasure to the hearer? Or is not such a definition indefinite? For different things are hateful and pleasant to different men. The things he will listen to will be of the same kind. For the sort of things a man can bear to hear, he will also be the sort to say. He will not then say everything, for jest is a kind of abuse, and lawgivers forbid some kinds of abuse. Perhaps they ought to have forbidden some kinds of jest too. The refined and well-bred man will then behave as a law to himself. Such then is the man who observes the mean, whether he be called tactful or ready-witted. The buffoon, on the other hand, is the slave of his sense of humor, and spares neither himself nor others if he can raise a laugh, and says things that a man of refinement would never say, and some things that he would not even listen to. The boor is useless for such social intercourse, for he contributes nothing and takes offense at everything. But rest and amusement are thought to be a necessary element in life. We have named then 3 means in life that have been discussed, and all are concerned with the intercourse of words and deeds. They differ, however, in that one is concerned with truth, the other 2 with pleasantness. Of those concerned with pleasure, one is displayed in jests, the other in the general social intercourse of life. Justice. Chapter 1. We must now investigate justice and injustice. What kinds of actions are they concerned with? What sort of mean justice is, and what are the extremes between which the just act lies? Let us proceed in the same way as with the subjects already discussed. We see that all men mean by justice that state of character which makes men disposed to do what is just, and makes them act justly and wish for what is just. And similarly by injustice, the state which makes men act unjustly and wish for what is unjust. Let us then begin with these assumptions. The same is not true of a science and a state of character. For a science seems to be concerned with both contraries alike, but a state of character being one of 2 contraries does not produce both results. Health does not produce the contrary of health. We see a man's state of character from the contrary state. Often, too, one state is recognized from the things in which it is found. If we understand what a good condition is, we can understand a bad condition, and from things that lead to a good condition, we infer the good condition itself. If the good condition is firmness of flesh, the bad condition must be flabbiness of flesh. And the thing that produces firmness of flesh must be that which produces the good condition. It follows generally that if one of a pair of contraries has more than one meaning, the other will have more than one meaning as well. If the word just has more than one meaning, unjust will also have more than one. Now, both the unjust man and the unjust act seem to be taken in several ways. But let us consider in how many ways a man is said to be unjust. Both the lawless man and the grasping and unfair man are thought to be unjust, so that the lawful and the fair man will be just. The just, then, is the lawful and the fair, and the unjust is the lawless and the unfair. Since the unjust man is grasping, he will be concerned with goods, but not with all goods, only with those that are the concern of prosperity and adversity, which taken without qualification are always good, but for a particular person not always good. Men pray for these things, but they should not. Rather, they should pray that what is good without qualification may be good for them, and then choose what is good for them. The unjust man does not always choose the larger share. He even chooses the smaller share of things that are without qualification bad. But because the lesser evil is thought to be in a way good, and grasping is of the good, he is thought to be grasping, and he is unfair. This term includes both. Chapter 2. We must now consider justice and injustice in their several senses. The term justice is applied both to law-abiding conduct and to fair conduct. Unjust is applied both to law-breaking and to grasping and unfairness. Now the lawless man is unjust, and the lawful man is just. Clearly then, all lawful acts are in a sense just acts, for the acts laid down by the legislative art are lawful, and each of these, we say, is just. Now the laws and their enactments on all subjects aim at the common advantage, either of all, or of the best, or of those in power. And so in one sense, we call those acts just that tend to produce and preserve happiness and its components for the political society. For the law bids us do both the acts of a brave man, for example, not to desert our post or throw away our arms, and those of the temperate man, for example, not to commit adultery or outrage, and those of the good-tempered man, for example, not to strike or speak evil, and similarly with regard to the other virtues and forms of wickedness, commanding some acts, forbidding others. And the rightly framed law does this rightly, and the hastily framed one less well. This form of justice, then, is complete virtue, but not absolutely, but in relation to our neighbor, is often thought to be the greatest of virtues. And neither evening nor morning star is so wonderful. And proverbially, in justice is every virtue comprehended, and it is complete virtue in its fullest sense, because it is the actual exercise of complete virtue. It is complete because he who possesses it can exercise his virtue not only in himself, but towards his neighbor as well. For many men can exercise virtue in their own affairs, but not in their relations to another. Hence the saying of Bias, "Rule will show the man." For a ruler is necessarily in relation to other men. For this same reason, justice alone of the virtues is thought to be another's good, because it is related to our neighbor. For it does what is advantageous to another, whether he be a ruler or a partner. Now the worst man is he who exercises his wickedness both towards himself and towards his friends, and the best man not towards himself, but towards another. This type of justice, then, is not a part of virtue, but the whole of virtue. And the contrary injustice is not a part of vice, but the whole of vice. What the difference is between virtue and justice in this sense is plain from what we have said. They are the same, but their being is not the same. What as regards our neighbor is justice, as a certain kind of state without qualification is virtue. Chapter 3. But we are inquiring into the justice that is a part of virtue, for there is such a justice as we maintain, and similarly into the injustice that is a part of vice. A proof that it exists is that the man who exhibits the other forms of wickedness acts unjustly, but is not grasping. For instance, the man who throws away his shield through cowardice, or speaks harshly through bad temper, or fails to help a friend with money through illiberality. But when a man is grasping, often he exhibits none of these vices, nor all of them together, but he exhibits some form of wickedness, for we blame him, and the form is injustice. There is then another kind of injustice which is a part of the whole, and an unjust act which is a part of the whole unjust act, in the sense of being contrary to law. Again, if one man commits adultery for the sake of gain and makes money, while another does so at the bidding of appetite and loses money and is punished, the latter would be thought self-indulgent rather than grasping, but the former unjust but not self-indulgent. And clearly then, the former acts for the sake of gain. Further, all other unjust acts are always referred to some other vice. For example, adultery to self-indulgence, desertion of a comrade in battle to cowardice, physical violence to anger. But if a man makes gain, his is referred to no vice but injustice. So that it is clear that beside the universal injustice, there is another particular injustice. They share the same name, because their definition falls within the same genus. For both have their force in dealings with others, but the one is concerned with honor or money or safety, or whatever single name can include all these, and has its motive in the pleasure of gain, while the other is concerned with all the objects with which the good man is concerned. Chapter 4. It is clear then that there is more than one kind of justice, and that there is one which is distinct from the whole of virtue. We must now ask what it is and what sort of thing. The unjust has been divided into the lawless and the unfair, and the just into the lawful and the fair. The injustice we have already discussed is the lawless. But the unfair and the lawful are not the same. They differ as part to whole, for the unfair is a part of the lawless, and the fair is a part of the lawful. We must now speak of the justice and injustice that are in the particular sense, and similarly of the just and the unjust. In this sense, we must set aside then the justice that is coextensive with virtue, and the injustice coextensive with vice, and the just and the unjust that correspond to them. Clearly then, the particular justice and the particular injustice are concerned with honor and money and safety, and whatever single name can include all these, with the pleasure that comes from gain. We must also consider the mean between two extremes, as we shall see when we examine the matter. Now it is plain that those who discuss justice and the just say that the just is that in which the just man acts justly by choice, and that he distributes neither too much to himself nor too little to another, but what is proportionally equal, and similarly when he distributes between two others. And in the matter of injustice, the unjust is what is unjust, which is excess and deficiency of what is beneficial or harmful, contrary to the proportional. Hence injustice is excess and defect, in the sense that it is concerned with excess and defect. In one's own case, excess of what is simply beneficial, and deficiency of what is harmful. In the case of others, the same result follows in the whole, but the proportion between the two is violated in whichever way. Of the unjust act, the lesser is being treated unjustly, the greater is acting unjustly. Let us then so much suffice concerning justice and injustice, as to what is their nature, and similarly concerning the just and the unjust in general. Chapter 5. Since the unjust man is unequal, and the unjust is unequal, clearly there is a mean between the two unequals involved in each case, and this is the equal. For in whatever kind of action there is the more and the less, there is also the equal. If then the unjust is unequal, the just is equal, and this without argument is held by all. And since the equal is a mean, the just will be a kind of mean. Now the equal involves at least two terms. The just, then, must be both a mean and equal and relative, that is, for certain persons. And as a mean, it must be between certain things, namely the more and the less, and as equal between two things, and as just for certain people. The just, then, must involve at least four terms, for the persons for whom it is in fact just are two, and the things in which it is manifested, the objects distributed, are two, and the same equality will exist between the persons and between the things. For as the latter are related, so are the former. If they are not equal, they will not have what is equal. But this is the origin of quarrels and complaints, when either equals have and are awarded unequal shares, or unequals equal shares. Further, this is plain from the fact that awards should be made according to merit, for all men agree that what is just in distribution must be according to merit in some sense. But they do not all mean the same kind of merit. For democrats say it is free birth, oligarchs say it is wealth or noble birth, and aristocrats say it is virtue. The just, then, is a species of the proportionate. For proportion is not a property of numerical quantity only, but of quantity in general. Proportion is equality of ratios, and involves four terms at least. Clearly, discrete proportion involves four terms, but so does continuous proportion, for it uses one term as two and mentions it twice. For example, as the line A is to the line B, so is the line B to the line C. Thus, the term B is mentioned twice, so that if B is set down twice, the proportional terms are four. The just also involves four terms at least, and the ratio between the first pair is the same as that between the second pair. For the division of the persons and the things is the same. As then the term A is to B, so will C be to D, and therefore as A is to C, so is B to D, and so the whole in relation to the whole. This is what the just distribution joins. And if the persons are put together in this way, the joining is just. This then is what the just is, the proportional. The unjust is what violates the proportion. Hence, the just in this sense consists in having an equal share in accordance with the proportion, and the unjust in having more or less than one's share. Chapter 6. There is another kind of justice, which is corrective. It arises in voluntary and involuntary transactions. This form of the just has a different specific character from the former. For the justice that distributes common possessions is always in accordance with the kind of proportion we have described. For even if it is a distribution from common funds, it will be in the same ratio as the respective contributions of the partners. And the injustice opposed to this kind of justice is that which violates the proportion. But the justice and transactions between man and man is a sort of equality indeed, and the injustice a sort of inequality, but not according to that kind of proportion, but according to arithmetical proportion. For it makes no difference whether a good man has defrauded a bad man, or a bad man a good one, nor whether it is a good or a bad man that has committed adultery. The law looks only to the distinctive character of the injury and treats the parties as equal, if one is in the wrong and the other is being wronged, and if one inflicted injury and the other has received it. Therefore, the unjust being unequal, the judge tries to equalize it, for also in the case of blows, one man strikes and another is struck, or one man kills and another is killed. The suffering and the action are divided into unequal parts, but the judge tries to equalize by means of the penalty, taking away from the gain of the assailant. For the term gain is applied generally to such cases, even if it is not a term appropriate to certain cases. For example, to the man who inflicts a wound, and loss to the sufferer. At all events, when the suffering has been estimated, the one is called loss, and the other gain. Therefore, the equal is intermediate between the more and the less, but the gain and the loss are more and less in contrary ways. More of the good and less of the evil are gain, and the contrary is loss. Intermediate between them is the equal, which we say is just. Therefore, corrective justice will be the intermediate between loss and gain. This is why when people dispute, they take refuge in the judge, and to go to the judge is to go to justice. For the nature of the judge is to be a sort of animate justice, and they seek the judge as an intermediate. And in some states, they call judges mediators, on the assumption that if they get what is intermediate, they will get what is just. The just, then, is an intermediate, since the judge is so. Now the judge restores equality. It is as though there were a line divided into unequal parts. He takes away that by which the greater segment exceeds the half, and adds it to the smaller segment. And when the whole has been equally divided, then they say they have their own. That is when they have received what is equal. The equal is intermediate in arithmetical proportion between the greater and the less. And this is why it is called just, because it is a division into two equal parts, just as if one were to call it the divided in two, and the judge is one who bisects. For when something is subtracted from one of two equals and added to the other, the other exceeds by two such parts. For if what was taken from the one had not been added to the other, the difference would have been only one part. Therefore the intermediate is one part less than the greater, and one part more than the less. This then is what the just is, the intermediate between loss and gain, so that when men have a dispute, they have recourse to the judge. For to go to the judge is to go to justice, and the judge is intended to be, as it were, justice animate. Chapter 7. Some think that reciprocity is without qualification just, for the Pythagoreans defined justice simply as reciprocity. But reciprocity does not fit either distributive or corrective justice. Yet they wish even the justice of Rhadamanthus to mean this. If a man should suffer what he did, right justice would be done. For in many cases, reciprocity and justice are not the same. For example, if a magistrate has inflicted a blow, it is not right that he should be struck in return. Nor if someone has struck a magistrate, ought he to be only struck, but also punished. Again, it makes a great difference whether the act was voluntary or involuntary, but in associations for exchange, this kind of justice, reciprocity according to proportion and not according to exact equality, is what binds men together. For it is by proportionate requital that the city holds together. Men seek to return evil for evil, for otherwise they feel it is slavery, and to return good for good, for otherwise there is no exchange, and it is by exchange that they hold together. Hence they give a prominent place to the temple of the graces, to promote the requital of services, for this is characteristic of grace. We should serve in return one who has shown grace to us, and should another time take the initiative in showing it. Now what makes proportionate return is a cross conjunction. Let A be a builder, B a shoemaker, C a house, D a shoe. The builder must get from the shoemaker the latter's work, and must himself give him his own. If then there is proportionate equality in the first place, and then reciprocation takes place, the result we mention will be achieved. If not, the bargain is not equal and does not hold. For there is no reason why the work of the one should not be better than that of the other. Therefore they must be equated. This is true of the other arts as well, for they would be destroyed if what the patient suffered were not just what the agent did, and of the same quantity and quality. For it is not two doctors that associate for exchange, but a doctor and a farmer, and in general people who are different and unequal. But these must be equated. This is why all things that are exchanged must be somehow comparable. It is for this end that money has been introduced. It becomes in a sense a medium, for it measures all things, and therefore the excess and the defect. How many shoes are equal to a house or to a given amount of food? As builder is to shoemaker, so must the number of shoes be to a house. For without this, there will be no exchange and no community. And it will not be possible unless the goods are somehow equal. All goods must therefore be measured by some one thing. Now this unit is in truth demand, which holds all things together. For if men did not need one another's goods at all, or did not need them equally, there would be either no exchange or not the same exchange. But money has become by convention a sort of representative of demand. And this is why it has the name nomisma, because it exists not by nature, but by law. And it is in our power to change it and make it useless. There will then be reciprocity when the terms have been equated, so that as farmer is to shoemaker, the amount of the shoemaker's work is to that of the farmer's work for which it exchanges. We must not bring them to a figure of proportion after the exchange, for then one extreme would have both excesses, but when they still have their own goods, thus they are equals and partners, because the equality can be achieved in this way. Let A be a farmer, C food, B a shoemaker, D his product equated to C. If it had not been possible for reciprocity to be thus effected, there would have been no community. That demand holds things together as a single unit is shown by the fact that when men do not need one another, I mean when there is no need on one side or the other, they do not exchange, as we do when someone wants what one has oneself. For example, when people permit the export of corn in exchange for wine. This equation, therefore, must be established, and for the future exchange, so that if we do not need a thing now, we shall have money as a guarantee of exchange if we should need it. For it must be possible for us to get what we want by bringing the money. Now money is subject to the same fluctuation, for it does not have the same purchasing power always, but still, it tends to be steadier. This is why all goods must have a price set on them, for then there will always be exchange. And if exchange there will be community. Currency then, acting as a measure, makes goods commensurate and equates them. For there would be no community without exchange, no exchange without equality, and no equality without commensurability. Now in truth, it is impossible that things differing so much should become commensurate. But with reference to demand, they become so sufficiently. There must then be a unit, and that fixed by agreement, which is why it is called nomisma, for it is this that makes all things commensurate, since all things are measured by money. Let A be a house, B 10 minae, C a bed. A is half of B, if the house is worth 5 minae or equal to 5 minae. The bed C is a tenth of B. It is plain then how many beds equal the house, 5. Clearly this was the way exchange was conducted before money existed, for it makes no difference whether 5 beds or the money value of 5 beds are given for the house. We have now defined the unjust and the just. These distinctions being marked off, it is plain that just action is a mean between acting unjustly and being unjustly treated. For the one is to have more, and the other to have less. Justice is a kind of mean, but not in the same way as the other virtues, but because it relates to an intermediate amount, while injustice relates to the extremes. And justice is that in virtue of which the just man is said to be a doer by choice of that which is just, and one who distributes either between himself and another or between 2 others, not so as to give more of what is desirable to himself and less to his neighbor, and less of what is harmful, but so as to give what is equal in accordance with proportion. And similarly, when he distributes between 2 others, injustice, on the other hand, is similarly related to the unjust, which is excess and defect, contrary to proportion of the useful or hurtful. Hence injustice is excess and defect, in the sense that it aims at excess and defect. In one's own case, excess of what is simply beneficial and defect of what is harmful. In the case of others, the same result follows in the whole, but the proportion may be violated in either direction. In the unjust act, to be treated unjustly is the lesser, and to act unjustly the greater. Let us then so much suffice concerning the nature of justice and injustice, and similarly of the just and the unjust in general. Chapter 8. Since acting unjustly does not necessarily imply being unjust, we must ask what sort of unjust acts imply that the doer is unjust with respect to each particular injustice. For example, a thief, an adulterer, a bandit, or is there no difference? For a man might lie with a woman knowing who she was, but not from choice, but from passion. He acts unjustly then, but is not unjust. For example, a man is not a thief, yet he stole, nor an adulterer, yet he committed adultery. And so in all other cases, we have already spoken about the relation of reciprocity to justice, but we must not forget that what we are seeking is not only justice without qualification, but also political justice. This is found among men who share their life with a view to self-sufficiency, men who are free and either proportionally or arithmetically equal, so that between those who do not fulfill this condition, there is no political justice, but only a kind of justice by analogy. For justice exists only between men whose mutual relations are governed by law, and law exists for men between whom there is injustice. For legal justice is the discrimination of the just and the unjust, and between men between whom there is injustice, there is also unjust action, but not between all. And injustice is assigning to oneself too much of what is good in itself, and too little of what is evil. Hence we do not permit a man to rule, but reason. Because a man rules for himself and becomes a tyrant. The magistrate, on the other hand, is a guardian of justice, and if of justice, then of equality also. And if he is just, he seems to have no more than his share, for he does not assign to himself more of what is good in itself, unless it falls to him by proportion. He therefore works for others, and for this reason justice is called another's good, as was said before. A certain return, therefore, must be made to him, and this is honor and privilege. But those who think these insufficient become tyrants. The justice of a master and a father is not the same as political justice, though it is analogous. For there is no injustice in the unqualified sense towards one's own property, but a man's chattel and his child, until it reaches a certain age and becomes independent, are as it were a part of himself, and no one chooses to harm himself. Hence, there is no injustice towards them, and therefore nothing politically just or unjust, for these are according to law, and exist between persons naturally subject to law. These are persons who share equally in ruling and being ruled. Hence justice can more truly be manifested towards a wife than towards children and chattels. For the former is household justice. But even this is different from political justice. Chapter 9. Of political justice, part is natural, part legal. Natural, that which everywhere has the same force and does not exist by people's thinking this or that. Legal, that which originally makes no difference whether it is one way or another, but once it is laid down makes a difference. For example, that the ransom for a prisoner of war shall be 1 mina, or that a goat shall be sacrificed and not 2 sheep. And all laws passed for particular cases. For example, the sacrifices to Brasidas, and the provisions of decrees. Now some think that all justice is of this sort, because that which is by nature is unchangeable, and everywhere has the same force, as fire burns both here and in Persia, while they see the just things changing. But this is not true without qualification. Among the gods, perhaps it is not true at all. But among us, there is something that is by nature. Even if all is changeable, still some things are so by nature, and some not. It is evident which sort of thing, among things that admit of being otherwise, is by nature, and which is not, but is legal and conventional, even if both are equally changeable. The same distinction will apply in all other cases, for the right hand is stronger by nature, yet it is possible for all men to become ambidextrous. The things that are just by convention and on grounds of expediency are like measures, For wine and corn measures are not everywhere equal, but larger where they buy and smaller where they sell. Similarly, things that are just not by nature, but by human enactment, are not everywhere the same, since constitutions also are not the same. But there is only one constitution that is everywhere according to nature the best. The terms just and lawful are each used in more than one sense, but we have distinguished their meanings. Chapter 10. Actions just and unjust are as we have described them, but one acts or is acted upon unjustly only if the act is done voluntarily. When it is involuntary, it is not an act of injustice, except incidentally, for it is an act that happens to be unjust. Whether an act is or is not one of injustice is determined by its voluntariness or involuntariness. For when voluntary, it is blamed, and at the same time is then an act of injustice. So there will be things that are unjust, but not acts of injustice, if voluntariness is not present as well. By voluntary, I mean, as has been said before, any act in a man's own power which he does knowingly, that is, without ignorance of the person acted on, or the instrument used, or the end to be attained. For example, whom he is striking, with what, and for what end, and each of these acts done not by accident, nor under compulsion. If a man takes another's hand and strikes a third person, the owner does not act voluntarily, for the act was not in his power. The person struck may be the striker's father, and the striker may know that it is a man or one of the company, but not know that it is his father. A similar distinction should be made with regard to the end and the whole action. An act done through ignorance, then, or not through ignorance, but not in the agent's power or under compulsion, is involuntary. For many natural processes also we do and suffer knowingly, but none of them is voluntary or involuntary. For example, growing old and dying. What is unjust, then, involves something both unjust and unjust in the sense of injustice, and a voluntary element as well. For the voluntary is that whose origin is in the agent himself, and he knows the particular circumstances of the act. Therefore, what is unjust and what is an act of injustice are not the same, nor the just and an act of justice. For the unjust is unjust by nature or by enactment, and this very thing, when it has been done, is an act of injustice. But before it is done, it is not yet that. Similarly, with an act of justice, though the general term is rather just action, and act of justice is applied to the correction of an act of injustice. But as to each of these, we must investigate later what are the varieties, and how many, and what kind of things they concern. Chapter 11. The just and the unjust being what we have described. A man acts unjustly or justly when he does such acts voluntarily. When involuntarily, he acts neither unjustly nor justly, except incidentally. For men do what is just or unjust by accident. Whether an act is or is not an act of injustice is determined by its voluntariness or involuntariness. For when it is voluntary, it is blamed, and at the same time, it is an act of injustice. So there will be things that are unjust, but not yet acts of injustice, if voluntariness is not present as well. By voluntary, I mean, as has been said before, any act in a man's own power which he does knowingly, that is, without ignorance of the person or the instrument or the end. For example, whom he is striking, with what, and to what end, and each of these not by accident nor under compulsion. If a man takes another's hand and strikes a third person, the owner does not act voluntarily, for the act was not in his power. The person struck may be the striker's father, and the striker may know that it is a man, but not know that it is his father. A similar distinction should be made with regard to the end and the whole action. An act done through ignorance, then, or not through ignorance but not in the agent's power or under compulsion, is involuntary. For many natural processes also we do and suffer knowingly, but none of them is voluntary or involuntary. For example, growing old and dying. What is unjust, then, involves something both unjust and unjust in the sense of injustice, and a voluntary element as well. For the voluntary is that whose origin is in the agent himself, and he knows the particular circumstances of the act. Therefore, what is unjust and what is an act of injustice are not the same, nor the just and an act of justice. For the unjust is unjust by nature or by enactment, and this very thing, when it has been done, is an act of injustice. But before it is done, it is not yet that, but only unjust. Similarly with an act of justice, though the general term is rather just action, and act of justice is applied to the correction of an act of injustice. But as to each of these we must investigate later what are the varieties, and how many, and what kind of things they concern. Chapter 12. Whether a man acts unjustly or justly depends on his own volition. For if he does such acts voluntarily, he acts unjustly. But if involuntarily, he does not. For he does what is just or unjust only by accident. The voluntariness or involuntariness of an act is determined by the presence or absence of knowledge and free choice. And we have defined the voluntary as that which originates in the agent himself with knowledge of the particular circumstances. Can a man then voluntarily be treated unjustly, or is it always involuntary? Since no one suffers injustice willingly, if to be justly treated is always voluntary, and to be unjustly treated is its contrary, it would seem that no one is voluntarily treated unjustly. But some think that the incontinent man allows himself to be harmed by his own incontinency, and so suffers injustice voluntarily. And it might be argued that sometimes a man voluntarily suffers injustice, for instance, when he allows another to take more than his share of a common stock. But in fact, the man who gives away his own share does not suffer injustice, for he takes less than his share voluntarily. But suffering injustice is having something taken away against one's will, and no one is voluntarily treated unjustly, for no one wishes to be harmed, and suffering injustice is being harmed. It is possible, however, to be treated unjustly without anyone acting unjustly. For the judge who passes a sentence in ignorance does not act unjustly, nor does the man who acts in ignorance of the particular circumstances. But he may treat another unjustly, and the act may be an unjust act. But the agent is not unjust, for the act was not voluntary. Now we have said before that it is hard to treat oneself unjustly, for one cannot at the same time have more and less, nor do and suffer at the same time. But can one treat oneself unjustly? Perhaps one can, if we take the part of the soul that is irrational. But that is not the self in the full sense. We shall discuss this later. Chapter 13. We have now said enough about justice and injustice, and the several kinds of each, and about the just and the unjust. Intellectual virtue. Chapter 1. Since we have previously said that one ought to choose the mean, and not the excess or the defect, and that the mean is as the right rule declares, let us now determine what this right rule is. Now in all the states of character we have mentioned, as in all other things, there is a mark to which the man who has the rule looks, and heightens or relaxes his activity accordingly. And there is a standard which determines the mean states we say lie between excess and defect, and which are in accordance with the right rule. But such a statement, though true, is by no means clear. For in all other pursuits that are objects of knowledge, it is indeed true to say that we must not exert ourselves, nor relax our efforts too much, nor too little, but to an intermediate extent, and as the right rule declares. But if a man had only this knowledge, he would be none the wiser, for he would not know what sort of medicine to apply to the body. If someone were to say all that the medical art prescribes, and in the way the medical man prescribes it, hence it is necessary with regard to the states of the soul also, not only that this true statement should be made, but also that it should be determined what is the right rule and what is the standard that fixes it. Now we have divided the virtues of the soul and said that some are virtues of character and others of intellect. The moral virtues we have now discussed. Of the others we shall speak after first speaking of the soul. We said before that the soul has two parts, that which has a rational principle and that which is irrational. Let us now make a similar division of the rational part, and let it be assumed that there are two rational parts, one by which we contemplate the kind of things whose first principles cannot be otherwise, and one by which we contemplate the things that admit of variation. For where objects differ in kind, the part of the soul, naturally related to each, is different in kind. Since it is in virtue of a certain likeness and kinship that knowledge comes to the soul, let one of these parts be called the scientific, the other the calculative. For deliberation and calculation are the same thing, and no one deliberates about things that cannot be otherwise. Hence, the calculative is one part of the soul that possesses reason. We must then find what is the best state of each of these two parts. For this will be the virtue of each, and the virtue is relative to its proper work. Chapter 2. There are three things in the soul that control action and truth: sensation, reason, desire. Of these, sensation originates no action. This is plain from the fact that the lower animals have sensation, but no share in action. what affirmation and negation are in thinking, pursuit and avoidance are in desire. So that since moral virtue is a state of character concerned with choice, and choice is deliberate desire, therefore, both the reasoning must be true and the desire right, if the choice is to be good. And what reason asserts, desire must pursue. This kind of intellect and truth is practical. Of the intellect which is contemplative and not practical nor productive, the good state is truth and falsity, for this is the work of every intellectual part. But of the practical intellect, the good state is truth in agreement with right desire. The origin of action is choice, and the origin of choice is desire and reasoning with a view to an end. This is why choice cannot exist either without reason and intellect or without a moral state. For good action and its contrary cannot exist without a combination of intellect and character. Intellect itself, however, moves nothing, but the intellect which aims at an end and is practical does move. For this rules productive intellect as well, for every maker makes for the sake of an end, and the thing made is not an end without qualification, but only relative to something and for someone. But the thing done is an end without qualification, for good action itself is an end, and desire aims at this. Hence choice is either desiderative reason or ratiocinative desire, and such an origin of action is a man. Now nothing that is past is an object of choice, for no one chooses to have sacked Troy, for no one deliberates about the past, but about what is future and capable of being otherwise. But what is past cannot not have happened. Hence Agathon is right in saying, "Of this alone even God is deprived, to make what has been done undone." The work of both the intellectual parts, then, is truth. Therefore, the states that most tend to attain truth in each are the virtues of the two parts. Chapter 3. Let us begin then with the beginning, and discuss these states once more. Let it be assumed that the states by which the soul possesses truth by way of affirmation or denial are 5 in number: practical wisdom, philosophic wisdom, intuitive reason. We do not include judgment and opinion, because in these we may be mistaken. Now, what science is will be clear from the following. We all suppose that what we know scientifically is not capable of being otherwise. For things that are capable of being otherwise escape observation as to whether they exist or not, when they are not before our eyes. Therefore, the object of scientific knowledge is of necessity. Therefore, it is eternal. For all things that are of necessity, in the unqualified sense, are eternal, and eternal things are ungenerated and imperishable. Again, every science is thought to be capable of being taught, and its object capable of being learned. And all teaching starts from what is already known, as we maintain in the Analytics. Some teaching proceeds by induction, some by syllogism. Induction is the starting point, which leads to knowledge of the universal. Syllogism proceeds from universals. There are then starting points from which syllogism proceeds, and which are not reached by syllogism. It is therefore induction that reaches them. Science, then, is a state of capacity to demonstrate, and has all the other characteristics specified in the Analytics. For it is when a man believes in a certain way and the starting points are known to him that he has scientific knowledge. If the starting points are not better known to him than the conclusion, he will have his knowledge only incidentally. Let this then be our definition of science. Chapter 4, among things that can be otherwise, are included both things made and things done. Making and acting are different, for we accept the distinction drawn in the popular works, so that the reasoned state of capacity to act is different from the reasoned state of capacity to make. Nor are they included one in the other, for neither is acting making, nor is making acting. Now building is an art, a reasoned state of capacity to make, and there is neither any art that is not such a state, nor any such state that is not an art. Art, then, is identical with a state of capacity to make involving a true course of reasoning. All art is concerned with coming into being, that is, with contriving and considering how something may come into being, which is capable either of being or of not being, and whose origin is in the maker and not in the thing made. For art is concerned neither with things that are or come into being by necessity, nor with things that do so in accordance with nature, for these have their origin in themselves, making and acting being different. Art must be a matter of making, not of acting. And in a sense, chance and art are concerned with the same objects. As Agathon says, art loves chance, and chance loves art. Art, then, as has been said, is a state concerned with making involving a true course of reasoning, and lack of art, on the contrary, is such a state involving a false course of reasoning. Both are concerned with the variable. Chapter 5. We may grasp the nature of practical wisdom by considering the persons whom we call practically wise. It is thought to be the mark of a man of practical wisdom to be able to deliberate well about what is good and expedient for himself, not in some particular department. For instance, what sorts of things conduce to health or to strength, but what sorts of things conduce to the good life in general? This is shown by the fact that we call men in some particular pursuit wise when they calculate well with a view to some good end that is not an object of art, so that in general, the man who is capable of deliberating has practical wisdom. Now, no one deliberates about things that cannot be otherwise, nor about things that it is impossible for him to do. Therefore, practical wisdom cannot be science nor art. Not science, because what is done is capable of being otherwise. Not art, because action and making are different kinds of thing. The remaining alternative, then, is that it is a true and reasoned state of capacity to act with regard to the things that are good or bad for man. For while making has an end other than itself, action cannot. For good action itself is its end. It is for this reason that we think Pericles and men like him have practical wisdom, because they can see what is good for themselves and what is good for men in general. We consider that those can do this who are good at managing households or states. This is why we call temperance sophrosyne, because it preserves practical wisdom, but it preserves the kind of judgment we have described. For not every kind of judgment is destroyed and perverted by pleasure or pain. For instance, the judgment that the triangle has or has not its angles equal to 2 right angles, but it is judgment about what is to be done. For the origin of what is to be done is the end for which it is done. And once a man has been corrupted by pleasure or pain, he no longer sees the origin, nor that everything is to be chosen and done for the sake of this and because of it. For vice perverts the eye, and makes men err about the starting points of action, so that it is clear that practical wisdom must be a state involving reason, true, and capable of action with regard to human goods. Further, while there is such a thing as excellence in art, there is no such thing as excellence in practical wisdom. And in art, he who errs willingly is preferable. But in practical wisdom, as in the virtues, he is the reverse. Plainly then, practical wisdom is a virtue and not an art. Of the two rational parts of the soul, this must be the virtue of the opinative part. For opinion is about the variable, and so is practical wisdom. But it is not only a reasoned state. This is shown by the fact that such states can be forgotten, but practical wisdom cannot. Chapter 6. Science is judgment about things that are universal and necessary, and there are starting points. Of demonstrable things and of all science. For science involves reasoning. Hence there cannot be science of the starting points of the object of scientific knowledge. And since neither science nor art nor practical wisdom can grasp them, the remaining alternative is that it is intuitive reason that grasps the starting points. Nor is philosophic wisdom a knowledge of the starting points. For the philosopher must be able to argue about some things from starting points. Therefore, the state of mind that grasps the starting points of scientific knowledge is intuitive reason. This is true if we are right that intuitive reason is the ultimate source of scientific knowledge, and the starting point is the ultimate. Chapter 7. Wisdom must be the most finished form of knowledge. The wise man must not only know what follows from the first principles, he must also possess truth about the first principles. Therefore, wisdom must be intuitive reason combined with scientific knowledge. It is scientific knowledge of the highest objects which has received, as it were, its proper completion. For it would be strange to think that political wisdom or practical wisdom is the best form of knowledge, since man is not the best thing in the world. And if what is healthy and good is different for men and for fishes, but what is white or straight is always the same. Anyone would say that what is wise is the same always, but what is practically wise is different, for it is that which observes the things that are good for each particular being, and this will give the appropriate advice. This is why people say that some even of the lower animals have practical wisdom, those that are seen to have a power of foresight with regard to their own life. It is evident also that philosophic wisdom and political wisdom cannot be the same. For if men were to say that the philosophy of what is advantageous to themselves is wisdom, for there would not be one concerned with the good of all animals, any more than there is one medicine for all existing things. And it makes no difference whether one says that man is the best of all animals, for there are other things much more divine in their nature than man. The most obvious examples are the bodies of which the heavens are framed. From what has been said, it is plain that wisdom is both scientific knowledge and intuitive reason with regard to the things that are highest by nature. Hence people say Anaxagoras and Thales and men like them have philosophic but not practical wisdom. when they see them ignorant of what is to their own advantage. And they say they know things that are remarkable, admirable, difficult, and divine, but useless, because it is not human goods that they seek. Practical wisdom, on the other hand, is concerned with things human and things about which it is possible to deliberate. For we say this is above all the work of the man of practical wisdom, to deliberate well. But no one deliberates about things that cannot be otherwise, nor about things that have not an end that is a good achievable by action. The man who is without qualification good at deliberating is the man who is capable of aiming in accordance with calculation at the best for man of things attainable by action. Nor is practical wisdom concerned only with universals. It must also recognize the particulars, for it is practical, and practice is concerned with particulars. This is why some who do not know theory are more effective in practice than others who know it, especially men of experience. For if a man knew that light meats are digestible and wholesome, but did not know which sorts are light, he would not produce health. But the man who knows that chicken is light and wholesome is more likely to produce health. Now, practical wisdom is concerned with action. Therefore, one should have both forms of it, or the latter rather than the former. But of practical wisdom also there must be a controlling kind. Chapter 8. Political wisdom and practical wisdom are the same state of mind, but their being is different. Of the wisdom concerned with the city, the one ruling part is legislative wisdom. The other dealing with particulars is called by the common name political wisdom, and this has to do with action and deliberation. For a decree is something to be done as the last step. This is why the politicians alone are said to be active, for they alone do things as manual laborers do things. Practical wisdom also is thought to be most proper to the individual, and this is held to be practical wisdom in the general sense. But it has many forms, for the wisdom of the household manager and the wisdom of the legislator and the wisdom of the politician are not the same, though all are acts of the same practical wisdom. Further, the opinion is held that it is a great thing to know what is advantageous to oneself, and that this is the work of the practically wise man. But probably one's own good cannot exist without household management, nor without a form of government. Moreover, how one should order one's own affairs is not clear and needs consideration. A proof of what we say is that young men become geometricians and mathematicians and wise in such matters. But it is thought that a young man of practical wisdom is not to be found. The cause is that practical wisdom is concerned also with particulars, which become familiar from experience, and a young man has no experience, for it is length of time that gives experience. Indeed, one might ask this question too: why a boy may become a mathematician, but not a philosopher or a physicist? Is it because the objects of mathematics exist by abstraction, while the first principles of these other subjects come from experience, and young men have no conviction about them, but use the language without understanding, while the essence of mathematical objects is plain enough to them? Further, error in deliberation may be either about the universal or about the particular. For instance, that all heavy water is bad, or that this water is heavy. That practical wisdom is not scientific knowledge is evident, for it is concerned, as has been said, with the ultimate particular. Since the thing to be done is of this nature, it is opposed then to intuitive reason. For intuitive reason is of the limiting premises of which no reason can be given, while practical wisdom is concerned with the ultimate particular, which cannot be apprehended by science, but by perception. Not the perception of qualities proper to a particular sense, but a perception akin to that by which we perceive that the particular figure before us is a triangle. For in that direction too there will be a limit. But this is rather perception than practical wisdom, though it is another kind of perception than what is proper to each sense. Chapter 9. We must also investigate what is called good deliberation, and see whether it is a kind of science, or opinion, or skill in conjecture, or something different in kind. Now, it is not science, for men do not investigate what they know. But good deliberation is deliberation, and he who deliberates inquires and calculates. Nor is it skill in conjecture, for this involves no reasoning, and is something swift. But men deliberate a long time, and it is said that one should carry out quickly the conclusions of one's deliberations, but deliberate slowly. Again, readiness of mind is different from good deliberation, for readiness of mind is a kind of skill in conjecture. Nor is good deliberation any kind of opinion. But since he who deliberates badly goes wrong, and he who deliberates well does so correctly. Clearly, good deliberation is a kind of correctness, but not of science or of opinion, for there is no correctness of science, since there is no error of science, and correctness of opinion is truth. At the same time, everything that is the object of opinion is already determined. But neither is good deliberation without reasoning. It remains then that it is correctness of thinking, for this is not yet assertion. For opinion is not inquiry, but has reached the stage of assertion. But the man who is deliberating, whether he does so well or ill, is searching and calculating. Good deliberation, then, is a correctness of deliberation. So we must first inquire what deliberation is and what is its object. Now there are many kinds of correctness. Clearly, good deliberation is not any and every kind. For the incontinent man and the bad man will obtain by calculation what he sets before himself as the end, so that he will have deliberated correctly. But he will have got a great evil. But to have deliberated well is thought to be a good thing, for it is this kind of correctness of deliberation. That is good deliberation. That is such as tends to attain a good. But it is possible to reach a good end by a false syllogism, and to attain what one ought to do, but not by the right means, the middle term being false, so that this too is not yet good deliberation. That state and virtue of which one attains what one ought, but not by the right means. Again, one may deliberate a long time and get what one ought, and another may do so in a short time, so that the former is not yet good deliberation. But it is correctness with regard to what is expedient, and correctness in manner, in time, and in end. Further, it is possible to have deliberated well either without qualification or with reference to a particular end. Good deliberation without qualification is that which succeeds with reference to the end without qualification. And good deliberation in a particular sense is that which succeeds with reference to a particular end. It is characteristic of men of practical wisdom to have deliberated well. Good deliberation will be correctness with regard to what conduces to the end, of which practical wisdom is true apprehension. Understanding and good understanding, and virtue of which we call men understanding, or of good understanding, are neither entirely the same as opinion or science, for then all men would be men of understanding, nor are they one of the particular sciences, for example, medicine, which is concerned with health, or geometry with magnitudes. For understanding is not about things that are eternal and immutable, nor about any and every one of the things that come into being, but about things that may become subjects of questioning and deliberation. Hence its objects are the same as those of practical wisdom. But understanding and practical wisdom are not the same. For practical wisdom issues commands, for its end is what ought to be done or not to be done. But understanding only judges. Understanding is the same as good understanding, and men of understanding are men of good understanding. Understanding is not either the having or the acquiring of practical wisdom, but as learning is called understanding when it means the exercise of the faculty of knowledge, so understanding is applicable to the exercise of the faculty of opinion, for the purpose of judging what someone else says about matters with which practical wisdom is concerned, and of judging soundly. For well and soundly are the same, and from this has come the name understanding, in virtue of which we call men of good understanding. For the words we apply to quickness of mind are derived from learning, for we often call learning understanding. Chapter 11. What is called judgment, in virtue of which men are said to be sympathetic judges, and to have judgment is the right discrimination of the equitable. A sign of this is our saying that the equitable man is above all others sympathetic, and that it is equitable to be sympathetic about some things. And sympathy is the judgment which discriminates what is equitable, and does so correctly. And correct sympathy is that which discriminates what is true. Now all these states, as might be expected, tend to the same thing. For we attribute judgment and understanding and practical wisdom and intuitive reason to the same persons. When we say they have judgment and have reached years of reason and are practically wise and understanding. For all these faculties deal with ultimates and particulars. And being a man of understanding and of good or sympathetic judgment consists in being able to judge about the things with which practical wisdom is concerned. For the equitable is common to all good men in their relations with other men. Now all matters of action belong to the class of particulars and ultimates. For the man of practical wisdom must recognize these. And understanding and judgment are also concerned with matters of action. And these are ultimates, and intuitive reason is concerned with the ultimates in both directions. For both the first terms and the last are objects of intuitive reason and not of argument. In demonstrations, it is the unchanging first terms. In practical reasoning, it is the ultimate and variable fact. I mean the minor premise. For these are the starting points for the apprehension of the end. Since the universals are reached from the particulars, of these therefore we must have perception, and this perception is intuitive reason. This is why these states are thought to be natural endowments, and why we say that while no one is born wise by nature, people are born with judgment and understanding and intuitive reason. A sign of this is that we think these powers correspond to our time of life, and that a certain age brings with it intuitive reason and judgment. This implies that nature is the cause. Hence, intuitive reason is both a beginning and an end. For demonstrations spring from these and are about these. So we must pay attention to the undemonstrated sayings and opinions of experienced and older people, or of people with practical wisdom, not less than to demonstrations. For because experience has given them an eye, they see aright. We have said then what practical wisdom and philosophic wisdom are, and what each of them is concerned with, and that each is the virtue of a different part of the soul. Chapter 12. Someone might raise the question what use these virtues are. For philosophic wisdom contemplates none of the things that make a man happy, for it is not concerned with any coming into being. And practical wisdom, while it has this merit, for what purpose do we need it? For practical wisdom is concerned with the things that are just and noble and good for man. But these are the things that it is the mark of a good man to do, and we are none the more able to do them for knowing them, since the virtues are states of character, just as we are none the more able to do healthy and fit actions for knowing what health and fitness are. For the medical art and the gymnastic art do not make us able to act, but only to have the disposition. But if we are to say that a man should have practical wisdom, not for the sake of knowing, but for the sake of becoming good, it will be no use to those who are already good. Further, it is of no use to those who have not yet become good, for it will make no difference whether they themselves have it or take the advice of others who do. It will be enough to do as we do about health, for we wish to be healthy, but do not learn the art of medicine. Moreover, it would seem strange if practical wisdom, being inferior to philosophic wisdom, is to be put in authority over it, as seems to be implied by the fact that the art that produces, whatever it is, rules and issues commands about those things. But these are questions we must now discuss. So far, we have only stated the difficulties. First, then, let us say that in themselves these states must be worthy of choice, for they are the virtues of the two parts of the soul respectively, even if neither of them produced anything. Secondly, they do produce something, not as medical art produces health, but as health produces health. So does philosophic wisdom produce happiness, for being a part of virtue entire, by being possessed and by actualizing itself, it makes a man happy. Further, the work of man is achieved only in accordance with practical wisdom as well as with moral virtue, for virtue makes us aim at the right mark, and practical wisdom makes us take the right means. Of the fourth part of the soul, the nutritive, there is no such virtue, for there is nothing which it is in its power to do or not to do. That practical wisdom is no more useful for what is noble and just. We must begin a little further back. Some say that the just acts are those which the just man does. But the just man is the man who does those acts, not merely as a matter of doing them, but as a just man does them, that is, with knowledge and choice, and for the sake of the acts themselves. So that the acts are called just and temperate, not merely when they are such as a just or temperate man would do, but when the doer does them as a just and temperate man does them. It is right then to say that it is by doing just acts that the just man is produced, and by doing temperate acts, the temperate man. Without doing these, no one would have even a prospect of becoming good. But most people do not do these, but take refuge in theory, and think they are being philosophers, and will become good in this way, behaving somewhat like patients who listen attentively to their doctors, but do none of the things prescribed. As the latter will not be made well in body by such a course of treatment, the former will not be made well in soul by such a course of philosophy. Chapter 13. But we must also consider the relation of practical wisdom to moral virtue, for they seem to be yoked together. The moral virtues are states of character that aim at the intermediate, but they need a standard, and this standard is provided by practical wisdom. For the moral virtues are not merely states in accordance with the right rule, they are states that imply the presence of the right rule. And practical wisdom is the right rule about such matters. Socrates, then, was partly right and partly wrong in thinking that all the virtues are forms of practical wisdom. He was wrong in thinking they are nothing but practical wisdom, but he was right in saying they imply practical wisdom. A sign of this is that even now, everyone, when defining virtue, after naming the state of character and what it is concerned with, adds that it is in accordance with the right rule, and the right rule is that which is in accordance with practical wisdom. It seems then that all men divine that the state of character of this kind which is in accordance with practical wisdom is virtue. But we must go a little further. It is not merely the state in accordance with the right rule, but the state that implies the presence of the right rule itself, that is virtue. And practical wisdom is the right rule about these matters. Socrates then thought the virtues were rules, for he said they were all forms of knowledge, but we think they imply a rule. It is clear then from what has been said that it is not possible to be good in the strict sense without practical wisdom, nor practically wise without moral virtue. And in this way we can also refute the dialectical argument that the virtues exist separately from each other. For the same man, it might be argued, is not best equipped by nature for all the virtues. So that he will have already acquired one when he has not yet acquired another. This is possible in the case of the natural virtues, but not in the case of those in respect of which a man is called without qualification good. For with the presence of the one quality, practical wisdom, all the virtues will be given. And clearly, even if it were of no practical value, we should have needed it because it is the virtue of the part of the soul. And the choice will not be right without practical wisdom, any more than without virtue. For the one determines the end, the other makes us do the things that lead to the end. But still it is not sovereign over philosophic wisdom, or the better part of the soul, just as medicine is not sovereign over health, for it does not use it, but provides for its coming into being. It issues orders then for its sake, but not to it. Further, to say that practical wisdom is the most honorable state would be like saying that political science rules the gods, because it issues orders about all the affairs of the state. Continence and incontinence. Chapter 1. We must now make a fresh start and say that there are 3 kinds of things to be avoided in matters of character: vice, incontinence, and brutishness. The contraries of 2 of these are plain. One we call virtue, the other continence. The contrary of brutishness would be most fittingly described as a superhuman virtue, a kind of heroic and divine excellence. As Homer makes Priam say of Hector that he was surpassingly good, nor did he seem the son of a mortal man, but of a god. If then, as is said, men become gods by exceeding in virtue, the disposition opposed to the brutish will clearly be of this kind. For just as a brute has neither vice nor virtue, neither has a god. But the state of the latter is something more honorable than virtue, and that of the former is different in kind from vice. Now, since it is rare for a man to be godlike, as the Spartans say when they admire anyone greatly, godlike man, so the brutish type is rarely found among men. It is found chiefly among barbarians, but some brutish qualities occur also as a result of disease or arrested development. And we sometimes apply the term as a reproach to those who exceed in vice. But we must make some mention of this kind of disposition later. And vice we have discussed before. We must now speak of incontinence and softness and luxury, and of continence and endurance, for we must treat each neither as identical with virtue or vice, nor as a different kind of thing. We ought, as in the other cases, to set down the appearances, and after raising the difficulties, to go on to prove the common opinions about these affections, or failing that, the greater part and the most authoritative. For if the difficulties are solved, and the common opinions are left standing, we shall have proved the case sufficiently. Chapter 2. Now the common opinions are these: continence and endurance are good and praiseworthy, incontinence and softness bad and blameworthy. And the continent man tends to abide by his calculation. The incontinent tends to depart from it. And the incontinent man, knowing that things are bad, does them under the influence of passion, while the continent man, knowing that desires are bad, refuses to follow them because of reason. The temperate man is continent and enduring, but some say every man of the latter kind is temperate. Others say he is not. Some say the incontinent man is unqualifiedly so. Others say only when he is incontinent with regard to particular things. And some say the self-indulgent man is incontinent, and the incontinent man self-indulgent without qualification. But others say they are different. As for the man of practical wisdom, sometimes it is said he cannot be incontinent. Sometimes that some who are practically wise and clever are incontinent. Further, men are said to be incontinent in respect of anger and honor and gain. These then are the things that are said. Chapter 3. Now we must ask how a man who judges rightly can be incontinent. Some say he cannot be so when he has knowledge. For it would be strange, as Socrates thought, that when knowledge is in a man, something else should master it and drag it about like a slave. Socrates was entirely opposed to this view, and held that there is no such thing as incontinence. For no one acts contrary to what is best if he knows it is best, but only through ignorance. Now this argument plainly contradicts the observed facts, and we must inquire about what happens to the incontinent man. If he acts by reason of ignorance, what kind of ignorance is it? For it is evident that the man who is incontinent does not think he ought to act so before he is in the grip of passion. But some modify the argument. They concede that knowledge in the strict sense cannot be dragged about. But they say it is not knowledge, but opinion that the incontinent man has, and that he is overcome by pleasure. But if it is opinion and not knowledge, if it is not a strong conviction that resists, but a weak one, as happens in doubters, we shall be indulgent when men do not abide by their opinions against strong desires. But we are not indulgent to wickedness, or to any of the blameworthy states. Is it then practical wisdom that resists? For this is the strongest thing. But this is absurd. For the same man would be at once practically wise and incontinent. And no one would say that it is the part of a practically wise man to do the basest acts willingly. Moreover, it has been shown before that the practically wise man is one who is able to act, and who is concerned with the ultimates of action, and who possesses the other virtues as well. Further, if continence means having strong and bad desires, the temperate man will not be continent, nor the continent man temperate, for the temperate man does not have excessive or bad desires. But if the continent man has strong and bad desires, he must. And if his desires are good, the character that prevents him from following them must be bad, so that continence is not always a good thing. And if his desires are weak and not bad, there is nothing admirable in resisting them. And if they are weak and bad, nothing great. Again, if continence makes a man tend to abide by any and every opinion, it is bad. For example, if it makes him abide by a false opinion, and if incontinence tends to make him depart from any and every opinion, some incontinence will be good. For example, when Neoptolemus in the Philoctetes is praised for not abiding by what Odysseus persuaded him to do, because it pained him to lie. Again, the sophistical argument presents a difficulty. For because we wish to prove the contradictory statements, so that when we cannot refute the argument, we may admire it, we are forced to believe that continence and incontinence are the same as virtue and vice. For the argument leads to this conclusion, that folly combined with incontinence is virtue. For a man does the opposite of what he believes, owing to incontinence. But he believes what is good to be bad, and what is bad good, so that he will do what is good, and not what is bad. Further, the man who acts by reason of conviction, and pursues and chooses pleasant things, would seem to be a better man than the one who acts not by calculation, but by incontinence. For he is easier to cure, because he may be persuaded to change his mind. But to the incontinent man, the proverb applies, when water chokes, what is a man to drink? For if he had been convinced that what he does is wrong, he would desist when persuaded to change. But as it is, he is persuaded, yet none the less acts. Again, if continence and incontinence are concerned with all objects, What is it to be simply incontinent? For no one has all the forms of incontinence, but we say some men are simply so. Chapter 4. These then are the difficulties that arise. Of them we must refute some, and leave others standing. For the solution of a difficulty is a discovery. We must first then examine whether the incontinent man acts knowingly or not, and if with knowledge, in what sense. Then what are the objects with which the incontinent and continent man are concerned? I mean, are they concerned with every form of pleasure and pain, or only with certain ones? And whether the continent man and the man of endurance are the same or different? And the other questions akin to this inquiry. The starting point of the inquiry is the question whether the continent man and the incontinent man are distinguished by their objects or by their attitude. I mean, whether the incontinent man is incontinent only because he is concerned with such and such objects, or rather because of his attitude, or because of both. Secondly, is incontinence and continence concerned with all objects or not? For a man who is simply incontinent is not concerned with all objects without qualification, but with those with which the self-indulgent man is concerned. Nor is he simply concerned with these in the sense of being related to them as the self-indulgent man is. For the latter acts from choice, thinking that he ought always to pursue the present pleasure, while the incontinent man does not think so, but pursues it all the same. Chapter 5. Now as to the view that it is true opinion, and not knowledge which is overcome, it makes no difference to the argument. For some men are no less convinced of what they opine than others of what they know. Heraclitus shows this. But in the case of the incontinent man, we use the word knowing, both of the man who has the knowledge and is not exercising it, and of the man who is exercising it. It will make a difference. For it is strange if a man has knowledge in the full sense, and something else overcomes him. If he has it in the way men often do, when they are asleep or mad or drunk. These are conditions that men who are under the influence of the passions are in. For anger and sexual desire and some other such passions clearly alter the body as well, and some produce even madness. It is plain then that we must say the incontinent man has knowledge in the same way as these men. Now the fact that they use the language that flows from knowledge proves nothing, for even men under these influences utter scientific proofs and the verses of Empedocles, and those who have just begun to learn can string together their words, but do not yet know, for knowledge has to be grown into them, and this needs time. So that we must suppose the incontinent man to speak as actors speak. Again, we may also look at the cause in the following way with reference to the facts of human nature. For one kind of opinion is universal, the other is concerned with particulars. And here we already have action, for action is concerned with particulars. Now, when the universal opinion is in a man and restrains him from tasting, and there is also the opinion that everything sweet is pleasant, and that this is sweet, and this opinion is active. And when desire happens to be in him, the one universal says, "Avoid this," but desire leads him on, for it is able to move each of the bodily parts, so that the result is that a man acts in a sense under the influence of reason and opinion, but not of reason that is in itself right, but only incidentally. For the desire is contrary not to the right rule, but to the opinion that resists it, so that the lower animals are not incontinent, because they have no universal judgment, but only imagination and memory of particulars. How the ignorance is dissolved, and the incontinent man recovers knowledge, is the same as in the case of the drunken and the sleeping, and is not peculiar to this condition. We must hear the natural scientists. But since the last premise is an opinion about a perceptible object, and this determines our actions, when a man is in a state of passion, he either does not have this, or has it in a sense that does not connote knowing, but merely talking, as a drunken man utters the sayings of Empedocles. And because the last term is not universal, and is not thought to be an object of science in the same way as the universal, it seems that the conclusion Socrates sought is established. For the knowledge that is present when passion is present is not the knowledge that is present in the strict sense, nor is it the true knowledge that is dragged about by passion, but it is the perceptual knowledge. Chapter 6. Let us now discuss whether there is any one who is simply incontinent, or whether all men are so in particular ways, and if so, with what sort of objects. It is evident that both continent and incontinent men are concerned only with the objects of the self-indulgent and the temperate, and not with all objects. For to be concerned with honor or wealth or anything else that is noble or good is to be incontinent in a qualified sense, not simply. For example, in respect of gain, we say a man is incontinent when we blame him, but it is not incontinence in the strict sense, but an incontinence like that which we call incontinence with a qualification, as we say bad doctor and bad actor, which we would not say simply bad. And in these cases each is not vice, but only analogous to vice. It is plain then that continence and incontinence in the strict sense are concerned only with the objects of temperance and self-indulgence, and that with regard to anger it is only by analogy, and so we add in respect of anger, as we add in respect of honor or gain. Chapter 7. Now some things are pleasant by nature, and of these some are pleasant without qualification. Others are pleasant to particular classes of animals, and to particular men. But other things are not pleasant by nature, but become so through disease or habit or depravity. Corresponding to each of these, there are related states of character. I mean the brutish states. For instance, the female who is said to rip open pregnant women and devour the infants, or the things in which certain savage tribes near the Black Sea are said to delight, such as eating raw meat or human flesh, and handing round their children at their feasts, or the story of Phalaris. Now these are brutish. But other states arise through disease or madness, as the man who sacrificed and ate his mother, or the slave who ate his companion's liver. Others are morbid states that come from habit, such as plucking out the hair and biting the nails, and even eating ashes and earth, and also the practice of pederasty. These arise in some by nature, and in others by habit, as in those who have been abused from childhood. Now nature is not to be blamed in those who are brutish by nature, any more than in wild beasts. But when a man who has knowledge does such things and is overcome, he is blamed. And similarly for those who are merely diseased. But when habit is the cause, the man is blamed. For it is in his power not to be habituated in this way, but he has brought it on himself. Now if a man is so disposed as to be overcome even by those pleasures and pains that most men resist, and is powerless against them, he is soft. For softness implies yielding to the touch, the robe that trailing sweeps the ground. For the man allows himself to trail his cloak on the ground rather than undergo the trouble of lifting it. Continence and incontinence, then, do not apply to such states without qualification, but only by analogy. They apply properly to the same objects as temperance and self-indulgence. As to anger, we use the term by analogy. So we say incontinent in anger, as we say incontinent in honor or gain. Now, incontinence in anger is less disgraceful than incontinence in desire. Let us see why. Anger seems to listen to reason to some extent, but to hear wrong, like hasty servants who run out before they have heard the whole of what one says, and then mistake the order, and like dogs who bark if there is but a knock before seeing if it is a friend. So anger, by reason of the warmth and hastiness of its nature, hears but does not hear the command, and springs to take revenge. For reason or imagination informs us that we have been insulted or slighted, and anger reasoning, as it were, that anything like this must be fought against, boils up at once. But desire, if reason or perception merely says that an object is pleasant, rushes to enjoy it. So anger follows reason in a sense, but desire does not. Therefore desire is more disgraceful. For the man who is incontinent in anger is in a sense overcome by reason, but the other is overcome by desire, and not by reason. We pardon people more easily for following natural desires, since we pardon them for following such appetites as are common to all men. And insofar as they are common, now anger and bad temper are more natural than the appetites for excess and what is not necessary. As the man who pleaded that he beat his father said, he himself used to beat his own father, and his father before him. And this boy, when he is a man, will beat me, for it runs in the family. And the man who was being dragged by his son bade him stop at the doorway, for he himself had dragged his own father only so far. Again, the more deliberate a man is in doing an injury, the more unjust he is. Now the hot-tempered man does not act with deliberation, nor anger, but it is open and unconcealed. But desire is like Aphrodite, the craft-weaving daughter of Cyprus. And as Homer says of her embroidered girdle, the whisper of love that steals the wits of the wise, so that if this form of incontinence is more unjust, it is also more disgraceful, and it is incontinence without qualification, and in a sense, vice. Again, no one feels pain when he commits an outrage, but everyone who acts in anger acts with pain, while the outrageous man acts with pleasure. Now if the things that are the most unjust are the most disgraceful, incontinence and desire is more disgraceful, for anger involves pain, but outrageousness does not. It is plain then that incontinence and desire is more disgraceful than incontinence and anger. and that continence and incontinence in the strict sense are concerned with bodily desires and pleasures. But we must distinguish the differences among these very things. For as was said at the beginning, some pleasures are human and natural, both in kind and in degree. Others are brutish, and others due to arrested development or disease. Now only with the first of these are temperance and self-indulgence concerned, that we do not call wild beasts temperate or self-indulgent, except by metaphor, and only when one kind of animal differs from another in violence and destructiveness and voracity, for they have no choice or calculation, but are departures from the natural type, as the mad are among men. Now brutishness is a lesser evil than vice, but more terrible. For the better part is not destroyed as it is in the bad man, but it is absent. It is like comparing an inanimate thing with an animate in respect of badness. For the badness of what has no principle to move it is always less harmful, and reason is such a principle. It is like comparing injustice with the unjust man. Each is worse in some way, for a bad man can do 10,000 times as much harm as a brute. Chapter 9. Now among the pleasures and pains and desires and aversions that arise through touch and taste, to which we previously reduced self-indulgence and temperance, it is possible to be such as to be overcome even by those that most men master, and it is possible to master those that overcome most men. Of these, the man who is prone to be overcome by pleasures is incontinent, and the man who overcomes them continent, and the man who is overcome by pains is soft, and the man who overcomes them is enduring. The state of most men is intermediate, even if they lean somewhat towards the worse. Now, since some pleasures are necessary and others not, and the necessary ones up to a point are so, while excess and deficiency are not, and similarly with desires and pains, the man who pursues the excesses of pleasant things or pursues them to excess or from choice for their own sake and not at all for the sake of any result, is self-indulgent. For such a man must be incapable of regret, and therefore incurable. The man who is deficient in these is the opposite. The man who is intermediate is temperate. And similarly, the man who avoids bodily pains, not because he is overcome, but from choice. But of those who do not choose, one kind is led by pleasure, the other by avoidance of the pain that arises from desire. So that there is a difference between these. Now anyone would think worse of a man if with no desire or with weak desire he were to commit some disgraceful act, than if he did so under the influence of strong desire. And if he struck another when not angry, than if he did so in anger. For what would he have done if he had been in a passion? Hence, the self-indulgent man is worse than the incontinent, for the former acts by choice, the latter not, the former by desire of pleasure, the latter by passion. But the incontinent man is not wicked in the strict sense, for his choice is good, only he acts against it, so that he is only half wicked, and is not unjust, for he is not a deliberate potter. For the one type is not to be persuaded, the other is easy to persuade. And when the desire arises, the incontinent man is like those who get drunk quickly and on little wine, or on less than most men. That incontinence is not a vice in the strict sense is plain, but in a way it is a vice, for it is contrary to choice. Yet it is like vice only in actions. The incontinent man is such as to pursue bodily pleasures that are excessive and contrary to the right rule, but not because he is convinced. The self-indulgent man is convinced that he ought to pursue them. So the former is easy to persuade to change, the latter not. For virtue preserves the starting point, vice destroys it. In matters of action, the starting point is the end for which we act. But the self-indulgent man is corrupted by pleasure or pain, and the end no longer appears as the starting point to him. So, that the incontinent man is better than the self-indulgent, and is not simply bad, for in him the best thing is preserved, the starting point. Another kind is the man who abides by his reason and is not led astray. These are the continent and the incontinent, since the one has bad desires and does not follow them, and the other has good desires and does follow them. The temperate man differs from both. He has neither excessive nor bad desires. The continent man has bad desires, so that the temperate man is better than the continent. Chapter 10. Is the continent man continent in abiding by every kind of reason and every kind of choice, or only by the true reason and the right choice? And is the incontinent man incontinent in departing from every kind of choice and every kind of reason, or only from the true reason and the right choice? As we said before, it is incidental that he departs from some reason, but essentially he departs from the true reason. For while one man clings to and another departs from some particular opinion, the one is simply continent, and the other simply incontinent. If the opinion is true, some men tend to abide by their opinion. They are called strong-headed, for they are hard to persuade and not easy to change. These bear a resemblance to the continent man, as the prodigal to the liberal, and the rash to the brave. But they are different in many ways, for it is not reason, but some desire that the continent man will not be moved from, since he will be persuaded to change. But the strong-headed man will not be persuaded by reason. Yet many such men are overcome by desires, and are strong-headed in their desires, and are incontinent in some things. Now the strong-headed are the opinionated, the ignorant, the boorish. The opinionated are so because they find pleasure in victory, the others because they are pained when their view is shown false, so that the strong-headed man is more like the incontinent than the continent. Chapter 11. There are some men who tend to abide by their resolve, and are not led by passion. We call them continent. Others who are led by passion and do not abide by their resolve, we call them incontinent. The reason is that the incontinent man knows or opines that what he does is bad, but does it because of passion. The continent man knows that his desires are bad and does not follow them. This kind of continence is by its nature choice-worthy and praiseworthy. Its contrary is blameworthy and to be avoided. And incontinence and continence are concerned with the same things as self-indulgence and temperance. For the objects of incontinence are the same as those of self-indulgence, the objects of continence the same as those of temperance. But continence and endurance are not the same, nor softness and incontinence. For the one is concerned with pains, the other with pleasures, is easily led by pleasures, but not by pains, while the soft man is easily overcome by pains, but not by pleasures. Of the two, the incontinent is thought more blameworthy, for it is easier to bear pains than to resist pleasures. And the continent man is better than the man of endurance. But in a sense, continence is opposed to endurance. For the one overcomes pleasures, the other overcomes pains, and both are praiseworthy. Chapter 12. Both continence and incontinence are concerned with the same things as temperance and self-indulgence, but they are not the same. For the latter are states of character, the former are not. For the incontinent man is not such as to choose the acts he does, but to do them under the influence of passion, while the self-indulgent man chooses them, so that the incontinent man is in a middle state between the self-indulgent and the temperate. For he is not so bad as the one, nor so good as the other. For the one is incurable, the other is curable, but the incontinent man is curable, for he does not act from a bad disposition, but from passion. And since he is not ignorant in the true sense, but only in the way in which a drunken man is ignorant, he is half wicked, and not without qualification wicked. For his choice is good, so he is not wicked without qualification, but he acts wickedly. Now the self-indulgent man, as we said, is not apt to repent, for he abides by his choice. But the incontinent man is always apt to repent. And so the case is not as we expressed it in raising the difficulty. For the self-indulgent man is incurable, but the incontinent man is curable. For vice is like a disease, like dropsy or consumption, while incontinence is like epilepsy, for the one is permanent, the other intermittent. And in general, incontinence and vice are different in kind. For vice is unconscious of itself, incontinence is conscious of itself. Of these, the incontinent are better than the self-indulgent, because the incontinent are capable of a cure, for they are conscious of their error, and the starting point is preserved in them. Chapter 13. We have now discussed continence and incontinence, and the states of character that pertain to them. We must now speak of pleasure, for we are in a way by nature students of politics. And the man who is to be a good judge must know these things, for pleasures and pains are the subject matter of political philosophy. For he who uses these well will be good, he who uses them ill, bad. Let us then discuss pleasure, what it is and what kind of thing. Now some think that no pleasure is a good, either in itself or incidentally, for they say the good and pleasure are not the same. Others think that some pleasures are good, but most are bad. Again, there is a third view, that even if all pleasures are good, still the best thing in the world cannot be pleasure. The arguments for the view that pleasure is not a good at all are, first, that every pleasure is a perceptible process to a natural state, and no process is of the same kind as the end. No process of building is of the same kind as a house. Second, that the temperate man avoids pleasures. Third, that the practically wise man pursues what is without pain, not what is pleasant. Fourth, that pleasures are a hindrance to thinking, and the more so, the more one delights in them. For example, in sexual intercourse, for no one could think of anything while engaged in it. Fifth, that there is no art of pleasure, yet every good is the product of some art. Sixth, that children and brutes pursue pleasures. Now these are the arguments that are urged. But the fact that some pleasures are not good, and that some are to be pursued and some not, will be clear from what follows. Since both sides of the argument have a certain plausibility, we must try to see what the truth is. Chapter 14. But let us first say that the good may be spoken of in two ways. One, the good without qualification. The other, good for a particular person, and natures and states of character. Will make a difference, for what is good for a particular person is not always good without qualification. Now the same relation of pleasure to good holds in the case of the body. For what is healthy for one man is not healthy for another. But the healthy is that which is healthy for the healthy body. So the good is that which is good for the good man. Now what is pleasant is what is pleasant to the healthy nature, and what is good without qualification is pleasant without qualification. The pleasures of the bad man are not pleasant without qualification, for they are pleasant only to men in a bad condition. As what is healthy only to men in health, and as things that are bitter are sweet to men whose taste is off. Now it is plain that some pleasures are to be chosen, and some pains to be avoided, and that others are not, and that the same things that are pleasant to the good man are pleasant without qualification, and the same things that are painful to him are painful without qualification. For the good man judges each class of things rightly, and the truth appears to him in each case. For each state of character has its own special beauty and pleasantness, and the good man differs from others most by seeing the truth in each case, being as it were the norm and measure of them. Now if this is so, the life of the good man is the measure of the pleasant and the painful, and the things that produce pleasure in him are the pleasures without qualification, and the things that produce pain are the pains without qualification. As for the argument that the end is not a process, this is true of some ends. For the pleasure that is an end is not a process, but an activity. And it is not true that all pleasures involve a process. For the pleasures of thought do not. And some pleasures involve no pain or desire. For example, the pleasures of contemplation. There is no deficiency in our nature that needs to be filled. This is shown by the fact that men do not delight in the same things when their nature is being replenished as when it is in its normal state. In the normal state, they delight in things that are pleasant without qualification. But when being replenished, they delight even in contrary things. For they delight in sharp and bitter things which no one would call pleasant, either by nature or without qualification, so that the pleasures are not pleasant without qualification. For as pleasant things differ, so do the pleasures arising from them. Again, there is no necessity that there should be something else better than pleasure. As some say, the end is better than the process, for pleasures are not processes, nor do they all involve a process. They are activities and an end, and they arise from our exercise of a faculty, not from our coming to have one. And not all pleasures have something else as their end. but only those that are of persons being led to the completion of their nature. Hence, it is not right to say that pleasure is a perceptible process, but it should rather be called the activity of the natural state, and instead of perceptible, unimpeded. It is thought to be a process just because it is good in the full sense. For people think that activity is a process, but it is different. Chapter 15. Now that pleasures are bad because some pleasant things are unhealthy is like saying that healthy things are bad because some healthy things are bad for money-making. Both are bad in their respective ways, but they are not bad for that reason. For even contemplation is sometimes harmful to health. Neither practical wisdom nor any state of being is impeded by the pleasure arising from it. But foreign pleasures do impede. For the pleasures arising from thinking and learning will make us think and learn all the more. And it is reasonable that no pleasure should be the product of any art, for there is no art of any other activity either, but only of the corresponding faculty. But the art of perfumery and the art of cookery are thought to be arts of pleasure. As for the arguments that the temperate man avoids pleasure, and that the practically wise man pursues the painless, and that children and brutes pursue it, they are all answered by the same distinction. Since we have said in what sense all pleasures are good without qualification, and in what sense not all are good, it is these that brutes and children pursue, and the practically wise man pursues the quietness of soul that comes from freedom from them. For the pleasures that are accompanied by desire and pain are bodily pleasures, and these are the objects of self-indulgence, and it is these that the temperate man avoids, since there are pleasures proper to the temperate man as well. Chapter 16. But self-indulgence is more like a voluntary state than cowardice, for the former is caused by pleasure, the latter by pain, of which the one is to be chosen and the other to be avoided. And pain distracts and destroys the nature of the person who suffers it, while pleasure does nothing of the sort. It is therefore more voluntary. Hence also it is more a matter of reproach, for it is easier to become accustomed to the objects of pleasure, since there are many things of this kind in life, and the process of habituation in them is free from danger. But with terrible things, the reverse is the case. But cowardice would seem to be voluntary in a different sense from its particular acts, for it is itself painless. But the particular acts disturb men owing to the pain they involve, so that they even throw away their arms and disgrace themselves in other ways, and so they are thought to be forced. In the self-indulgent man, on the other hand, the particular acts are voluntary, for he does them with desire and appetites. But the state as a whole is less so, for no one has an appetite to be self-indulgent. The name self-indulgence we apply also to the faults of children, for they have a certain likeness, which is called after which it is not relevant at present to inquire. But the latter is called after the earlier, and the resemblance seems to hold. For that which desires what is base, and which develops quickly, ought to be disciplined. And these characteristics belong above all to appetites and to the child. For children, in fact, live at the beck and call of appetites, and it is in them that the desire for what is pleasant is strongest. If then it is not to be obedient and subject to the ruling principle, it will go to great lengths. For in an irrational creature, The desire for pleasure is insatiable and indiscriminate, and the exercise of appetites increases the innate force. And if appetites are strong and violent, they even expel the power of calculation. Hence, they should be moderate and few, and should in no way oppose reason. And this is what we call the obedient and disciplined state. For as the child should live according to the direction of his tutor, so the desiring element should live according to reason. Hence, the desiring element in a temperate man should harmonize with reason, for the noble is the mark at which both aim. And the temperate man has appetites for the things he ought, as he ought, and when he ought. And this is what reason directs. Friendship, Chapter 1. After what we have said, we must discuss friendship, for it is a virtue, or implies virtue, and is besides most necessary for life. For no one would choose to live without friends, though he had all other goods. And indeed, rich men and those who hold office and power are thought to need friends most of all. For what use is such prosperity if it has taken away the opportunity of beneficence, which is exercised in its most laudable form towards friends? And how could prosperity be guarded and preserved without friends? The greater it is, the more precarious. And in poverty and other misfortunes, men think friends are the only refuge. It helps the young, too, to keep them from error, the old to care for them and to supply the deficiencies of their failing powers, and those in their prime to do noble actions. For with friends men are more able both to think and to act. When two go together, parents have an innate feeling of love for their children, and children for parents, not only in man, but in birds and in most animals. And members of the same tribe feel it for one another, and men who are fellow citizens. And man is by nature a political animal. Hence, even when men have no need of each other's help, they no less desire to live together. Though it is also the case that common interest brings them together, insofar as each contributes to the common good. For this is the good of each, so that friendship seems to hold states together, and lawgivers to care more for it than for justice. For concord seems to be something like friendship, and this they aim at most of all, and they expel faction as their worst enemy. And when men are friends, they have no need of justice. But when they are just, they still need friends. And among the just, the most just is thought to be the friendly act. But it is not only a necessary thing, it is also a noble thing. For we praise those who love their friends, is thought to be a fine thing. And further, we think that the same people are good men and friends. Chapter 2. But there are many disputes about friendship. Some define it as a kind of likeness, and say that those who are alike are friends. Whence come the sayings, like to like, and birds of a feather. Others say, two of a trade never agree. And on this very question, they seek for a deeper and more physical explanation. Euripides says, the parched earth loves the rain, and the stately heaven, when filled with rain, loves to fall upon the earth. And Heraclitus says, it is what opposes that helps. And from differing tones comes the fairest tune. And all things are produced through strife. Others oppose this view, among them Empedocles. He says like aims at like. But let us dismiss the physical questions, for they do not belong to the present inquiry. Let us investigate the human questions that belong to character and feeling, whether all men are capable of friendship, or whether bad men cannot be friends, and whether there is one kind of friendship or many. Those who think there is only one because it admits of degrees have trusted a weak indication. For even things different in species admit of degree. But we have spoken of this before. Chapter 3. Now the kinds of friendship will perhaps become clear if we first understand the object of love. For not everything is loved, but only the lovable. And this is either the good or the pleasant or the useful. But the useful would seem to be that from which some good is produced, so that the good and the pleasant are lovable as ends. Do men then love the good or what is good to them? Sometimes the two disagree, and similarly with the pleasant. Now it is thought that each man loves what is good for himself, and that the good is lovable without qualification. But what is good for each man is lovable for each. Yet each man loves not what is good for him, but what seems good for him. But this will make no difference, for the lovable will be what seems lovable. There being three motives for love, the term friendship is not applied to love for inanimate objects, for here there is no return of affection, nor any wish for the good of the object. It would be absurd to wish well to wine. If at all, it is only that it may keep so that one may have it oneself. But to a friend, it is said we ought to wish what is good for his sake. But we call those who wish good in this way well-wishers, if the wish is not reciprocated. For when it is reciprocated, we call it friendship. And we must add that it must be known to both. A man may be well disposed to another without his knowing it, but not a friend, so that friendship is a mutually recognized goodwill for the sake of one of the three grounds mentioned. Chapter 4. Now those who love each other on the ground of usefulness do not love each other for what they are, but only in so far as they get some good from each other. And similarly with those who love for pleasure. For they do not love witty people for what they are, but because they are pleasant to them. So that those who love for utility love for what is good for themselves, and those who love for pleasure for what is pleasant to themselves. And not in so far as the beloved is the person he is, but in so far as he is useful or pleasant. These friendships, then, are incidental, for the beloved is not loved for being the man he is, but because he provides some good or pleasure. So such friendships are easily dissolved, when one party is no longer pleasant or useful. And if they do not get what they want, they cease to be friends. For it was not for each other's sake that they were friends, but for the sake of profit. Now usefulness is not permanent, but is always changing. So when the ground of their friendship disappears, the friendship itself is dissolved, since it existed only for that. This kind of friendship is especially found among older men, for at that time of life they pursue not the pleasant, but the useful, and among those in their prime or among the young who pursue what is expedient. And such friends do not live together, for sometimes they are not even pleasant to each other, and therefore They have no need of such intercourse, unless they are useful to each other. For they are pleasant only in so far as they have hopes of some good from each other. Among these friendships, people also put the friendship of host and guest. The friendship of young people is thought to be for pleasure, for they live by their feelings, and pursue above all what is pleasant to themselves and what is present. But with advancing years, the things they find pleasant change. Hence they form friendships and dissolve them quickly, for their friendship changes with the object that pleases them, and such pleasure changes rapidly. And young people are apt to fall in love, for the greater part of love is an affair of feeling and based on pleasure. Hence they fall in love and quickly leave off, often in a single day. But they do want to pass their days together and live in company, for so they get what they desire from their friendship. Chapter 5. Perfect friendship is that of men who are good and alike in virtue, for they wish well to each other in the same way in so far as they are good, and they are good in themselves. Now those who wish well to their friends for their own sake are friends in the truest sense, for they are so because of what they are themselves, and not incidentally. So their friendship lasts as long as they are good, and virtue is a lasting thing, and each is good without qualification, and good to his friend. For good men are both good without qualification and useful to each other. Similarly, they are also pleasant, for each is pleasant to the other in his own nature. And good men are pleasant both without qualification and to each other, for each finds pleasure in his own actions and in others like them. And the actions of good men are the same or similar. Such friendship is likely to be lasting, for in it are united all the things that friends ought to have. For every friendship is for the sake of good or pleasure, either without qualification or for the lover, and based on a certain likeness. And in this friendship, all the qualities we have mentioned belong to the friends in virtue of their own nature. For here there is likeness, and the other qualities belong to them in themselves, good without qualification, and pleasant without qualification, and these are the most lovable things. It is between such men that the truest friendship and the truest love is found. It is natural that such friendships are rare, for such men are few. Besides, it requires time and familiarity. For as the saying goes, men cannot know each other till they have eaten the proverbial bushel of salt together. Nor can one man accept another or be his friend until each has shown himself worthy of love and has gained the other's confidence. Those who quickly show the signs of friendship to one another may wish to be friends, but are not friends, unless they are worthy of love and know it. For the wish for friendship is quick to arise. Friendship is not. Chapter 6. This kind of friendship is perfect both in respect of duration and in all other respects. And in it, each gets from each in all respects the same things or similar ones, as ought to be the case between friends. The friendship for pleasure bears a resemblance to this kind. For good men too are pleasant to each other, and so does the friendship for utility. For good men are also useful to each other. And among these two, friendships are most lasting when each friend gets the same thing from the other. For example, pleasure, and not merely that, but from the same source, as happens in the case of witty people. and not as in the case of lover and beloved. For these do not take pleasure in the same things, but the one in seeing the beloved, and the other in receiving attentions from the lover. And when the bloom of youth fades, the friendship sometimes fades too. For the one finds no pleasure in the sight of the other, and the other gets no attentions from the other. But many do stay friends if, being alike in character, they have come to love each other's characters. But when the lover and beloved exchange not pleasure but utility, they love less and are less constant friends. And those who are friends for utility part when the advantage is at an end. For they were lovers not of each other, but of profit. For pleasure and utility, then, even bad men may be friends with each other, or a good man with a bad, or one who is neither good nor bad with any sort of person. But for their own sakes, clearly, only good men can be friends. For bad men do not delight in each other unless some advantage comes to them, and the friendship of good men is the only one that is proof against slander. For it is not easy to trust anyone speaking against a man whom one has tested oneself for many years. And among good men there is trust, and the feeling that one would never do an injustice, and all the other things that are required in true friendship. But in the other kinds of friendship, there is nothing to prevent such things arising. For since men also call those who are friends for utility friends, as cities are said to be friends, for alliance among cities is thought to aim at advantage. And since those who love each other for pleasure are also called friends, as children are, perhaps we too ought to call such people friends, and say there are many kinds of friendship. First, and in the proper sense, that of good men as good, the rest by analogy. For in virtue of some good and something like what is found in true friendship, they are friends. For the pleasant is good to those who love the pleasant. But these two kinds are not often found in the same persons, and men do not become friends for both utility and pleasure. For things that are only incidentally connected are not often combined. Now that friendship has been divided into these kinds, bad men will be friends for the sake of pleasure or utility, for in this respect they are alike. But good men will be friends for their own sakes, for they are friends in so far as they are good. These, then, are friends without qualification. The others are friends incidentally, and in virtue of a resemblance to these. Chapter 7. Just as with the virtues some are called good in respect of a state of character, and some in respect of an activity, so it is with friendship. For friends living together delight in each other and provide goods for each other. But friends who are asleep or parted in place do not exercise their friendship, yet they have the disposition to do so. For distance does not dissolve friendship without qualification, but only its activity. But if the absence is long, it seems to make men forget their friendship. Hence the saying, many friendships have lack of speech dissolved. Neither old men nor sour men seem to be disposed to friendship, for there is little pleasantness in them, and no one can spend his days with what is painful or not pleasant. For nature seems above all to avoid the painful and to aim at the pleasant. And those who approve of each other but do not live together seem to be well disposed rather than friends. For there is nothing so characteristic of friends as living together. For while those who are in need desire benefit, even those who are blessed desire to spend their days together. For solitude suits them least of all. But men cannot live together if they are not pleasant and do not enjoy the same things, as seems to be the case with those who are companions. Chapter 8. The truest friendship, then, is that of the good, as has been repeatedly said. For that which is without qualification good or pleasant seems to be lovable and choice-worthy, and what is good or pleasant to each man seems to be so to him. And the good man is loved and chosen by the good man for both these reasons. Now it seems that loving is a feeling, friendship is a state. For loving may be felt even for inanimate things, but reciprocal love involves choice, and choice springs from a state. And men wish well to those they love for their own sakes, not from feeling, but from a state. And in loving their friend, they love what is good for themselves. For when a good man becomes a friend, he becomes a good to his friend. Each then loves what is good for himself, and repays in equal measure, in wish and in pleasantness. For friendship is said to be equality, and these belong most of all to the friendship of good men. Chapter 9. Now between sour and elderly men, friendship arises less easily, in so far as they are more difficult to please and less given to society. For these are thought to be especially the marks and causes of friendship. Hence the young form friendships quickly, but the old do not. For men do not become friends with those they do not find pleasant, and similarly the sour. Yet such men may be well disposed to one another, for they wish each other well and go to each other's aid in need. But they are not properly friends, because they do not spend their days together, nor delight in one another. And these are thought to be the chief marks of friendship. Chapter 10. One cannot be a friend to many people in the perfect sense of friendship, any more than one can be in love with many at the same time. For love is like a superlative friendship, and this can be felt only towards one person. And so it is not easy for a man to be a very great friend to many people in the way that is proper to friendship. But for pleasure or utility, one can be a friend to many. For the useful are many, and the services are rendered quickly. Of these two kinds, the one that is based on pleasure is more like true friendship, when both parties get the same things from each other and delight in each other or in the same things. Such are the friendships of the young, for in them there is more of the generous spirit. But the friendship for utility is for commercial souls, and the blessed too have no need of useful friends, but they do need pleasant ones. For they wish to pass their lives with someone, and what is painful they can endure for a short time. But no one could endure it continuously, nor even the good itself, if it were painful to him. Hence they look for friends who are pleasant, but perhaps they should look for those who, being pleasant, are also good, and good for them. For so they will have all the things that friends should have. Men in high places seem to have friends of different kinds, some useful, some pleasant, but seldom the same people are both. For they do not seek those who are pleasant as well as virtuous, nor those who are useful for noble things, but they seek witty people when they want pleasure, and they make friends of the clever for carrying out their orders. And these qualities are not often found in the same man. We have said that the good man combines the pleasant and the useful, but such a man does not become the friend of a superior in station unless he allows himself to be excelled in virtue as well. Otherwise, he does not make equality by being excelled in proportion. But people of this kind are not common. Chapter 11. The kinds of friendship we have described are those based on equality. For both parties get the same things and wish the same things to each other, or exchange one thing for another. For example, pleasure for utility. And we have said that these are less truly friendships and less lasting. But from their likeness or unlikeness to the same thing, they are thought both to be and not to be friendships. For they appear like the friendship of virtue. The one involves pleasure, the other usefulness, and these belong to the friendship of virtue. But there is another kind of friendship, that involving superiority of one party, as in the friendship of father to son, and generally of elder to younger, of husband to wife, and of every ruler to his subject. These differ also from each other, for the friendship of parents to children is not the same as that of ruler to ruled, nor indeed that of father to son the same as that of son to father, nor that of husband to wife the same as that of wife to husband. For the virtue and function of each of these is different, and so are the grounds on which they love. So the affections and friendships differ accordingly. Each party does not get the same from the other, nor ought one to seek it. But when children render to parents what they should to those who gave them birth, and parents render what they should to their children, the friendship between them will be lasting and good. Now, in all friendships involving superiority, the affection must be proportional. I mean that the better should be loved more than he loves, and the more useful too, and similarly with each of the others. For when the affection is according to merit, then in a sense equality is produced, which is thought to be characteristic of friendship. Chapter 12. But equality does not seem to be the same in friendship as in justice. For in justice, equality in the primary sense is that which is proportion to merit, and quantitative equality is secondary. But in friendship, quantitative equality is primary, and proportional equality is secondary. This is clear when there is a great distance in virtue or vice or wealth or anything else, for then men are no longer friends, nor do they even expect it. This is most manifest in the case of the gods, for they surpass us most in all good things, and also in the case of kings, for those who are far below them do not expect to be friends with them, nor do men of no account expect to be friends with the best and wisest men. In such cases it is not possible to define the exact limit up to which men may be friends, for much may be taken away, and friendship remain. But when one party is far removed as God is, friendship ceases. This is also the source of a difficulty, whether friends really wish for their friends the greatest goods, for example, to be gods. For then they would no longer have them as friends, nor therefore as goods, for friends are goods. If it was well said that, a man wishes for his friend's good for his friend's sake, the friend would have to remain the man he is. So it is as a man that he will wish the greatest goods for him, though perhaps not all, for each man wishes for himself most of all the good. Chapter 13. Most people, however, through ambition wish to be loved rather than to love. and hence most men are fond of flatterers. For the flatterer is a friend in an inferior position, or pretends to be such, and to love more than he is loved. And being loved is thought to be close to being honored. And this is what most people aim at. But it is not for its own sake that people seem to choose honor, but incidentally. For most men enjoy being honored by those in positions of authority because of the hope it gives. For they think they will get what they want from them, and they delight in the honor as a sign of favor to come. Those who desire honor from good men who know them aim at confirming their own opinion of themselves. They delight, therefore, in the judgment of those who say they are good, and in the assurance of their own virtue. But they delight in being loved for its own sake, so that it would seem to be better than being honored. And friendship seems to be choice-worthy for its own sake. But it seems to consist more in loving than in being loved. A sign of this is mothers who delight in loving their children. For some give their children to others to bring up, and they love them and do not seek to be loved in return, if both are not possible. But it seems to be enough for them to see their children prosper, and they love them even if the children, through ignorance, render nothing of what is due to a mother. Since then, friendship consists rather in loving, and we praise those who love their friends. Loving seems to be the virtue of friends. So those who love according to merit are lasting friends, and their friendship is lasting. In this way, even unequals can be friends, for they can be equalized. Now equality and likeness are friendship, and especially the likeness of those who are alike in virtue. For being lasting in themselves, they are lasting to each other, to do or ask for base services. But one might even say they prevent them, for it is characteristic of good men neither to go wrong themselves nor to allow their friends to do so. But bad men have no steadfastness, for they do not even remain like what they were, and they become friends for a short time while they delight in each other's wickedness. But useful and pleasant friends last longer. I mean, as long as they provide pleasures or services for each other. The friendship for utility seems to arise most from opposites. For example, poor man and rich, ignorant man and learned. For a man aims at what he happens to lack, and gives something else in return. But under this head we might bring lover and beloved, beautiful and ugly. Hence lovers sometimes appear ridiculous when they claim to be loved as they love. If they were equally lovable, perhaps they could claim it. But when they have nothing of the kind, it is ridiculous. But perhaps opposite does not. Aim at opposite in itself, but only incidentally. The real desire is for the mean. For this is the good. For the dry, the good is not to become wet, but to attain the mean. For the hot and all the rest similarly. But let us dismiss these questions, for indeed they are foreign to our present inquiry. Friendship 1. In all dissimilar friendships, it is proportion that produces equality and preserves the friendship, as we have said. For example, in the friendship of fellow citizens, the shoemaker gets a return for his shoes after the rate they are worth, and the weaver and the rest do the same. Now here a common measure has been provided, money. To this all things are referred and measured by it. But in the friendship of lovers, the lover sometimes complains that his excessive love is not requited, though perhaps there is nothing lovable in him. And the beloved often complains that the lover who formerly promised everything now performs nothing. Such things happen when the lover loves the beloved for the sake of pleasure, while the beloved loves the lover for the sake of utility, and neither possesses the qualities expected of him. If the friendship was formed for these ends, it is dissolved when the parties do not get what they wanted. For they did not love each other but what each had, and these things are not lasting. So such friendships are also not lasting, but the friendship of character, as we have said, being for its own sake, is lasting. Quarrels arise too, when what one gets is different from what one desires. For it is as though one were not getting what one wants, and not getting what one wants is like getting nothing. As the story goes about the man who played the lyre, he was told that the better he played, the more money he would get. When he demanded the fulfillment of this promise, the other said he had given him pleasure for pleasure. So if this was what each wanted, it would have been enough. But if the one wanted amusement and the other gain, and the one got what he wanted and the other did not, the transaction was not well done. For a man attends to what he happens to want, and it is for the sake of this that he will give what he has. But the question whether the value lies in the service or in the return rests with the recipient, and should be decided on the principle laid down by Protagoras. When he taught anything, he told his pupil to estimate the value of the knowledge to himself, and he took that amount. But in such matters, some people approve the saying, "Let a man have his agreed wage." But those who take the money first, and then do none of the things they said, because their promises were extravagant, fall under complaints, for they do not fulfill what they agreed. This perhaps the sophists are forced to do, because no one would pay them money for what they know. These then, since they do not do what they were paid for, naturally meet with complaints. But where there is no agreement about the service, those who give for the sake of the receiver cannot be complained about, as we have said. For such is the friendship of virtue. The return must be made in accordance with the choice, for it is choice that is the characteristic thing in a friend and in virtue. And it would seem that in this way we should repay those who have shared philosophy with us, for the value of their service is not measured in money, and no honor could be an equivalent. But perhaps it is enough, as with the gods and our parents, to give what is in our power. Chapter 2. When the gift is not of this kind, but given with a view to a return. It is perhaps best that the return should be such as both agree is equal. But if this is not possible, it would seem to be not merely necessary, but also just that the receiver should assess it. For if the giver gets what is proportionate to his benefit, and what the receiver would have given for the pleasure, the giver will have got what is just from the receiver. For this is what happens even in buying and selling. And in some places, the laws forbid lawsuits for voluntary transactions, on the principle that when you have trusted a man, you should settle with him, in the spirit in which you dealt with him. And it is thought fairer that the assessment should be made by the receiver. For in most cases, the possessor of a thing and he who wants it do not value it equally. For each thinks his own property, and what he gives is worth a great deal, but the return is fixed by the receiver. But he probably ought to estimate not by what the thing seems to him now that he has it, but by what it seemed before he got it. Chapter 3. There is also a difficulty about these questions. For instance, whether a man should render every service to his father and obey him in everything, or when he is ill, trust the doctor, and when the election of a general is at hand, vote for a soldier. And similarly, whether one should help a friend rather than a good man, and return a favor to a benefactor rather than make a gift to a companion. If one cannot do both, now is it not true that to decide all such matters exactly by rule is not easy? For they have many differences of all sorts, in respect of importance and nobility and necessity. But it is quite clear that we should not give every preference to the same person, and generally we should return a benefit rather than do a favor to a companion, as we should pay back a loan to a creditor rather than make a gift to a friend. But perhaps even this is not always so. For instance, if one has been ransomed from brigands, should one ransom the ransomer in return, whoever he may be? Or if he has not been captured but asks for his money back, should one not rather ransom one's father? For it would seem that a man should ransom his father even before himself. As has been said, then generally we should repay a debt. But if the gift is preeminently noble or necessary, we must incline to these. For sometimes it is not even fair to return the equivalent of what one has received, when the one has done service to one he knows to be good, while the other, in making a return, would be doing it to one he believes to be wicked. And sometimes one should not even lend in return to a man who has lent to you. For the one led to you because he thought you were good and would repay, but you have no hope that the other will repay. If this is the real situation, the claim is not fair. But if it is not so, but you merely think it is, still the thing is not thought strange. So then, as has often been said, discussions about feelings and actions have as much definiteness as their subject matter. Chapter 4. Now it is clear enough that we should not give all things to the same person, and also that in general we should return benefits rather than oblige companions, as we should pay back a loan rather than make a gift to a friend. Now the question is whether it is possible to end a friendship with one who does not remain the same. It is perhaps not strange that we should end it with those who are friends for utility or pleasure. For when they are no longer useful or pleasant, we cease to be friends. It is the other kind about which one might complain. If one man has made a friend of another, believing him to be good, and the other turns out bad, should one then love him at once? Or is this impossible, since not everything is lovable? Only the good is. What is bad is not to be loved, nor should one love it. For one should not be a lover of evil, nor make oneself like what is base. That like is dear to like. Should one then dissolve the friendship at once? Or not in every case, but only when the wickedness is incurable? For if they can be set right, one should help them with their character more than with their property, inasmuch as character is better and more characteristic of friendship. But the man who dissolves such a friendship would seem to be doing nothing strange, for it was not a man of this kind that he made his friend. So when his friend has changed, and he cannot save him, he gives him up. Chapter 5. But if one friend remains the same, and the other becomes better and widely surpasses him in virtue, should the better man treat the other as a friend? Perhaps he cannot. This is most evident when the gap is wide, as in the friendships of childhood. If one friend remains a child in understanding, and the other becomes a man of the highest ability, how could they be friends when they do not approve the same things, nor delight in them, nor are pained by them? For they will not even delight in each other. And without this they cannot be friends, since they cannot live together. But we have discussed this. Should one then behave no differently towards him than if he had never been a friend? Perhaps one should keep a remembrance of their former intimacy. And as we ought to oblige friends rather than strangers, so we should grant some attention to those who are our friends because of the friendship that was, if the separation was not due to an excess of wickedness. Chapter 6. The feelings of friendship towards our neighbors, and the marks by which friendships are defined, seem to have come from those towards oneself. For men define a friend as one who wishes and does what is good or seems good for the sake of his friend, or as one who wishes his friend to exist and live for his own sake, which is what mothers feel for their children, and friends who have come into conflict still feel for each other. Others define a friend as one who lives with another and chooses the same things, or as one who shares the sorrows and joys of his friend. And this too is found especially in mothers. It is by some one of these characteristics that friendship is defined. Now each of these holds of the good man in relation to himself, and of all other men in so far as they think themselves to be of a certain kind. For it seems that, as has been said, virtue and the good man are the measure of each thing, for he is in harmony with himself, and desires the same things with all his soul. And therefore he wishes for himself what is good and what seems good, and does it. For it is characteristic of the good man to work out the good, and to do so for his own sake. I mean for the sake of the thinking part, which is thought to be the man himself, and he wishes himself to live and be preserved, and especially the part by which he thinks. For existence is good for the good man, and each man wishes good to himself. But no one chooses to become another person and for that other to have everything. For even now God has the good. But each man chooses the good on condition of being what he is. And it is thought that it is the thinking part that each man is, or is most of all. And such a man wishes to pass his time with himself, for he does so with pleasure, for the memories of his past acts are delightful, and his hopes for the future are good, and such things are pleasant, and his mind is well stored with objects of contemplation, and he shares his sorrows and joys with himself above all. For the same thing is always painful or pleasant to him, and not different things at different times, for he has no regrets. So that the good man has each of these characteristics in relation to himself, and is related to his friend as to himself. For the friend is another self. Friendship, then, is thought to consist in one of these things. And those who have them are called friends. Whether the same person can be a friend to himself, we may dismiss for the present. but one would seem to be a friend to oneself in so far as one is two or more, from what has been said, and because the extreme of friendship is compared to one's feeling for oneself, chapter 7. Now it seems that goodwill is a beginning of friendship, but not friendship. For goodwill may be felt towards those we do not know, and without their knowing it, but friendship cannot. But we have said this already. Nor yet is it affection, for it has no intensity or desire, and these accompany affection. Affection also implies intimacy, but goodwill may arise on the spur of the moment, as happens with competitors in a contest. For the spectators become well disposed to them and share in their wishes, but they would not assist them. For as we said, their goodwill comes on a sudden, and their feeling is only a superficial one. Goodwill seems then to be the beginning of friendship, as the pleasure of the eye is the beginning of love, for no one loves without being first pleased by the sight of the beloved. But he who delights in the form of another does not yet love, but he does so when he also longs for him in his absence and desires his presence. So too men cannot be friends unless they have first become well disposed. But those who are well disposed are not yet friends, for they only wish good to those they are well disposed to, and would not help them in action, nor put themselves out for them. Hence, one might, by an extension of the term, call goodwill inactive friendship. When it has endured for a while and reached the point of intimacy, it becomes friendship. Not friendship for utility or pleasure, for goodwill does not arise on those grounds. For a man who has received a benefit gives goodwill in return for what he has received, and this is just. But he who wishes good to another in the hope of some advantage seems to have goodwill not to that person, but rather to himself, just as a man is not a friend if he serves another for the sake of some use to himself. But in general, goodwill arises on account of some kind of virtue and goodness. When one man seems to another noble or brave, or something of the sort, as we said in the case of competitors. Chapter 8. Concord also seems to be a characteristic of friendship. Hence it is not mere agreement of opinion, for this might exist even among people who do not know each other. Nor are men said to be in concord merely when they agree about anything whatever, for example, about the heavenly bodies. For this is not a matter of friendship, but they are said to be in concord when they agree on what is to be done, and about what is to be done only on matters of importance, and when both parties or all parties agree on the same thing. For example, a state is in concord when its citizens agree that the offices should be elective, or that they should make an alliance with Sparta, or that Pittacus should rule, when Pittacus himself also wishes it. But when each of two parties wishes itself to rule, as in the Phoenici, there is faction. For concord is not merely each thinking the same thing whatever it may be, but each thinking it in the same person. For instance, when both the people and the upper class think that the best men should rule, for in this way all get what they wish. Concord then seems to be political friendship, as indeed it is commonly said to be, for it is concerned with what is advantageous and with what affects the life of the state. Such concord is found among the good, for these are in concord both with themselves and with one another, being as it were of the same mind. for their wishes are stable and do not ebb and flow like the tide. And they wish what is just and what is advantageous. And these they also aim at in common. But bad men cannot be in concord, except to a small degree, any more than they can be friends, for they try to get more than their share of advantages. And in labors and public services, they fall short of their share. And while each wishes this for himself, he keeps a sharp eye on his neighbor and holds him back. For if they do not watch each other, the common interest goes to ruin. The result is faction, for they try to compel each other to do what is just, but refuse to do it themselves. Chapter 9. Benefactors seem to love those they have benefited more than those who have received benefits love those who have conferred them. And this is treated as a paradox. Most people think it is because the one party is a debtor and the other a creditor, that just as in the case of loans, the debtors wish their creditors were out of the way, but the lenders are anxious for the safety of their debtors. So the benefactors wish the recipients to live, because they will get gratitude from them, are not interested in returning it. Epicharmus perhaps would say they talk this way because they look at the bad side. But it seems to be human nature, for most people are forgetful and more eager to receive benefits than to confer them. Yet the cause seems to lie deeper in nature, and the case of creditors is not even parallel, for in a loan the creditor feels no affection. He merely wishes the debtor safety for the sake of getting back his money. But benefactors feel affection and love for those they have benefited, even if they are not useful to them and may never be. This is what happens with craftsmen too, for every craftsman loves his own work more than the work would love him if it came to life. This is perhaps most the case with poets, for they love their own poems excessively and are fond of them like children. Such is the case with benefactors. What they'd have treated well is their work, and they love this more than the work loves its maker. The cause of this is that existence is to all men choice-worthy and lovable, and we exist by actuality, for we exist by living and acting, and the work is in a sense the maker in actuality. So the maker is fond of his work because he is fond of existence, and this is natural. For what he is in potentiality, his work reveals in actuality. At the same time, in beneficence, the noble element in action belongs to the benefactor, and this gives him pleasure. But the patient sees nothing noble in the agent, but at most something advantageous, and this is less pleasant and lovable. Again, actuality is pleasant in the present. In the future, there is hope. In the past, there is memory. But what is most pleasant is what is actual, and this is also most lovable. Now the work of the benefactor endures, for the noble is lasting, but the advantage to the receiver passes away, and the memory of things noble is pleasant, of things useful not at all, or less. The expectancy of things to come seems to be the reverse. Further, loving seems like making, being loved seems like suffering, and affection and friendly feelings follow on those who are superior in action. Again, all men love more what they have won with toil, as those who have made their own money love it more than those who have inherited it. And receiving benefits seems to involve no labor, but conferring them is laborious. This is why mothers love their children more than fathers, for they have more toil in birth, and know more surely that the children are their own. This too would seem to be true of benefactors. Chapter 10. There is also the question whether a man should love himself most or someone else. For men criticize those who love themselves most and call them self-lovers, and this is used as a term of reproach. And the bad man is thought to do everything for his own sake, and the more so, the worse he is, that he does nothing except for himself. But the good man acts for the sake of the noble, and the better he is, the more he does for the noble, and for his friend's sake, and neglects his own interest. But the facts are not in accord with these theories, nor is it surprising, for they say that we should love most the one who is most a friend, and that man is most a friend who wishes good to his friend for his friend's sake, even if no one will ever know of it. Now these traits belong most to a man's relation to himself, and so do all the other marks by which a friend is defined. For we have said that all friendly feelings extend from oneself to others, and all the proverbs agree with this. For example, one soul, and friends have all things in common, and equality is friendship, and the knee is nearer than the shin. For all these will be found most in a man's relation to himself. For a man is his own best friend, therefore he should love himself most. So it is natural to ask which of the two views we should follow, since both are plausible. Now perhaps we should distinguish between the two views, and determine how far and in what sense each is right. When we understand the sense in which each school uses the term self-lover, the matter becomes clear. Those who use it as a term of reproach apply it to those who take more than their share of wealth and honors and bodily pleasures. For these are what most people desire, and busy themselves about as if they were the best things. And this is why they are fought over. Those who are greedy for these things gratify their appetites and generally their passions and the irrational part of the soul. Now most men are of this kind, and so the term has taken its meaning from the most common kind of self-love, which is a bad one. So those who are self-lovers in this sense are justly reproached. It is quite clear that most people commonly speak of those who take more than their share of these things as self-lovers. For if a man were always to make it his object above everything to do what is just or temperate or whatever accords with the virtues, and in general always to gain what is noble for himself, no one would call him a self-lover, and no one would find fault with him. Yet such a man would seem to be more of a self-lover. At least he assigns to himself the things that are most noble and best, and gratifies the most authoritative part of himself, and in everything obeys this. And just as a city and every other composite system is thought to be its most authoritative part, so it is with a man. And a man is a self-lover in the fullest degree who loves and gratifies this part. Again, it is with reference to the voluntary or involuntary that a man is said to be continent or incontinent. For when his reason is in control, the man is thought to have done the act voluntarily. And it is clear that this part is each man himself, or is most of all, and the good man loves this part most, so that he would be a self-lover in the truest sense, but of a different kind from the one that is reproached, differing as much as living according to a rational principle differs from living according to passion, and as desiring what is noble differs from desiring what seems advantageous. Those who excel in noble deeds are welcomed by all men and praised. And if all men were to strive for what is noble, and were to strain every nerve to do the noblest deeds, everything would be as it should be for the common good, and each individually would get the greatest of goods, since virtue is the greatest good, so that the good man should be a lover of self, for he will both profit himself by doing noble acts and will benefit his fellow men. But the bad man should not, for he will harm both himself and his neighbors by following his evil passions. With the bad man, then, what he does is in conflict with what he should do, but the good man does what he should. For reason always chooses what is best for itself, and the good man obeys his reason. It is true then of the good man that he does many things for the sake of his friends and his country, and if necessary will even die for them, for he will give up wealth and honors, and in general all the goods that men fight for, to gain what is noble for himself. He will choose to feel intense pleasure for a short time rather than mild pleasure for a long time, and to live nobly for a year rather than meanly for many years, and to do one great and noble deed rather than many small ones. Those who give their lives probably attain this, so they choose what is great and noble for themselves, and they will give up wealth on condition that their friends get more. For while the friend gets wealth, the doer gets what is noble, so he assigns the greater good to himself. The same is true of honors and offices, for he will give these up to his friend, since this is noble and praiseworthy for himself. He is naturally thought to be good, since he chooses what is noble before everything. It is even possible that he may give up actions to his friend, and that it may be nobler to be the cause of his friend's doing them than to do them himself. Thus we see that in all praiseworthy things the good man assigns himself the greater share of what is noble. In this sense, then, one should be a self-lover, as we have said, but not in the sense in which most people are. Chapter 11. There is a question also about the prosperous man, whether he needs friends or not. Some say that those who are blessed and self-sufficient have no need of friends, for they already have all the goods. Therefore, being self-sufficient, they need nothing further. But a friend, being another self, supplies what one cannot get by oneself. Hence the saying, "When fortune favors us, what need of friends?" But it seems strange that in assigning all good things to the happy man, they should not assign friends, who are thought to be the greatest of external goods. And if it is more characteristic of a friend to do good than to receive it, and of a good man and of virtue to do good to others, and if it is nobler to do good to friends than to strangers, the good man will need people to whom he can do good. This is why the question is raised whether we need friends more in prosperity or in adversity, on the assumption that in adversity we need people to help us, and in prosperity we need people to whom we can do good. Perhaps it is also strange to make the blessed man solitary, for no one would choose to have all good things on condition of being alone. For man is a political animal and naturally adapted to live with others. So this belongs to the happy man, for he has the things that are good by nature, and clearly it is better to spend his days with worthy friends than with strangers. Therefore the happy man needs friends. Chapter 12. What then do those who hold the former view mean, and in what sense is it true? Is it because most people think that friends are those who are useful? The happy man will have no need of such friends, for he already has all goods, nor of those who are friends for pleasure, or only to a small degree. For his life being pleasant has no need of adventitious pleasure, and not needing such friends, he is thought not to need friends. But this is probably not true, that happiness is an activity. An activity clearly comes into being and does not exist as a mere possession. Now, if being happy lies in living and being active, and the activity of the good man is good and pleasant in itself, as we said at the beginning, and if what is our own is pleasant, we are better able to contemplate our neighbors than ourselves, and their actions better than our own. The actions of good men who are their friends are pleasant to those who are happy, for they have both the attributes that are naturally pleasant. So the happy man will need such friends, since he chooses to contemplate worthy actions and actions that are his own, and such are the actions of a good man who is his friend. Also, men think that the happy man should live pleasantly. Now, a solitary man's life is hard, for it is not easy to be continuously active all by oneself, but with others and towards others it is easier. So his activity will be more continuous and pleasant in itself, which is what it should be for the blessed man. For the good man, in so far as he is good, delights in actions that accord with virtue, and is pained at vicious ones. Just as a musician is pleased by fine tunes and pained by bad ones. Living together with good men will give a sort of training in virtue, as Theognis says. And if we look deeper into human nature, a good friend seems to be by nature choice-worthy for the good man. For we said that what is good by nature is good and pleasant in itself for the good man, and the life of animals is defined by the power of perception, the life of man by the power of perception and thought. But every power is referred to its activity, and the proper activity is the end. So life in the proper sense seems to be perceiving or thinking, and life is one of the things that are good and pleasant in themselves, for it is determinate, and what is determinate belongs to the nature of the good. Now what is good by nature is good for the good man. Hence life seems pleasant to all men, but we must not understand this of a wicked and corrupt life, nor of a life spent in pain, for such a life is indeterminate like everything that characterizes it. But we will make the matter clearer when we discuss pain. If life itself is good and pleasant, and this seems to be so from the fact that all men desire it, and especially the good and blessed, for to them life is most choice-worthy, and their life is most blessed. Now he who sees perceives that he sees, and he who hears perceives that he hears, and he who walks perceives that he walks. And similarly, in all other cases, there is something that perceives that we are in activity, so that we perceive that we perceive, and think that we think. And this is equivalent to perceiving that we exist. For existence is perceiving and thinking, and perceiving that we are alive is one of the things that are pleasant in themselves. And perceiving the good that exists in oneself is pleasant. And life is choice-worthy, especially for the good men, because for them existence is good and pleasant, for they are pleased by the consciousness of what is good in itself. Now the good man stands in the same relation to his friend as to himself. For his friend is another self, so that just as existence is choice-worthy for each man, so is his friend's existence choice-worthy in the same way or nearly so. Now existence was choice-worthy because of the consciousness of one's own goodness. And such consciousness is pleasant in itself. Therefore, one must be aware of one's friend's existence as well. And this will be achieved by living together and conversing and sharing thoughts. For this is what living together means in the case of men. Not feeding in the same place as with cattle. If then existence is choice-worthy in itself for the blessed man, since it is by nature good and pleasant, is much the same, it follows that the friend will be one of the things choice-worthy. And what is choice-worthy for him he must have. Otherwise he will be deficient in this regard. So the happy man will need virtuous friends. Pleasure and Contemplation. Chapter 1. We must now discuss pleasure, for it seems to be most intimately connected with our nature. And this is why, in educating the young, we steer them by the rudders of pleasure and pain. And to delight in what one should, and to hate what one should, is thought to be the most important thing for virtue of character. For these feelings extend through the whole of life, and have weight and power for virtue and for the happy life. Since men choose what is pleasant and avoid what is painful, and it would seem that the last thing we should pass over is such things, especially since they admit of much dispute. Some say that pleasure is the good. Some, on the contrary, say that it is thoroughly base. Some of these perhaps are convinced that this is the fact. Others think that it is better for our lives to set down pleasure among the things that are base, even if it is not, for they think that most men incline towards it, and are slaves to pleasures, and that for this reason they should be led in the opposite direction, since so they will reach the middle state. But this view is probably not correct. For arguments about feelings and actions are less to be trusted than facts. And so, when they clash with the facts of perception, they are despised and discredit the truth as well. If a man who runs down pleasure is once seen to be aiming at it, his inclining towards it is thought to imply that all pleasure is desirable. For most people do not discriminate. The true arguments, then, seem to be the most useful, not only for knowledge, but for life as well. For since they are in harmony with the facts, they carry conviction, and thus encourage those who understand them to live by them. But enough of these matters. Let us now proceed to the opinions about pleasure. Chapter 2. Eudoxus thought that pleasure is the good, because he saw all things both rational and irrational aiming at it. And because in all cases what is desirable is the good, and what is most desirable is the greatest good. He thought that the fact that all things were drawn to the same thing indicated that this was the best thing for all. For each thing finds its own good as it finds its own food. and the good for all things, and that at which all things aim, is the good. His arguments were accepted not so much for themselves as because of the excellence of his character, for he was thought to be temperate to an unusual degree, and so it was thought that he spoke thus not as a friend of pleasure, but as one who was convinced of the truth. He thought that the truth was equally clear from the contrary, for pain is in itself an object of aversion for all things, and its contrary is in the same way an object of choice. And what is most choice-worthy is that which we choose not because of anything else or for the sake of anything else. And pleasure of all things most plainly is such. For no one asks to what end he is pleased, implying that pleasure is choice-worthy in itself. And when pleasure is added to any good, it makes it more choice-worthy. For example, to acting justly or to being temperate. And it is by the addition of a good to itself that good is increased. But this argument seems to show that it is one of the goods, and not more one than any other good. For every good is more choice-worthy with the addition of another good than when taken alone. And it is by such an argument that Plato disproves the claim that pleasure is the good. For he says that the pleasant life is more choice-worthy with the addition of practical wisdom than without it. And if the mixture is better, pleasure is not the good. For the good cannot become more choice-worthy by the addition of anything to it. Now it is clear that no other thing either could be the good if it becomes more choice-worthy together with any of the things that are good in themselves. That satisfies this condition, and at the same time is something we can share in, for this is what we are seeking. Those who object that what all things aim at is not good are talking nonsense. For what is held by all, we say, is so. And he who would do away with this conviction will hardly have anything more convincing to say. For if it were only the unintelligent creatures that desired these things, there would be something in the objection. But if intelligent beings desire them as well, how can it be nonsense? Perhaps even in ordinary men there is something better than themselves that aims at the proper good. Chapter 3. But the arguments against pleasure are not valid, for the pleasures that are held base are not pleasant by nature, but only to those of corrupt taste, just as the things that are healthy are not healthy to invalids. And what is sweet is not sweet to those with fever, but what is pleasant to the good man is pleasant by nature. The point that some pleasures are bad, and that this is why pleasure cannot be the chief good, is like saying that health cannot be the chief good because some healthy things are bad for business. And we might say that the pleasures of the mind are good, and the pleasures of the body are not. But if the bodily pleasures are not good because some of them are base, neither are the pleasures of the mind, because some of them, as for example in learning, are painful. Again, the point that temperance leads men to avoid pleasures, and that the practically wise man pursues what is painless, not what is pleasant, and that children and brutes pursue pleasures. The same answer applies to all. For we have said in what sense all pleasures are good, and in what sense they are not. It is the pleasures of the latter kind that brutes and children pursue, and the practically wise man pursues the quietness of soul that comes from freedom from these, for the pleasures that involve desire and pain are the bodily pleasures, and these are the objects of self-indulgence, and the temperate man avoids them, for he has pleasures of his own. Chapter 4. But the fact that pain is bad and is to be avoided is agreed, for some pains are bad without qualification, and others are bad because they are in some way an impediment to activity. Now the contrary of what is to be avoided, insofar as it is bad and to be avoided, is good. So pleasure must be a good. The answer of Speusippus that it is like the greater and the less, which are contrary both to the equal and to each other, does not hold. For he would not say that pleasure is essentially a kind of evil. And no one would choose to feel pain, even if certain pleasures are not to be chosen. For pain is the contrary of pleasure, and what is neither good nor evil is contrary to both or neither. But pain is contrary to pleasure, and what is contrary to an evil is a good. So pleasure must be a good, even if certain pleasures are bad. It does not prevent the chief good from being some particular pleasure, as perhaps it is, even if certain kinds of knowledge are bad. It is perhaps even necessary that since each state has unimpeded activities, the activity of all states, or of some one of them, if unimpeded, is the most choice-worthy thing. And this activity is pleasure. So that the chief good would be a certain kind of pleasure, even if most pleasures were base without qualification. And this is why all men think that the happy life is pleasant, and they weave pleasure into happiness, and with good reason. For no activity is perfect when it is impeded, and happiness is a perfect thing. Hence the happy man needs the goods of the body and external goods and fortune, so that he may not be impeded in these ways. Those who say that the man who is tortured on the rack or falls into great misfortunes is happy if only he is good, whether they mean it or not, talk nonsense. Because we need fortune as well as other things. Some think that good fortune is the same as happiness, but it is not. For even good fortune, when excessive, is an impediment, and perhaps it should no longer be called good fortune, for its limit is fixed by reference to happiness. Chapter 5. And the fact that all men, both brutes and men, pursue pleasure is some indication that it is in some way the chief good. For no rumor is altogether lost that many people spread. But since it is not the same nature or the same state that all men think best, they do not all pursue the same pleasure, yet all pursue pleasure, and perhaps they do not pursue the pleasure they think they do or would say they do, but the same one. For all things have something divine in them by nature, but the bodily pleasures have taken possession of the name, because they are the ones that most frequently engage men and are shared by all. So it is thought that these are the only pleasures, because they alone are familiar. But it is clear that if pleasure, that is activity, is not good, it will not be possible for the happy man to live pleasantly. For to what end would he need pleasure if it is not a good? But he may even live in pain. For pain is neither evil nor good. If pleasure is neither, so why should he avoid it? The life of the good man will not be more pleasant than other lives if his activities are not more pleasant. Chapter 6. We must now consider the nature of pleasure more clearly, if we are to discuss the question of the happy life. Pleasure completes the activity, but not as the underlying state does, but as a sort of supervenient end. like the bloom on the face of young men. So long, then, as both the object of thought or perception and the subject that judges or contemplates are as they should be, the activity will be attended by pleasure. For the passive and the active being in the same state and related to each other in the same way will produce the same result. How is it then that no one feels pleasure continuously? Is it because we grow weary? For no human faculty is capable of uninterrupted activity, so that pleasure also cannot be continuous, for it accompanies activity. Some things give pleasure when they are new, but later not in the same way. For the same reason, at first the mind is stimulated and concerned with these objects intensely, as when men look at things with their eyes. But afterwards the activity is not of this kind, but is relaxed, and for this reason the pleasure fades. It is thought that all men desire pleasure, because all men desire life. For life is a kind of activity, and each man is active about those things that he loves most, and with those faculties he loves most. For example, the musician exercises his hearing in melodies, the student of philosophy his mind in objects of thought, and so for everyone else. And pleasure completes the activities, so it completes life, which is what all men desire. It is natural then that they aim at pleasure as well, for it completes life for each man, and life is choice-worthy. But whether we choose life for the sake of pleasure or pleasure for the sake of life is a question we may dismiss for the present, for they seem to be bound together and not to admit of separation. Without activity, there is no pleasure, and pleasure completes every activity. Chapter 7. Hence pleasures also seem to differ in kind, for we think that things different in kind are completed by different things. For this appears to be the case with both natural objects and works of art. For example, animals, trees, a painting, a statue, a house, furniture, and similarly, activities that are different in kind are completed by things different in kind. Now the activities of thought differ from those of the senses, and these differ from each other in kind. So the pleasures that complete them also differ. This might also be seen from the fact that each kind of pleasure is closely bound up with the activity it completes, for the proper pleasure increases the activity. For those who do things with pleasure are better judges of detail and more exact. For example, those who enjoy geometry become geometricians and understand each question better. And similarly, lovers of music and of building and the other arts make progress in their proper work, because they enjoy it. The pleasures increase the activity, and what increases a thing is proper to it. But when things are different in kind, their properties are also different in kind. This is even more evident from the fact that activities are hindered by pleasures arising from other sources. For lovers of the flute are incapable of attending to arguments if they hear someone playing the flute, for they take more pleasure in flute playing and in their present activity. So the pleasure of flute playing destroys the activity concerned with argument. Similarly, in all other cases, when one is engaged in two things at once, the more pleasant drives out the other. And if the difference in pleasantness is great, we are even more unable to concentrate. Hence, when we enjoy anything very much, we do not do anything else at all. And only when we are only slightly pleased by something else do we do one thing alongside another, as people eat nuts in the theater, when the actors are bad. Since then, the proper pleasure makes activities more exact and more prolonged and better, and alien pleasures injure them. Clearly, there is a wide difference, for alien pleasures do almost what proper pains do, for proper pains destroy activities. For if a man finds writing or doing sums unpleasant and painful, he does not write or do sums, because the activity is painful. So the effect on an activity of its proper pleasures and pains is contrary. I mean proper to the activity in itself. And alien pleasures, as we said, do much the same as pain, for they destroy it, though not in the same way. Since activities differ in goodness and badness, and some are to be pursued, some avoided, some neither. The same is true of pleasures, for each activity has its proper pleasure. The proper pleasure of a good activity is good. The proper pleasure of a bad activity is bad. For even desires for things noble are praiseworthy, for things base, blameworthy. But the pleasures involved in activities are more proper to them than the desires. For the desires are distinct in time and in nature, but the pleasures are close to the activities, and so indistinguishable that it is disputed whether the activity and the pleasure are the same thing. But surely pleasure does not seem to be the same as thinking or perceiving, for that would be strange. But because they are not separated, some people think they are the same. As then activities are different, so are the corresponding pleasures. Sight differs from touch and purity, and hearing and smell from taste. So the pleasures differ in the same way, and the pleasures of thought differ from these, and one kind of thought from another. Chapter 8. It is thought that each animal has its proper pleasure as it has its proper function, for the pleasure proper to it corresponds to its activity. This will also be evident if we survey them one by one. For the pleasure of a horse is different from that of a dog and of a man. As Heraclitus says, asses would choose sweepings rather than gold, for to asses food is pleasanter than gold. So the pleasures of creatures differ in kind, and it is reasonable to suppose that the pleasures of the same creatures do not differ, but in fact they differ to no small extent in the case of men at least. For the same things delight some people and pain others, and to some they are painful and hateful, to others pleasant and lovable. This happens also with sweet things, for the same things do not seem sweet to a man in a fever and to a healthy man, nor hot to a weak man and to one in good condition. The same is the case with other things as well. But in all such cases, that which appears to the good man is thought to be really so, if this is correct, as it seems to be. And virtue and the good man as such are the measure of each thing. What appear pleasures to him will be pleasures, and what he enjoys will be pleasant. If the things he finds tiresome seem pleasant to someone, this is not surprising. For men are liable to many corruptions and injuries, and the things in question are not pleasant except to those particular people and those in this particular condition. Clearly, then, we should say that the admittedly disgraceful pleasures are not pleasures except to the corrupt. But among those that are thought to be good, what kind of pleasure or what particular pleasure is to be said to be the proper pleasure of man? Or is not this clear from the corresponding activities? For what is proper to each thing is its own best activity. So the proper pleasure of man will be the pleasure that completes the activity of the good man, so that it is the activities that determine the pleasures, and the activities are the virtues. The pleasures of the good man are the pleasures that are good and noble. The others are base. Chapter 9. The virtues and friendship and pleasure. It remains to discuss happiness in outline, since we say it is the end of human things. Our discussion will be the more concise if we recapitulate what we have said. We said then that happiness is not a state, for if it were, it might belong to someone who slept through his whole life, living the life of a plant, or to someone suffering the greatest misfortunes. If then we reject this, and must rather class happiness as an activity, as we said before, and if some activities are necessary and choice-worthy for the sake of other things, while others are choice-worthy for themselves, clearly, happiness must be placed among those that are choice-worthy for themselves, and not among those choice-worthy for the sake of something else. For happiness lacks nothing, but is self-sufficient. Now those activities are choice-worthy in themselves, from which nothing is sought beyond the activity, and such are thought to be actions in accordance with virtue. For doing what is noble and good is one of the things choice-worthy for themselves, and so too are pleasant amusements, for they are not chosen for the sake of other things, for they are more harmful than beneficial, making men neglect their bodies and their property. But most of those who are thought happy take refuge in such pastimes, which is why those who are ready-witted in these are popular with tyrants, for they make themselves pleasant by providing what the tyrant seeks, and what he wants is amusement. These things, then, are thought to be part of happiness, because those in power spend their leisure in them. But perhaps such men are no evidence, for virtue and reason from which good activities flow do not consist in power. And if these men who have never tasted a pure and generous pleasure resort to bodily pleasures, it does not follow that these are more choice-worthy. For children, too, think the things they value are the best. So, it is natural that as different things seem valuable to children and to men, so they do to bad men and to good. As we have often said, the things that are valuable and pleasant to the good man are really so. Each man thinks the activity most proper to his own state, the most choice-worthy. And for the good man, this is the activity in accordance with virtue. Happiness, then, does not consist in amusement. It would be absurd if our end were amusement, and we spent all our life and suffered for the sake of amusing ourselves. For we choose everything, so to speak, for the sake of something else, except happiness, for it is the end. Now, to exert oneself and to labor for the sake of amusement seems silly and utterly childish. But to amuse oneself in order to exert oneself afterwards, as Anacharsis says, seems right. For amusement is a kind of relaxation, and we need relaxation because we cannot work continuously. Relaxation, then, is not an end, for it is taken for the sake of activity. The happy life is thought to be in accordance with virtue, and this is a serious life, amusement is not serious. But we say that serious things are better than humorous things, and things connected with amusement. And the activity of the better part, or the better man, is the more serious, and the activity of the better is superior, and therefore has more to do with happiness. And anyone at all, even a slave, can enjoy bodily pleasures no less than the best man. But no one assigns happiness to a slave unless he also assigns him a life of his own. For happiness consists not in such pastimes, but in activities in accordance with virtue, as we have already said. Chapter 10. If happiness is activity in accordance with virtue, it is reasonable that it should be in accordance with the highest virtue, and this will be that of the best thing in us, whether it be reason or something else that is thought to rule and guide us by nature, and to have insight into things noble and divine, whether it be itself also divine, or only the most divine element in us. The activity of this, in accordance with its proper virtue, will be perfect happiness. That it is contemplative we have already said. This would seem to be consistent with what we said before, and with the truth. For this activity is the highest, since reason is the highest thing in us, and the objects of reason are the highest things that can be known. Again, it is the most continuous, for we can contemplate truth more continuously than we can do any action. And we think that happiness should have pleasure mingled with it. But the activity of philosophic wisdom is admittedly the most pleasant of the activities of virtue. At all events, the pursuit of it is thought to offer pleasures marvelous in their purity and duration. And it is reasonable that those who know pass their time more pleasantly than those who inquire. And what is called self-sufficiency must belong most of all to the contemplative activity. For while a philosopher, as well as a just man, or one possessing any other virtue, needs the necessaries of life when they are sufficiently equipped with things of that sort, the just man needs people towards whom and with whom he may act justly. And the temperate man, the brave man, and each of the others is in the same case. But the philosopher, even when by himself, can contemplate truth. And the better, the wiser he is, the more he can do so. Perhaps he could do it better if he had fellow workers, but he is still the most self-sufficient. And this activity alone would seem to be loved for its own sake. For nothing arises from it apart from the contemplating, while from practical activities we gain more or less apart from the action. Also, happiness is thought to depend on leisure. For we are busy that we may have leisure, and make war that we may live in peace. Now the activity of the practical virtues is exercised in political and military affairs, but the actions concerned with these seem to be unleisurely. Military actions entirely so, for no one chooses to be at war, or provokes war for the sake of fighting. A man would be regarded as a bloodthirsty monster if he made his friends his enemies, so that there might be battles and killings. But the activity of the statesman is also unleisurely, and aims, apart from the political action itself, at despotic power and honors, or at least at happiness for himself and his fellow citizens, a happiness distinct from political activity, and which we clearly seek as being different. If then among virtuous actions, political and military actions are distinguished by nobility and greatness, and these are unleisurely, and aim at an end and are not choice-worthy for their own sake, but the activity of reason, which is contemplative, seems to be superior in serious worth, and to aim at no end beyond itself, and to have its own proper pleasure, which increases the activity, and to be self-sufficient, leisurely, unwearied as far as is possible for man, and all the other attributes that are assigned to the blessed man clearly follow upon this activity. It follows that this will be the complete happiness of man, if it be allowed a complete term of life. For none of the attributes of happiness is incomplete, but such a life would be too high for man. For it is not in so far as he is man that he will live so, but in so far as something divine is present in him, and by so much as this is superior to our composite nature, by so much as its activity superior to that which is the exercise of the other kind of virtue. If then reason is divine in comparison with man, the life according to reason is divine in comparison with human life. But we must not follow those who advise us, being men, to think of human things, and being mortal of mortal things. But we must, so far as we can, make ourselves immortal, and strain every nerve to live in accordance with the best thing in us. For even if it be small in bulk, much more does it in power and worth surpass everything. And it would seem that each man himself is this, since it is the authoritative and better part. It would be strange then if he were to choose not the life of himself, but that of something else. And what was said before will apply now. That which is proper to each thing is by nature best and most pleasant for each thing. For man, therefore, the life according to reason is best and pleasantest, since reason more than anything else is man. This life, therefore, is also the happiest. Chapter 11. But in a secondary degree, the life in accordance with the other kind of virtue is happy. For the activities in accordance with this are human. We do just and brave acts, and the other acts of virtue in our dealings with one another, observing what is proper for each man in contracts and services, and all manner of actions, and in the passions, and all these are human affairs. Some of them seem to be connected with the body, and virtue of character seems to be in many ways bound up with the passions, and practical wisdom is yoked with virtue of character, and this with practical wisdom, since the first principles of practical wisdom are in accordance with the moral virtues, and the rightness of the moral virtues is in accordance with practical wisdom. These, being connected with the passions, belong to our composite nature, and the virtues of our composite nature are human. So the life and the happiness in accordance with these are human. But the happiness of reason is separate. So much must we say about it. For to speak precisely would be a greater task than our present purpose requires. But it would seem to need little external equipment, or less than does moral virtue. Let us grant that both need the necessaries of life, and in equal measure. Even if the statesman labors more about the body and things of that kind, for there is little difference, but for their activities there will be a great difference. For the liberal man will need money for his liberal acts, and the just man will need it for returning services. for wishes are invisible, and even the unjust pretend to wish to act justly. And the brave man will need strength if he is to perform any action in accordance with his virtue, and the temperate man opportunity, for how else is he or any of the others to be recognized? It is disputed whether the purpose or the deed is more of the essence of virtue, since it involves both. And clearly the perfect thing involves both. But the deeds need many things, and the greater and nobler they are, the more. But the contemplative man needs no such things for his activity. They are even, as it were, impediments to his contemplation. But in so far as he is a man and lives with many people, he chooses to do acts of virtue. So he will need such things to live as a man. But that perfect happiness is a contemplative activity will appear from the following consideration as well. We assume that the gods are above all other beings, blessed and happy. But what kind of actions should we assign to them? Just acts. But will they not seem ridiculous if they make contracts and return deposits and do such things? Brave acts, withstanding dangers and running risks because it is noble to do so. Liberal acts, to whom will they give? It would be strange if they had currency or anything of the kind. Temperate acts, what would they be? Is it not vulgar praise to say that they have no bad desires? If we go through all the practical virtues, we shall see that they appear trifling and unworthy of gods. But all men suppose them to live, and therefore to be active, for we cannot suppose them to sleep like Endymion. Now if we take away from a living being action and still more production, what remains but contemplation? So that the activity of God, which surpasses all others in blessedness, must be contemplative. And of human activities, that which is most akin to this must be most of the nature of happiness. A sign of this is that the other animals have no share in happiness, being completely deprived of such activity. For while the whole life of the gods is blessed, and human life is blessed in so far as it has some likeness to such activity, none of the other animals is happy, since they in no way share in contemplation. Happiness then extends just so far as contemplation does, and those to whom contemplation more fully belongs are more truly happy, not as an accident, but in virtue of the contemplation. For this in itself is precious, so that happiness must be some form of contemplation. Chapter 12. But the happy man, being a man, will also need external prosperity. For nature is not self-sufficient for contemplation. The body must be healthy and have food and other attention. But we must not think that the man who is to be happy will need many things or great things merely because one cannot be blessed without external goods. For self-sufficiency and action do not involve excess, and it is possible to do noble deeds without ruling earth and sea. For even from moderate resources, one can act in accordance with virtue. This is plain to see, for private persons are thought to do worthy acts no less than despots, rather, even more. And it is enough if we have so much. For the life of the man who is active in accordance with virtue will be happy. Solon, too, was perhaps right in his description of the happy man, when he said that he is a man moderately supplied with external goods, who has done the noblest acts, as Solon thought. For it is possible to do what is right with but moderate possessions. Anaxagoras also seems to have thought that the happy man need not be rich or a despot, when he said he would not be surprised if the multitude thought him strange, for they judge by externals, since these are all they perceive. The opinions of the wise, then, seem to harmonize with our arguments. But such things, while they carry some conviction, the truth in practical matters is judged by facts and by the life lived, for these are what is decisive. We must then examine what we have said by bringing it to the test of facts and life, and if it agrees with the facts, we must accept it. If it conflicts, we must suppose it mere words. Now the man who exercises his reason and cultivates it seems to be in the best state and most dear to the gods. For if the gods have any care for human affairs, as they are thought to have, it would be reasonable that they should delight in that which is best, and most akin to them. And this is reason, and that they should reward those who love and honor this most, as caring for the things that are dear to them, and acting rightly and nobly, and that all these attributes belong most of all to the philosopher is manifest. He therefore is most dear to the gods, and he is likely to be also the happiest, so that in this way too the philosopher will be the happiest of men. Chapter 13. Now that we have sufficiently discussed in outline happiness and the virtues and friendship and pleasure, should we suppose our purpose to be complete? Or, as has been said in the case of practical subjects, the end is not to have contemplated and understood each particular thing, but rather to do them. It is not enough to know about virtue. We must try to possess and use it, or in any other way become good. Now, if speeches alone were enough to make men good, they would justly, as Theogony says, have won many and great rewards, would have to be provided. But as it is, while they seem to have power to encourage and stimulate the generous-minded among the young, and to make a character that is well-born and truly loves what is noble, ready to be possessed by virtue, they are incapable of encouraging the many to nobility and goodness. For these do not by nature obey the sense of shame, but only fear, and do not abstain from bad acts because of their baseness, but through fear of punishment. Living by passion, they pursue the pleasures proper to themselves and the means to them, and avoid the opposite pains, and have not even a conception of what is noble and truly pleasant, since they have never tasted it. What speech would reform people like these? It is hard, if not impossible, to remove by speech traits that have long been incorporated into the character. And perhaps we must be content if, when we have all the means by which we are thought to become good, we can share in virtue. Some think that we become good by nature, others by habit, others by teaching. Now the natural gift clearly is not in our power, but is bestowed by some divine cause on those who truly have it. Speech and teaching probably do not have force in all cases, but the soul of the student must first have been prepared by habits for enjoying and hating nobly, like earth that is to nourish the seed. For he who lives by passion will not listen to arguments that try to dissuade him, nor will he understand them. When a man is in this state, how can you change his mind? And in general, passion seems to yield not to argument, but to force. The character, then, must be there beforehand, with a kinship to virtue, loving what is noble and hating what is base. But it is difficult to get from youth up a right training for virtue if one has not been brought up under right laws. For to live temperately and heartily is not pleasant to most people, especially when they are young. Their nurture and occupations should be fixed by law, for they will not be painful when they have become habitual. Yet it is surely not enough that when they are young they get the right nurture and attention, since they must, even when they are grown up, practice and be habituated to them. We shall need laws for this too, and generally for the whole of life. For most people obey necessity rather than argument, and punishments rather than a sense of what is noble. This is why some think that legislators should urge men to virtue and exhort them for the sake of the noble, on the assumption that those who have been well advanced by habits will listen, and that they should impose chastisement and penalties on those who disobey and are of a more ignoble nature, while the incurable should be utterly banished. For the good man who lives with a view to what is noble will obey argument, but the bad man, desiring pleasure, must be chastised by pain like a beast of burden. Hence they say that the pains to be inflicted should be those that are most opposed to the pleasures men love. If then, as has been said, the man who is to be good must be well nurtured and trained, and afterwards live under good conduct systems, and do what is right, neither involuntarily nor voluntarily, this would be achieved if men lived under a certain kind of reason and right order that had force. Now the command of a father has not such strength or necessity, nor in general does that of any one man, unless he be a king or something of the kind. But the law has compulsive power, and is at the same time an account proceeding from a kind of practical wisdom and reason. And while men hate those who oppose their impulses, even if they oppose them rightly, the law, in its ordaining of what is good, is not burdensome. In the state of Sparta alone, or almost alone, the legislator seems to have paid attention to questions of nurture and occupations. In most other states, such matters have been neglected, and each man lives as he pleases, Cyclops fashion, to his own wife and children dealing law. Now it is best that there should be a public and proper care for such matters. But if they are neglected by the community, it would seem right for each man to help his children and friends towards virtue, and that he should have the power, or at least the purpose, to do this. From what we have said, it would seem that he will be more able to do this if he becomes capable of legislating. For public control is clearly exercised by laws, and good control by good laws, whether written or unwritten, would seem to make no difference, nor whether they are laws for the education of one person or many, any more than in the case of music or gymnastics and other such pursuits. For just as in cities legal ordinances and customs prevail, so in households the words and habits of the father do, and these have even more force because of the tie of blood and the benefits he confers. For the members of a household start by loving and obeying by nature. Further, private education has an advantage over public, as private medical treatment does. For while in general rest and abstinence from food is good for a fever patient, for a particular patient it may not be, and a boxer perhaps does not prescribe the same style of fighting to all. So it would seem that particular treatment is more exactly suited when private care is taken, for each man is more likely to get what suits his case. But a doctor or a trainer or any other person will best treat an individual if he has the general knowledge of what is good for all or for a given type. For sciences are said to be and are of the universal. Yet perhaps someone may attend well to a particular case even without scientific knowledge, if he has studied with the aid of experience what happens in each case, just as some men are thought to be their own best doctors. Though they could not help anyone else, nonetheless it would seem that if a man wishes to become master of any art or science, he must go to the universal, and come to know it as well as possible. For this, as we have said, is what science deals with. Also, the man who wishes to make men better by his care must try to become capable of legislating. If it is through laws that we can become good, for to shape aright the character of any and every one that is put before him is not for the first comer. If anyone can do it, it is the man who knows, as in medicine and in all other matters that involve care and practical wisdom. Must we not then next examine from whom and how one may learn to be a legislator, as in other cases from the politicians? For it was thought that the legislative art was a part of politics. But is it the same as in the other practical arts? For in them, the same people are thought to practice the art and to teach it. For example, doctors and painters. But in politics, the sophists profess to teach it, yet none of them practices it. It is the politicians who practice it, but they seem to do so by dint of a certain faculty and experience rather than by thought. For we never see them writing or speaking about such subjects, though perhaps it would be a nobler thing than composing speeches for the law courts and the assembly. And again, we never see them making their sons or their friends into statesmen. But it would be reasonable that they should if they could, for there is nothing better that they could leave their cities, nor is there anything they would rather choose for themselves, and therefore for those they love most. But experience seems to contribute no small part. Otherwise, they could not have become politicians through familiarity with politics. So those who aim at knowing the art of politics need experience as well. But those of the sophists who profess to teach it seem to be very far from doing so. For to put the matter generally, they do not even know what sort of thing it is or what it is about. Otherwise, they would not have classed it with rhetoric or thought it inferior, nor would they have thought it easy to legislate by collecting the laws that are thought well reputed. For they say the best can be selected, as if the selection itself did not call for understanding, and as if judging rightly were not the greatest thing, as in music. For those who have experience in any subject judge rightly of the works produced, and understand by what means and how they are achieved, and what harmonizes with what. The inexperienced must be content to know whether the result is good or bad, as in painting. Now the laws are, as it were, works of the political art. How then could a man learn to be a legislator from them, or judge which are best? For we do not even see men becoming doctors by reading textbooks. Yet the authors try to state not only the remedies, but how to cure. and how to treat particular patients, distinguishing the various habits of body. But while this seems useful for men with experience, it is useless for the inexperienced. Perhaps then, collections of laws and of constitutions are well put together for those who can study them, and judge what is good or bad, and what ordinances suit what circumstances. But those who go through such collections without the proper state will not have good judgment, unless it comes of itself. They may perhaps become better at understanding such things. Let us then now conclude our discussion, since our predecessors have left the subject of legislation unexamined. It is perhaps better that we should investigate it ourselves, and in general, the question of the Constitution, in order to complete to the best of our ability the philosophy of human affairs. First, then, if any partial conclusions have been well reached by those before us, let us try to go through them. Then, in the light of our own collection of constitutions, to see what sort of thing preserves and destroys states, and what sort of thing each particular constitution, and from what causes it is that some are well governed and some ill. For when these have been studied, we shall perhaps grasp more fully what constitution is best, and how each is ordered, and what laws and customs it uses. Let us then begin. That is the end. Nicomachean Ethics, by Aristotle, 340 years before Christ, complete. And what has happened here? A man walked in the Lyceum in the morning hours. He asked the one question every human being must ask: what is the good life? He answered not with a sermon, but with an inquiry, building stone by stone, distinction by distinction. Happiness is not a feeling, it is the activity of the soul in accordance with virtue. Virtue is not a gift from the gods, it is a habit, built by doing just acts until we become just, courageous acts until we become brave, temperate acts until our desires harmonize with reason. Each moral virtue is a mean between two vices, aimed at by practical wisdom, which is inseparable from moral character. Justice is the whole of virtue in relation to others. Friendship is the bond without which no one would choose to live, and its highest form is the friendship of the good who love each other for who they are. And above all else, the summit of human life is contemplation, the activity of the divine element in us, which is most continuous, most pleasant, most self-sufficient, and most like the life of the gods. But this is not the end of the inquiry. The end is not to know these things. The end is to do them. And that task, the task of becoming good, requires not only speeches and arguments, but laws and nurture and the shaping of the whole political community. Aristotle gestured forward to a new investigation, the politics, the study of how the state can make men good. But that is another book. For now, the Nicomachean Ethics is complete. A son has received his father's wisdom, and we, walking behind the man who walked, have heard the whole thing, the way he actually wrote it, line by line, word by word. I'm Jamil, and this is the Classic Mind. Nicomachean Ethics by Aristotle is complete.